Sure.
After every session, I will share with you.
Okay. So it's okay, like if I click the record button so
No,
that
I'm
the
recording,
copy.
no problem.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
recording. So let's start today our topic discussion first.
Right.
So we are discussing about Cisco ASA firewall. So these are the topics.
Mm-hmm.
These are the topics we can discuss in our complete training. Wait, let me copy this complete text file.
So these are same, like whatever contents shared earlier.
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
it's all official content.
Right.
Cisco official content. Wait. Okay, so these are the topics which we can discuss in our complete training. Kashif,
Right. Right.
total duration for this training is approx 26 to 28 hours.
Right.
What I can provide you from my side, I can provide you slides. I have
Mm-hmm.
proper notes for each and every topic. So slides and notes you can see. Lab
Right.
setup software where you can perform all the labs. So
Mm-hmm.
software for lab setup.
Right.
I can also help you how to set up the lab. The minimum requirement for this lab setup, you need to have 8 GB RAM minimum in your
Mm-hmm.
laptop, in your desktop
Yeah,
machine.
that's available.
8 GB. Okay. So let's start our topic discussion today. So the first topic is called basic configuration about Cisco ASA. What is
Right.
basic configuration? So here we can discuss the product family because
Mm-hmm.
we guys are familiar with the Cisco routers. Okay,
Right.
Cisco
Right.
routers, Cisco switches. So we know the series about routers and switches. But
Right.
right now we are working with the with the Cisco ASA firewall. So
Right.
we need to know the product family. Okay,
Right.
which series is good for a small organization, or in
Mm-hmm.
case if I'm working in a big organization. So
Mm-hmm.
what series of the firewall box I need to purchase? Or
Right.
in case if I'm working in a data center or in a virtualization scenario,
Mm-hmm.
so which series I can prefer. So product
Okay.
family information we can discuss, and we can also discuss the features.
Mm-hmm.
Why Cisco ASA?
Right.
Because in market we have multiple vendors for firewall features. So why
True.
Cisco ASA?
Mm-hmm.
So we have multiple features to discuss why Cisco ASA. Then we can
Right.
go on. Then we can go on to the basic configuration.
Right.
Okay, I can tell you some basic configuration through CLI,
Mm-hmm.
like show command. Okay, show
Right.
command. All the show command we can discuss how to take a backup, how to upgrade our operating system. So these are the part of the basic configuration. It means
Mm-hmm.
only this topic will take 2 to 3 hours.
Right. Right.
Basic configuration. Okay, once you complete your basic configuration, so we can focus on interface configuration. Interface, like how to configure a physical interface,
Right.
how to configure a physical interface on Cisco ASA firewall device, like
Okay.
a LAN interface or WAN interface or DMZ
Mm-hmm.
interface.
Right.
Okay, after interface configuration, you can go on to the traffic flow,
Mm-hmm.
how traffic is traveling through the firewall device.
Okay.
Because we are working with Cisco ASA,
Mm-hmm.
and Cisco ASA firewall works with a concept is called security level.
Okay.
It's called security level. So what is
Right.
security level? We can discuss here. We can
Okay.
discuss security level concept. In security level,
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you how traffic will travel through the Cisco ASA firewall. It's very important.
Okay.
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 After that, we can go on to the remote management in case if you want to access your Cisco ASA firewall through Telnet, through
Mm-hmm.
SSH. So yes,
Right.
we can focus on remote management.
Right.
Okay, like other vendor like Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint, Cisco, Firepower Threat Defense. Okay, so we can configure routing feature like other vendor. See, we
Okay.
have a routing discussion, but
Mm-hmm.
for routing, we have a dedicated device. It's called router, right?
True.
We can use a router device for
Mm-hmm.
routing feature.
Right.
So why we are using? Because we are using firewall device for firewall feature, not for routing feature, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why we are configuring routing? So I can tell you the scenario why we
Mm-hmm.
are using routing concept on Cisco ASA. But this is the option.
Okay.
Vendors Cisco is giving you the option like other vendor. You can also configure routing concept like
Okay.
static routing, default routing.
Mm-hmm.
In this training, I'm not telling you what is static routing story, what is default
Right.
routing,
Right.
what is rep.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
this is story you already know from CCNA classes.
Mm-hmm.
Here I can tell you how to configure these routing methods like static, default, and dynamic rep, EIGRP, and OSPO on Cisco ASA firewall.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, why we are configuring routing for basic connectivity? For
Mm-hmm.
basic connectivity, yes, we need to configure routing option because in case if our firewall device is acting as a layer 3 device, layer 3
Mm-hmm.
firewall, so
Mm-hmm.
yes, we need to configure routing.
Okay.
If your box is acting as a layer 3 firewall box.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, so for basic connectivity, yes, we can go on to the routing section.
Right.
After that, we can go on to the ACL. So in
Okay.
Cisco ASC firewall for packet filtering,
Mm-hmm.
are using this concept is called access control list. It's a basic topic.
True. True.
If you remember CCNA classes, so in CCNA,
Yeah.
yes, we have completed this section.
Right.
ACL is called. We have two type of ACL is
Yeah.
called
Standard and
standard
extended.
ACL,
Yeah.
yes, and extended ACL, right?
Right.
So in Cisco ASA, if you want to filter your packet, you can go with the ACL. In
Mm-hmm.
Palo Alto, you can create security policy. In Fortinet, you can create firewall policy. In Checkpoint
Okay.
Firewall Box, you can configure access control policy. In
Okay.
Cisco Firepower Threat Defense, you can configure access policy. So they all are the same. Okay,
Okay.
they
So
all
so
are the same.
access policy and ACL, they are same thing or like
Hey, they
they are
all are access policy, firewall policy, okay, security policy, access control policy. They all are the same. But
and
in
ACL.
ACL, we have limited option.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, but the concept is same.
Okay. Got it.
In access policy, what we can define? We can define source IP, destination IP,
Mm-hmm.
okay, incoming interface, outgoing interface. We
Mm-hmm.
can define same
Right.
option
Right.
we have in ACL. In Cisco ASA, you cannot configure standard ACL.
Mm-hmm.
There's no
Right.
option. There is no option.
Right. True. True.
In Cisco ASA, you can only configure extended access list.
Right.
And if you remember your extended access list, extended required source and
Port number.
destination IP and port
Right.
number and
Right.
protocol, right?
Right.
So ACL is just like it's a packet filtering firewall technique,
Mm-hmm.
and in all firewall box we have this technique, but in Cisco in ACL we have some limitation option.
Mm-hmm.
In
Right.
case if
Right.
you go with the Cisco FTD access policy, so yes, we can add some advanced feature like we can allow, block any application, any URL. Okay, so this is the different part. But
Right.
ACL is called access control list. To filter our packet, we can go with the ACL concept. Clear my point?
Yeah.
Okay. After that, we can focus on NAT concept. It's a common topic. NAT
Right.
is a common topic for any firewall device.
Right.
See, if you remember CCNA classes, so uh, what is NAT? NAT we are using for translation.
Right.
We can translate from one IP to another
To
IP,
other IP. Yeah.
or you can say we can translate private into public or public into
True.
private. And
True.
for translation, we have three options. First one is called static NAT, right? Static NAT. Second, we all know dynamic NAT, and third is PAT, port
Right.
address translation.
Right.
So we have these options. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
in CCNA class, but in Cisco ASA firewall, in firewall, we can discuss two options. We can discuss source NAT concept, and second option we can focus on destination NAT.
Okay.
Destination NAT.
Okay. Got
So
it.
here in this section is important. NAT concept.
Right. Right.
Only NAT will take minimum 3 to 4 hours with
Right.
theoretical and practical implementation.
Right.
So first I can tell you what is source NAT scenario. In source NAT we can focus on three lab: static NAT, dynamic NAT, and PAT option. And we have a separate discussion on destination NAT scenario and configuration. Clear?
Right.
Okay. Now, next topic is called object group. So this is called what? Advanced ACL concept.
Okay.
Object group is an advanced ACL. You can
Right.
only configure on Cisco ACL file.
Okay.
So yes, you can configure ACL, but if you talk about advanced ACL concept, this is called object group. I can tell you what is the concept, why we are using in topic. Okay. Right
Right.
now I'm giving you the basic idea.
True.
So
True.
object group is called what? Advanced ACL concept. Next topic is called what? Next generation IP implementation on Cisco ASA. So what is IPv6? Okay, what is IPv6? And in case if you want to configure IPv6 address on any interface, on any Cisco ASA firewall interface, so how to configure? And in
Okay.
case if you want to configure IPv6 routing on your Cisco ASA firewall, so yes, we can focus on routing section.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Okay, after that we can go on to the transparent firewall. What is transparent firewall? Remember always, you can use your firewall device as a L3 firewall device, or you can use your firewall device as a L2 firewall.
Okay.
So what is L3 firewall device? L3 firewall known as NAT mode firewall. This is called what? NAT mode firewall.
Right.
So in case if you are working with any NAT mode firewall device, for example, here we have a firewall. So in case if you are working with any NAT mode firewall, so you can configure IP address onto these interfaces, because this firewall is acting as a layer 3, and these interfaces are acting as a layer 3 interfaces. So you can
Right.
configure IP address onto these interfaces. You can configure routing onto this firewall, NAT onto this firewall, VPN, and yes, it's a firewall, so you can use firewall feature.
Okay.
Okay, but in case if we are using this firewall device, if we are using this firewall device as a layer 2 firewall.
Okay.
So layer 2 firewall is known as transparent. It's a common topic, Kashif.
Right.
It's a common topic. If you go with any firewall vendor, it's a common topic. So in case if this device is acting as a layer 2 firewall, it means I'm talking about transparent firewall.
Right.
So in case if this device is acting as a layer 2 firewall device, so these interfaces are acting as a layer 2 interfaces. It's not a switchboard.
Okay.
It's not a switchboard, but these interfaces are acting as a layer 2 interface. It
Right.
means,
So just quick information. It's
yes,
not on top of my head like a transparent firewall. What it is like? What's the difference like?
I'm telling you, wait.
Oh, okay.
See, so in case, see, if this firewall device is acting as a layer 2 firewall device,
Mm-hmm.
so see, you cannot configure IP address onto these interfaces,
Oh,
okay?
okay. We
Because
cannot
these
assign
IP
IP
address,
addresses on the interfaces. Okay.
yes, because these interfaces are acting as a layer 2 interface. It's not a switch port, it's a layer 2
Mm-hmm.
interface. It means we cannot configure IP address onto this interface.
Right.
Next, we cannot configure routing, we cannot configure NAT, no, we cannot configure VPN, no, but it's a firewall, so we can use firewall feature. So the point is what? With layer 3 firewall, we have great feature, right? With layer 3
Yes.
firewall, we have great feature. We can configure IP address on interface. In case if I want to connect my firewall device with internet, so yes, I can connect my layer 3 device because I can configure routing onto the device. So with layer 3 firewall box, we have a great feature. We can configure routing, NAT, VPN concept. But with layer 2 firewall device, we have limitations, right? We cannot configure these options, Kashyap.
Yes. So
So,
so in
so
that case, what we can configure?
yes, yes, Kashyap.
Yeah. So in that case, what we can configure in L2 firewall?
I'm telling you, see.
Ah, okay.
So the point
Okay.
is, in which scenario we can use our firewall device as a layer 2? In which scenario? Because see, with layer 3 firewall device, we have great feature, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with layer 2, we have limited feature, limited
Mm-hmm.
options. Let's discuss, no problem. We can discuss this topic into this transparent firewall box,
Sure.
but let's discuss right now. So so for example, I'm working in a small scenario. I'm working in a
Right.
small scenario. For example, I'm working with a routing switching scenario. So
Right.
everything is working fine into this topology. I have a
Right.
small routing and switching topology. This is
Mm-hmm.
switch.
Mm-hmm.
I have multiple computers,
Right.
multiple computers. So everything is working fine into this topology. Now, as an administrator, I want to deploy a firewall here.
Okay.
Now I want to add a deploy because I want to filter my packet.
Right.
So before deploy your firewall device, you can see you have a LAN network, right? This is your subnet.
Correct.
This is your WAN side subnet.
Right.
Okay. So now, in case, if I'm trying to deploy my firewall device here
Mm-hmm.
as a L3, as a
Okay.
L3 firewall device
Right.
into this existing scenario, if
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to deploy my firewall device as a L3 firewall device, so this firewall is L3. It means
Right.
these interface. It means what? It means these interfaces. These interfaces
True.
are acting as a layer 3 interface.
Right.
So each interfaces are participating in different subnet.
Correct.
So in my existing scenario, I need to change my IP address scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Now my single subnet is divided into two different subnets, right?
True. True.
That is the issue. Okay, in case if you want to deploy, so yes, you can change your IP address scheme, you can deploy, you can configure, you can use, no problem, no problem. But in case if you don't want to change your IP address scheme in your existing scenario, okay?
Okay.
If you don't want
So
to
just
change.
one question. In this
Mhm.
scenario, why we have to change IP address? Because
Because
if
it's
it's L3,
because it's a L3 firewall device. Kasha,
right.
if you
Right.
are trying to deploy because I need to deploy my firewall device inline mode, right? Because this is a cable.
Correct.
This is a cable. So I'm trying to deploy in inline mode, and this device is acting as a L3 device. So yes, you need to configure IP address here because it's L3 interface.
Correct. Correct.
This interface is L3. So
True.
what you can do, you need to change your IP address scheme. Your single existing subnet is divided now into different subnets.
Right.
So you have to change complete IP address scheme in your network. It's not a
Like
big,
which?
it's not a
Ah,
problem.
okay.
It's not a
Okay.
problem if you want, for example, if you want to deploy as a L3.
Mm-hmm.
You can change. This will take time, but you can change, and you
Right,
can
right,
deploy and you can use,
right.
right?
So,
But the
so one question here,
Mhm,
if
mhm.
if it is L3 firewall, so as I understand, we can directly do routing here. So I don't know why we have to change.
I don't want to remove this route. I told you I'm trying
Okay.
to deploy my firewall device
Mm-hmm.
into my existing scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
everything is
Okay.
working fine.
Got it.
Firewall I'm
Got it.
using
Got
only
it.
for firewall features.
Okay. Got it. Got it. With router in place.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now what we have, see. Okay, so now if you don't want to change, for example, if you don't want to change your IP address scheme in your existing scenario and
Mm-hmm.
you want to deploy a firewall device, so yes, you can deploy your firewall device as a L2 firewall, as a
Mm-hmm.
L2.
Okay.
This device is acting as a layer 2 firewall device, layer 2
Mm-hmm.
firewall device. So these interfaces are acting as a layer 2 interface. No need
Okay.
to configure IP address. But yes, this interface is a part of LAN, so you can say LAN.
Mm-hmm.
This interface is called WAN, for example.
Right.
So now you have a single subnet. Clear my point?
Right. Correct.
So the point is where we can deploy our firewall, our layer 2 firewall. So in your existing scenario, in your live network, if you want to deploy a firewall device and you don't want to change your IP address scheme, try to deploy your firewall device as a layer 2, as a
Okay.
transparent firewall. You
Okay.
know,
Got it.
but we
Got it.
have limitation now. Now this firewall device we cannot connect. Now we have limitation. Now this device
Mm-hmm.
we cannot connect with internet, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
With internet because there is a limitation. We cannot configure
Correct.
routing, NAT,
Correct.
VPN. No.
Correct.
I hope Kashif it's clear the scenario.
Just one question, like
Mhm, mhm.
when it is in transparent mode, what about the how it will know like source IP, destination
I
IP,
will tell
and
you we have a topic,
oh,
Kashif.
okay, got it.
Right now for your question, I'm telling you the basic idea.
Mm-hmm.
We have a proper topic to discuss.
Okay, got it.
What is layer 2 firewall device? How to work, how to configure interfaces, okay, how traffic is traveling through the transparent firewall box. We'll discuss, no
Mm-hmm.
problem.
Okay, great.
Okay, the next option we can go with the see. So these three options are related with the transparent firewall.
Okay.
We can discuss basic initialization. It means how to work with layer 2 firewall, how to configure access policies on layer 2 firewall device, and we have a ether type ACL concept.
Mm-hmm.
Remember always ether type ACL you can only configure when your device is in a transparent mode.
Okay,
So what is ether type ACL? Why we are using? We'll discuss.
sure.
So these are the topics. These topics are related with transparent firewall.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Kashif, clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Next topic. Next topic we can focus on redundancy. So here we can discuss two type of redundancy matter. It's called a redundant interface concept and
Mm-hmm.
port channel. Remember this port channel? It's an ether channel.
Mm-hmm. Right.
If you remember the CCNA, so it's an ether channel concept. Port
Okay.
channel you can
Okay.
say or ether channel. So
Right.
how to work with any redundant interface, how to configure on Cisco ASA, and how
Mm-hmm.
to configure port channel option. We can discuss in
Okay.
interface level redundancy concept.
Okay.
After that, you can go on to the virtual firewall system. What is virtual firewall? We can divide our single firewall device into multiple virtual firewall.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
For example, this is a firewall device, and this firewall device is connected with a switch. We
Mm-hmm.
have multiple departments in LAN site, for example.
Right.
Uh, Multiple departments is called marketing department,
Mm-hmm.
sales department, HR department, HR department. Now, marketing, sales, and HR. So in case if I want to configure separate type of NAT policy, routing configuration, VPN configuration for each department, or you can say for marketing and for sales, I want dedicated L3 firewall device, and for HR department, I want layer 2 firewall. Kashif.
Right.
Into this scenario, into this small topology, I need to
Okay.
purchase 3 separate boxes.
True.
Okay, so but if I'm going with the 3 separate boxes, then the cost is very high.
That's correct.
What we can purchase a single big box, and with the help of license, you can divide your single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall device. Multiple
Okay.
virtual firewall device. See what you can do. You can divide your single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall. Now we have
Right.
firewall 1, firewall 2, firewall 3. So, and these interfaces are called resources. I will tell you in detail. Okay, right now I'm
Sure.
telling you the
Sure.
basic idea, Kashif.
Sure.
It's a basic concept.
Yeah.
So now marketing traffic is traveling via marketing firewall box. Sales traffic is traveling via sales. HR traffic is traveling via. So now we have 3 independent units. Firewall
Okay.
box 1 don't know anything about firewall 2 and firewall 3.
Right.
Yeah. So
Clear.
this concept is called, in Cisco ASA, this concept is called security context.
Okay.
So we can create multiple context here.
Mm-hmm.
If you go into the Fortinet, this is called VDOM concept.
Okay.
If you go into the Palo Alto, this is called virtual system.
Okay.
So we can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall boxes.
Right.
Okay, so next concept is called failover. It's important failover concept. It's a common topic. In Cisco, you can say failover. In Palo Alto, you can say high availability. In Fortinet, you can say high availability. In
Okay.
Checkpoint, you can say clustering method. So
Right.
what is failover concept? For example, I have a small scenario, firewall box one, a small scenario with firewall device, LAN and WAN connectivity. Everything is working fine into this topology. We have an IP address onto this fast Ethernet 0/0, fast Ethernet 0/1, for example, 192.168.10.1, 10.1 dot 3. So now we have a proper IP address configuration onto this firewall device, routing configuration, VPN, NAT, everything is working fine.
Right.
Traffic is traveling through this firewall device.
Right.
But into this topology, we have a single firewall box.
Correct.
We have a single device. In case if this box goes down, then we lost connectivity. Your LAN user, they cannot go onto the internet side. They cannot access internet services. So
Right.
that's why what we can do, because there is no any backup. So what we can do, we can go with the failover concept. We can add one more firewall device into topology. Now I need to change my topology now, because now I'm using my second firewall box. This is your switch 2, this is your switch 1, WAN connectivity. So now this is your topology. So second firewall box I'm using for failover. In failover, we have 2 concepts. We can discuss active standby and active.
Okay.
What is active standby? In active standby, one firewall box is acting as an active device, and second firewall box is acting as a passive, or you can say standby box.
Right.
Second firewall box is acting as a backup or standby. Okay, we have a failover link in between firewall box 1 and firewall box 2. This is called FN, failover link. What is failover link? Why we are creating? Okay, how to configure? We'll discuss in detail.
Sure.
But let's discuss right now the concept, basic concept.
Sure.
So one device is acting as an active and second device is acting as a passive in active standby scenario. All the traffic is traveling via active device because this device is active, and this device is called what? Forwarded firewall.
Okay.
So traffic is traveling via firewall box 1. In case if this box goes down, then your standby device will become active now.
Okay.
Will become active now automatically, and now your traffic is traveling via your firewall box 2.
Okay. And this is like bumperless, like there will be no drop of ping or something,
I will
or
tell you
some drop
about
will
the
happen.
time interval, everything. Okay, when
Right.
your firewall device will act as active. What is the time difference? I will tell you.
Okay.
Hello interval and this.
But in general, like it's some drop happens, or it's like
Yes, a
bumperless.
little drop, little drop.
Little drop. Okay.
I can show you with practical. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
I can
Sure.
show you with practical. Okay. We can generate our traffic here, and we can power off one device. Then we can see detail.
Okay. Great. Great.
But you know, the point is what in active passive you can only utilize one firewall device.
Correct.
Only one firewall device, and second firewall device is acting as a stand. But in case if you want to use all the firewall box into your failover concept. For example, I want to utilize both the firewall device. So yes, I can go with active.
Okay.
So in active you can utilize both the firewall box. It means some traffic you can send via firewall box 1, other traffic you can send via firewall box 2. So what we can do, we can go with the active standby, we can go with the active. Only this topic will take minimum 4 to 5 hours.
Right.
Only this active. Now we can discuss deep packet inspection. See, Cisco ASA is not a next generation firewall. Okay, remember always.
Okay.
It's a second generation firewall.
Okay.
So whenever you want to learn firewall technology, always start with Cisco ASA.
Okay.
So this will give you the basic idea.
Got it.
Now, so but you know, in Cisco ASA, it support deep packet inspection. This is called MPF, Modular Policy Framework. So what is deep packet inspection? We can discuss the concept first. What is deep packet inspection in Cisco ASA? After that, we can go with the global policy. For deep packet inspection, we have a default global policy. Kashif.
Okay.
So what is the default global policy? Okay. And in case if I want to create or configure our custom policy for deep packet inspection, so yes, we have a concept. So first I will tell you the concept about what is deep packet inspection and what is default global policy for deep packet inspection in Cisco ASA. And in case if you want to create or configure your custom policy for deep packet inspection, we can. Yeah. Okay. See, now next topic we can focus on how to access your Cisco ASA with graphical page. See, most of the configuration we can configure with the graphical page. Sorry, CLI option.
Okay.
But yes, I can tell you the both how to configure all the options with graphical. Because you can manage your Cisco ASA firewall with CLI and graphical.
Right.
So I can tell you the both how to work with CLI. This is our concept. But how to work with the graphical page? For example, in case if I want to configure failover with graphical page.
Right.
If I want to configure NAT with graphical page, how to configure? If I want to configure routing with graphical page, how to configure interface? So I will tell you all option. Okay. So we have a separate section how to access Cisco ASA firewall with graphical.
Right. So here we will be using Cisco ASDM software.
Yes, ASDM. Yes, exactly. ASDM.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Now we can focus on VPN concept. VPN again is a common topic. First, I can tell you what is the VPN concept, virtual private network. What is the feature? After that, we can go on to the implementation. So we have two type of VPN: IPsec VPN and SSL VPN. SSL VPN concept. IPsec VPN we can use for site to site VPN connectivity. Site to site VPN. If we have multiple branch offices,
okay,
if you want to connect multiple branch office over this public network in a secure manner, so you can go with the site to site. For site to site, we can always prefer IPsec. Okay, we have another kind of VPN is called remote access VPN.
Okay.
In remote access VPN, home user, or you can say remote user, can access company private resources. For example, here you have a home user. Okay, home user, or you can say remote user. Right. He has simple Wi-Fi modem at his home. Right. To Wi-Fi modem is connected, and now he's trying to access this outside user, this home user, this remote user. He's trying to access company private resources.
Correct.
For example, here we have web server or SMTP server or DNS server, FTP server. So this outside remote user is trying to access company private resources over this public network. So he need to establish a connection. Is called remote access VPN connection.
Right. Once this is the same like Cisco Connect, right? The
Cisco AnyConnect is the example.
AnyConnect. Oh, okay.
Cisco AnyConnect is an example for remote access VPN implementation. Okay. So what you can do, you can establish a connection. Once this connection will establish this remote access VPN, then he is allowed to access company private resources. Okay. For remote access VPN implementation, you can go with the IPsec or you can go with the SSL VPN. Both options are available for remote access VPN. Now, our focus is on SSL VPN for remote access VPN implementation, and in SSL VPN, we can discuss two options. Client-less SSL VPN, and second is called what? Full client. This is called AnyConnect. Okay. Full client is called what? AnyConnect concept. Okay. Yeah. So this is the topic. So these are the topics which we can discuss in our complete training. I hope it's clear. Yeah. So let me share this video recording. Okay. Let's start our first topic from tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Kashif, this is just an introduction session today. Sure. And we can start our topic from tomorrow. Okay. So, and what about the lab setup? Like I will share. Okay. I will share. I will share on your mail ID. I will share a lab setup drive and slides, notes, and this recording notes. Okay, great. I will share in our notebook. Sure. And that email will have steps like how to like what will be there in that email? Sorry? Like what will be in that email? Like it will be the steps to set up the lab or what? Let me share today, okay? I will help you tomorrow. How to download, which file you have to download or you need to download. I will tell you. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, Kashif, let's start our topic from tomorrow. Okay, dear? Sure, no issues. Bye, Kashif. Take care, dear. Okay, thank you. Bye. On your side, it's a night, right? Yeah, on my side, it's a night. Yeah. Okay. But bye, again, like it's bye. Good night. Bye. Okay, Kasif, let's start our topic now. Okay. Yes. So as per our discussion, we are going to start our first topic. You can say basic configuration, you can say, or initial configuration. Right. Okay. Okay, so what is a firewall? First, we can start discussion on Cisco ASA, but what is firewall? Firewall. What do you think about the firewall, Kashif? Anything? Yeah, in general, like it denies anything by default until we allow anything explicitly. It's deny anything by default, right? Yeah. But Kashif, it's depend upon vendor. Okay. Depend upon vendor. Okay. So what is firewall exactly? Firewall is just like a router. Remember all this. It's just like a router. For
Okay.
example, you can configure routing on router, right? NAT on router, VPN on router. So
Right.
these features, these options you can configure on router, but same thing you can configure on firewall.
Right.
So firewall is just like a router, but you know we
Okay.
have some advanced feature, advanced feature option in firewall, which router cannot provide you.
Okay.
So firewall is a system, you can say, or group of system that manage access between network. What is between network? For example, in firewall, we can discuss this term is called inside network. Okay,
Okay.
inside, or you can say trusted network, inside
Okay.
network, or you can say we have LAN zone and WAN zone and
Okay.
DMZ network. What is DMZ
Okay.
network? Any idea, Kashif?
Yeah, it's like a demilitarized zone. So it's a kind of like the zone between, for example, outside world and inside world.
Okay.
So anyone coming from outside
Mhm.
has to come through DMZ before he enters into our internal network.
No, he is not allowed to access internet.
Mhm.
Outside person, see, outside person is
Right.
not allowed to access, LAN. DMZ we are
Uh,
using, Kashif, DMZ we are using, for example, if we have web server, okay,
mhm.
or DNS server, or FTP
Right.
server, or
Right.
SMTP
Right.
server.
Right.
So these servers I want to allow to my outside user, to my outside user.
Right.
Because see, if I'm trying to allow anyone from the outside to access my LAN,
Right.
so the traffic is coming from untrusted network.
Right.
Traffic is coming from untrusted network. So it may be possible this outside user, he can compromise my other devices in my LAN.
Right.
And in my LAN, I have some confidential server, my company confidential servers.
Right. Right.
So that's why we can create a demilitarized zone. Here we can put our servers, and these servers I want to allow for my outside user.
Right.
So whenever they will hit, for example, if this outside user will hit onto this WAN interface. So as per my configuration on firewall, my firewall will redirect this traffic onto the DMZ side.
Right. Correct.
And see, we can do a lab because this is called destination net translation.
Right.
I can show you with practical how to redirect our traffic.
Right. Right.
So we have LAN zone, it's called trusted network. WAN
Right.
zone is called untrusted network, and we have
Right.
DMZ, demilitarized.
Right.
Clear
Right.
now, Kashif?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually,
So
just to, I'm from industrial control system background, so generally, like it's bit different than IT.
okay.
So when I was telling from outside to inside, because generally it's needed. So for example, like remote access,
Yes,
we have
remote
to
access,
allow.
VPN,
Yeah.
VPN.
Yeah, and second example, like for patch management, especially,
Mhm.
what happens like when it comes to industrial control system,
Mhm.
we normally get qualified or tested security updates
Mhm.
from the vendors. So what
Mhm.
I mean by vendor, like there are big names, Honeywell, Emerson, ABB, Siemens. So just to give some idea, because there is some variation like when it comes to industrial environments and IT environments. So again, the concept is same. Yeah.
Okay, yes. Okay, so now we can discuss firewall techniques. Okay, and these techniques are common, Kashif.
Okay.
For example, first technique is called packet filtering. Do you know about packet filtering? Packet filtering,
I have
ACL.
heard about it, but I don't remember, to
Okay,
be
no
very
problem.
honest. Yeah.
It's a ACL, access control list.
Okay.
In Cisco router, you can implement ACL, access control list.
Okay.
ACL is what? ACL is a packet filtering firewall. So with
Okay.
ACL, you can filter your packet based on source, destination, services, protocol. So It's a common topic. Packet filtering is a common topic for any firewall device.
Okay.
In
So
Cisco
when we say
AS,
packet, so what this like means in the background, because what happens, I normally forget this definition. I know the concept like which you are telling now,
Mhm,
like source, destination, protocol, and port number.
mhm.
So that's called packet filtering, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And see,
Okay, got it.
how to implement ACL,
Hmm.
we can discuss in our Cisco ASA firewall training. No problem.
Sure, sure.
And if you want to revise your CCNA ACL, so I can revise. No
No, no issues,
problem.
no issues.
So now what we have, it's a common topic. Packet filtering is a common topic
Right,
for
right,
any firewall device. Like,
right,
in Cisco, you can say ACL. In Palo
right.
Alto, you can say security policy. In Fortinet, you
Okay,
can say firewall policy. In
okay,
Cisco
got it.
Firepower Threat Defense, you can say access policy. So
Okay,
they
okay.
all are the same, but in every vendor we have some different feature, okay?
Hmm.
Different options. But concept is same. We can filter our traffic based on source, destination, service, and protocol. Clear?
Hmm. Right, right.
Second technique or second feature you can say it's called stateful firewall feature, or you can say stateful inspection. So every firewall is using stateful firewall technique. What
Okay.
is stateful firewall technique? Let's
Hmm.
start our discussion with the
Right.
topology. So we have a Cisco ASA firewall, for example. Okay, this is what
Okay.
Cisco ASA.
Right.
Remember, always Cisco ASA firewall always work with a concept is called security level.
Hmm.
Its work with a concept is called security level. If you talk
Okay.
about Cisco FTD, Cisco Firepower Threat Defense, or Checkpoint Firewall Box, or Palo Alto Firewall Box, so they are working with a technique is called JBF, Zone
Okay.
Based Firewall. But
Okay.
Cisco ASA works with a concept is called security level. So,
Okay.
so what is security level? Wait. So this firewall device is connected with your LAN network, your trusted LAN network.
Okay.
A switch, and we have a LAN PC, and we
Okay.
have a WAN connectivity.
Right.
So, for example, this interface is fast Ethernet 0/0. This interface is fast Ethernet 0/1.
Hmm.
So in Cisco ASA, if you go onto this interface and if you type this predefined keyword, okay, predefined keyword is what? INSIDE. It's called inside. Kashif, it's a
Uh-huh.
predefined keyword in Cisco ASA. If you type this keyword,
Okay.
so automatically this interface will get a security level 100.
Oh,
So security level
okay.
range in between 0 to 100. Okay, minimum
Okay.
is 0 and maximum is 100. So
Okay.
when you type this predefined keyword INSIDE
Hmm.
onto this interface, so this interface
Hmm.
will get the security level 0. And this interface is an outside interface or public facing interface. So here I'm
Okay.
using anything, your name, my name, anything. For example, I'm using outside. So
Okay.
automatically this interface will get a security level 0.
It's like fixed name
It's a default.
in
It's a default. I
it's
can
a
show you. I
default.
can show you.
Okay.
On
Okay,
firewall, I
got
can
it.
show you. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Right now I'm telling you the concept, but it's a default.
Okay,
So
okay.
inside is a predefined keyword. If you type this
Okay.
keyword, so automatically this interface will get security level 100. And
Hmm.
here we are using not inside. You can use any keyword, like for example, outside or WAN
Hmm.
or untrusted name. So automatically this interface will get a security level 0. Clear?
So what this means, any keyword. So
It's
on
a
the
word.
out,
It's a name only name. You can say name.
but but the inside is fixed, like,
Inside is a fix. Inside name is fixed.
oh, okay, okay, got it.
Now by default, traffic is allowed. By default, traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. No need to configure any policy. On Cisco ASA,
Okay,
by default, traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower
lower.
security level. And
Okay.
remember always only TCP and
Hmm.
UDP traffic.
Okay,
Only TCP and UDP traffic.
okay,
So traffic is by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level.
Okay.
So for example, this inside machine IP address is 192.168.10.1. This inside machine is trying to access outside this server is called 8.8.8.8, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So this traffic is going to hit onto the firewall box, right?
Mm-hmm.
Onto the firewall box. Now, whenever firewall will receive any traffic, it will verify that, okay, traffic is coming from higher security level, right?
Okay.
It can verify, firewall can verify, okay, traffic is coming from higher security level
Mm-hmm.
and trying to go to the lower security level. And by default, traffic is allowed from higher to lower. No need to configure any policy. So traffic is traveling. Clear my point? Traffic is traveling. No need to create any rule. By default,
Okay.
you can purchase a box, you can add, you can define your
Mm-hmm.
interfaces. Done.
It will work. Okay.
Yes. When traffic is traveling through the firewall box, then
Mm-hmm.
firewall will maintain the state of connection in a table.
Okay.
State of this connection in a table is called state table, or you can say
Right.
connection table.
Okay.
In state table, it maintains source IP,
Mm-hmm.
source port number,
Mm-hmm.
destination IP, and destination port number.
Okay.
So what is source IP address as per this scenario? 192.168.10. What
Right.
is source port number? So let's take a random port number
Yeah.
52,000.
Correct.
Destination IP is 8.8.8.8. And
Okay.
destination port number, for example, 23.
Right.
So this is the traffic. This traffic is
Mm.
traveling to outside.
Okay.
No problem. And then now, when the traffic is traveling through the firewall box, then firewall will maintain the state of connection in connection table, you can see, or in
Mm.
state table.
Okay.
Okay.
So that
Now
means this is the live table, right?
exactly.
Like
Yes. Yes.
okay.
And
Okay.
I can show you on Cisco ASA firewall. I can show you
Mm.
this state table.
Right.
We have a command show connection. I can show you.
Mm.
Now, what about return traffic? Because
Yeah.
8.8.8 will give the reply, right?
Correct.
What about return traffic? Traffic is going to hit onto this interface.
Right.
So now you can see this interface has a security level 0. So
Right.
onto this interface, we have a security level 0. And now traffic is trying to travel from lower to higher.
Right.
So by default, traffic is allowed from higher to lower.
Correct.
But lower to higher, if you go with the lower to higher, everything is denied.
Rejected.
Everything is
Right.
denied.
Right.
So now when this traffic is going to hit onto this firewall box, then firewall, I told you, whenever firewall will receive any traffic, it will verify is this traffic is a part of any existing connection, because I have some information in my state table. Okay,
Okay.
I have some connection table in my state table.
Mm-hmm.
So now, is this traffic is a part of any existing connection? So firewall
Okay.
will verify, okay, this packet is coming from 8.8.8, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and this replies for 192.168.10.1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is a reply packet. Okay, this
Okay.
is a reply packet. The traffic was initiated from
Inside.
inside. Okay, and this is just a
Okay.
reply packet. It's not initiated from the outside.
Okay.
Just a
Got it.
reply packet. So
Okay.
firewall will verify. Okay, I have a connection information about this traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I want to allow. Okay.
Okay.
So the point is what? Whenever traffic is traveling through the Cisco ASA firewall device, through the appliance, then
Mm-hmm.
firewall will maintain the state of connection in connection table and then
Okay.
forward the traffic to the outside. When the reply
Okay.
packet will come, the firewall will verify this packet information in the connection table. If it is
Mm.
available, then allow, otherwise drop.
Okay. So one question here, what
Mhm.
if the port is different? Like for example, when the request went from inside to outside, the
Mhm.
port number was 52000.
Yes.
But when the
No.
reply
See, the
was, yeah,
reply is from what? Port number 23. Because your
okay,
your request is what? You are requesting for port number 20. Destination port number is what? 23.
Okay.
So it will verify, okay, source IP, destination IP, and what? Port number. As per this information, it can verify, okay, this is the part of my existing connection. How it can verify? It's a part of my existing connection. If traffic is coming from different port number, how it can verify? Maybe this packet is for this inside machine. We have multiple computers. Then how firewall will verify?
Yeah.
This
So
return
actually,
traffic, this return traffic is for this inside machine. How? Because of source IP, destination IP, and port number.
yeah.
Because
So just
this inside machine, he initiate the traffic for port number 23.
yeah, just on this table, because what is happening, source IP is 192,
Mm,
source port is 5000, right?
mm, mm, mm,
So when I'm looking at source port number 52000,
mm.
what I'm assuming that 8.8.8 has to respond back to source IP on
And
port 52000.
exactly, yes, yes.
So what my question was here, now there is a different port number is there. Like when inside when LAN was going to outside world, it
Mm-hmm,
was using port 23.
mm-hmm.
But when 8.8.8 was replying back to 192.168, it was using port 52000. So what my question
No,
was, the
then firewall
port
will
is
not allow. Then firewall will not allow. Firewall
uh
will not allow. See,
oh,
the point is
firewall will
what?
not allow. Okay.
Yes,
The
exactly. And
port
see,
should also be same, right?
yes,
Okay, got
exactly.
it. Now it's clear. It,
And
it,
see,
it cannot change.
yes, yes.
Okay, got it.
Because because behalf of connection table, firewall can verify this traffic was initiated from inside network, and this is just a reply back.
Okay. And reply back, if it is on the same port, then it will allow. If the
Exactly.
reply back is using different port, it will
No,
not allow,
it will
right?
not allow. Yes,
Okay,
because
okay,
it's
got it.
check the information in connection table. Gotcha.
Okay.
So this technique is called stateful firewall technique. Every vendor is using. Every vendor.
Okay.
Now let's talk about Cisco ASA. Wait. Wait.
So these slides, I could not receive on email. So
I will
I
send you.
just
No
got the
problem. I
recording.
will
Yeah,
send. I will send it after the
yeah,
session. I will send. Okay.
yeah.
All the. I think I shared with you, Kashif. You can check your mail ID.
No, I checked. I just got the video link, but not this material.
Let me check. Wait.
Yeah.
Let's continue our topic, Kashif. So what is Cisco ASA? Cisco ASA is called Adaptive Security Appliance. Okay, Cisco ASA firewall device is called Adaptive Security Appliance. It is in a combination of stateful firewall and VPN concentrator.
Right.
If you
So
talk
the
about
slides have been shared because
yes,
I'm
it's
just
shared. It's
checking my
shared. It's yes,
inbox.
it's available in your drive.
Okay, because
You can
I'm
check
just
now.
check. Yeah,
After
let
session, you
me.
can check, Kashi. Okay.
Okay.
So now let's talk about ASA features because every vendor has its own feature like Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint, or Cisco FTD. Right now we are talking about Cisco ASA. Let's talk about some features. So these are the features. These are the features available in Cisco ASA firewall. So first is called operating system. Let's talk about each feature option. So what is operating system? So in Cisco ASA, the software and hardware both belong to Cisco.
Okay.
If you talk about Checkpoint, Kashif, Checkpoint
Mhm.
firewall box. So Checkpoint is a software-based firewall. software-based
Okay.
firewall. What you can do, you
Got it.
can go onto the Checkpoint website
Hmm.
and you can download Gaia operating system.
Okay.
And this operating system you can install on your laptop, on your desktop machine, and
Okay.
you can use your laptop as a complete firewall.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So every vendor had its own option. So but
Mm.
Cisco is what? We have software and hardware both belong to Cisco. It's not just like another vendor, they use another company operating system, other company hardware. So if
Okay.
you
Got it.
face any problem in software related, so you can talk to Cisco. If you face any problem in hardware, you can talk to Cisco.
Hmm. Right. Right.
This is the first feature. Software and hardware both belong to Cisco vendors. Now, what is stateful firewall? I told you what is stateful. It's a common topic. So it maintains the state of connection when the packet is traveling for the appliance. It maintains the state of connection in the state table, you can say, or connection table. After adding information in the state table, it forwards the packet to the destination. And when it receives the reply packet, it match the packet information to the state table. If it is matched, then packet is accepted. Otherwise,
Hmm.
now let's talk about next feature. Wait, user-based authentication. So we can implement on Cisco ASA firewall. We can implement AAA. Triple A is
Okay.
what? Authentication, authorization, and accounting. So this AAA feature we can implement on Cisco ASA firewall. So using
Okay.
this feature, we can authenticate our inbound or outbound request for Telnet, for HTTP, for HTTPS, for FTP using AAA server. So like, see, AAA we can configure on Cisco router. Okay,
Okay.
same we can implement on Cisco ASA firewall.
So that Cisco firewall will act as a AAA server?
Yes, no, it's not act as a AAA server. See, AAA configuration you can do. See, here we have a firewall device. Okay,
Right.
for example, Cisco ASA. In case in your organization, see, there is a two option, Kashif.
Right.
Either you can use local AAA server, your Cisco ASA
Okay.
firewall as a local AAA server. You can create a user account in local database
Okay.
and you can use it for telnet service, for HTTP, for HTTPS, no problem. But most of the organization they are using remote authentication server. Okay,
Okay.
maybe they have Radius server or
Okay.
TechX server or LDAP server.
Hmm.
So what you can do, you can integrate your firewall with these remote authentication server. Clear my point?
Okay.
And these are what? These are you can say Radius server. These are remote authentication server, or you can say AAA servers.
Right.
So
Right.
the
So
point is,
one question here,
Mhm,
how
mhm,
generally what we follow, like for example, I have ASA firewall
mhm.
and I have my domain controller, for example.
Yeah, okay.
Now, how can I add this ASA firewall as part of domain controller authentications? So what I mean by that, for example, if you are coming to my organization as a new user,
Mhm.
what I will do, I will just create your account on the domain
On
controller.
domain controller, on Active
And
Directory domain
then,
controller.
yeah, and then you will get automatic same access levels on the ASA. So
Yes.
how that part is
See,
done? That,
yes, you can do this. What you can do, you can integrate your firewall with Active Directory server.
okay,
Okay. I can
okay.
tell you how to integrate our Cisco ASA firewall. It's a very simple task. It's not
Mm,
it's not a big deal. Okay. It's required
right.
few steps and you can
Okay.
integrate with graphical option. I can show you.
Sure, sure. Maybe we
Graphical
will
option,
do
I can
in
show
the
you how
lab.
to. It's not only related with Cisco ASA, Kashif.
Hmm.
If you
Hmm.
go into the
Right.
Palo Alto or Fortinet or Checkpoint,
Hmm.
you need to integrate your firewall device with uh, domain control or with
Right,
your
right,
remote authentication server.
right, right.
Yeah. But my point is right now, you can use your Cisco ASA firewall as a AAA server. You can implement your AAA
Okay, got
authentication,
it.
authorization, and accounting.
Okay,
Now, now we can focus on protocol and application inspection. Cisco ASA firewall is not a next generation firewall. But yes,
Okay.
it can inspect the protocol and application, but not on deeper. Okay, but yes, in Cisco ASA, we can discuss a concept is called modular policy framework. This is this is called deep packet inspection.
Mhm.
With MPF, using MPF, you can inspect protocol application like FTP, SMTP, DNS, FTP, HTTP, NetBIOS. So these applications you can inspect, your firewall can inspect.
Right. So one question here, like to
Mhm.
me, I call them as a protocol, not application.
No,
So so
these are the protocols. Yes, these are protocols.
yes. So
But you
any
know, see, uh, to access FTP service, most of the time we are saying what? FTP application. Open your FTP
right,
application and access. It means what? FTP is also application, right?
right,
FTP word we are using for application. For example, outside user is
right,
trying to access, sorry, here's a file. Outside user is trying to access FTP server, for example. So
right.
what he can do? He can open his FTP application,
Mm-hmm.
right? So FTP is an application and FTP is a protocol.
Mm-hmm.
Clear? This FTP service is running onto the server. So this is called what? This is FTP protocol, FTP services.
Right.
So don't confuse, okay? These you can say protocols or you can say service. For example, SMTP is what? It's also a service. It's called
Mm-hmm.
service, SMTP service, right?
Mm-hmm.
So both say both are the same application. Right now, it's you can say application or you can say protocols. No problem.
Okay. So it's not application. Do not mean like
It's a
a
pure
separate
application like
application.
like Facebook or like Facebook
Yeah.
or LinkedIn.
It's
No,
not
no,
like that.
no.
Okay. 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 Now it's clear.
Okay, now wait. Now you can implement VPN concept on Cisco ASA like other vendor. You can go with the site-to-site VPN implementation, or you can say you can implement IPsec or SSL. L2TP is not your topic, so you can implement your IPsec and SSL. In IPsec, we can focus on site-to-site VPN implementation on remote access. SSL, I told you in SSL we have two practical client-less SSL VPN and full client. So
Right.
like other vendors, Cisco ASA firewall is giving you the feature, giving you the option to configure to implement VPN, IPsec,
Mm-hmm.
and SSL.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can go with the virtual firewall technique. You can divide your single Cisco ASA firewall device into multiple appliance, into multiple firewall device, and this concept is called security context. So you can create multiple security context. For example,
Mm-hmm.
for marketing, we have a marketing context. For sales department, sales context. For HR
Right.
department, HR context. So
Right.
context
Right.
is called what? It's called firewall.
Right.
Okay. Now, the next feature,
So
we,
can I say that they are
yes,
kind of
sure.
different VLANs kind of thing, like
Different,
when
yes. See, in
Mhm.
LAN side, yes, we have a different VLAN,
Mhm.
and in every VLAN we have a different subnet. You can say
Right.
different department.
Right.
You
Right.
can say, see, for example, let me show you. For example, here we have a Cisco ASA firewall, and this firewall is connected with a switch. And in my LAN side, we have multiple VLANs, you can say multiple departments. For example, this is your marketing department. Maybe you can say VLAN 10.
Mhm. Right.
VLAN, VLAN 10. And what you have a sales department. It's called VLAN 20. HR department, VLAN 30.
Right.
Clear? And now what we can do for each department, I can divide my single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box.
Mhm.
It's called firewall box 1, firewall box 2, firewall box 3.
Right.
So, and these are the interfaces.
Mhm.
These are the resources. These interfaces are what? Resources.
Right. Right.
So what you can do now, so you can send your marketing traffic
Mhm.
to marketing firewall box. How you
Mhm.
can send? As per routing switching,
Okay.
you need to put
Mhm.
these three interfaces, and this one also need to VLAN
Okay.
10,
Okay.
right?
Got it.
because same VLAN members can communicate with each other.
Right.
So you
Right.
can put these three interfaces and this one also in VLAN 10.
Right.
Clear now,
Right.
Kashif?
Yeah.
Okay, the next feature is what? Like other vendor, you can also manage your Cisco ASA firewall with graphical page. With
Right.
graphical page. So for graphical page, we can use an application is called ASD.
Right.
ASD. See, to manage Cisco ASA firewall device, we have ASDM application. And if you
Right.
want to manage your Cisco next generation firewall, is called Cisco FTD. So we have FMC, Firepower Management Center.
Okay. So just one question. What's
Yes.
the difference between next generation firewall and this normal firewall?
Okay, no problem. I can tell you. See, your Cisco ASA firewall, Cisco ASA firewall cannot detect any malicious URL.
Okay.
Cannot detect any malicious URL.
Okay.
For example, Kashif,
hmm
I want to block this specific URL. I
Okay.
don't know anything. I don't know anything about
Okay.
this URL, but I want to block it.
hmm
I cannot block with Cisco ASA.
Oh, okay.
In case if I want to block all political organizations website,
Right.
I want
Right.
to block all news category website. I cannot block
Right.
with Cisco ASA,
Okay.
but I can
hmm
block with any next generation file like Cisco
Okay. Got it.
FTD or Palo Alto or Checkpoint or Fortinet.
hmm
Okay.
Got it.
Another example. Your Cisco ASA firewall cannot detect any application. For example, in my organization, I want to
hmm
block Facebook,
Oh,
YouTube, and Google application.
okay.
In Google, I want to allow Google, but I want to block Gmail application and Google Drive, for example.
hmm hmm
Okay, Google
hmm
Drive. So these are the micro application you can block
Correct.
with any next generation firewall, but you can't with Cisco ASA.
Got
Clear?
it. Got it. Got it. And one more point, like, what about this IPS and IDS functionality? Because I heard like,
IPS is related with the next generation firewall.
okay, okay,
Yes,
got it.
IPS is a signature based device.
Okay,
So
so
see, for
any
example,
example? Yeah.
your Cisco FTD is what? Cisco FTD is what? It's a combination of Cisco ASA plus
Okay.
Cisco Firepower.
hmm
What is Cisco Firepower? It's a NG-IPS, next generation
Okay.
intrusion prevention system.
Okay.
So it's an IPS device. So
Okay.
FTD is what? It's a combination of Cisco ASA and Cisco Firepower.
Right.
Cisco
So,
combine these two engine and create a single box. It's called FTD.
right. Right. So one question, like, we normally use Cisco Firepower. So what's the difference between AS and Cisco Firepower?
See,
Like they
Cisco
are same only
no.
only.
Cisco
Hmm,
ASA it's a firewall device.
right.
But firepower is a different. It's a IPS engine. It's an IPS device. Here in this box, we have multiple
Hmm,
signatures. Okay, behalf of signatures, your device can detect multiple attacks,
right. Right. Because
multiple kind of
why I'm telling, like, we are using some firewalls.
Mhm.
They are Cisco Firepower series.
Yes. See, Cisco provide you see. Either you can go with the dedicated appliance
Hmm,
or you can go with the Cisco with firepower service. Okay,
okay.
firepower.
Okay.
It means it's a Cisco ASA firewall device with firepower feature, but
Oh,
it's not a dedicated FTD.
okay. So like
So
the Cisco Firepower series, technically they are Cisco ASA firewall with firepower capability.
no.
No?
Cisco firepower is a different device. Okay, it's a separate device, and
Okay.
Cisco ASA is a separate device. But in Cisco they provide you box. Wait, We provide you Cisco AS. Let me show you an example.
Right.
For example, you don't want to purchase FTD because the cost is very high, but you
Right.
want to utilize Cisco Firepower feature. Firepower feature.
Right. Right.
So you can go with the Cisco ASA with Firepower.
Mm-hmm.
For example, Cisco ASA 550X.
Mm-hmm.
If you have
Okay.
any ASA firewall with X option, it
Mm-hmm.
means it's a complete ASA device, okay, with
Mm-hmm.
Firepower feature. See,
Mm-hmm.
so you can use Firepower services with your Cisco ASA, but it's not a dedicated FTD. Clear?
Right.
It's not a
Right.
dedicated FTD. In dedicated FTD, you will get a different, more functionality you can see.
Right.
But this
Right.
is a
So
device, it's Cisco ASA firewall. We have a small feature. We can add firepower feature with our Cisco ASA.
right. So can you just open the link just for
Yes.
just to clear my
Yes.
confusion?
Yes.
So it's in the chat. So
This is this
yeah.
is
So
this is a firepower. It's not a Cisco ASA.
this is what type like?
It's the only firepower device.
Oh, it's a firepower. Okay,
Yes.
device. Okay.
It's a firepower appliance.
So like technically any difference is there between
See,
Cisco ASA and this?
ASA can filter the traffic only based on L3 and L4 packet,
Mm-hmm.
IP and services protocol. Here
Okay, great.
in firepower we have signatures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have signature database, attack database.
Okay.
So this device can detect and can take action.
Okay.
And
So
firepower, before before uh, before firepower, this is called source fire. Before firepower,
mm-hmm.
it's called source fire. Do you know about this
Okay.
source fire?
No, no.
Before source fire, it's called snot. So
Right.
Cisco, there was a person is called Martin, okay, who developed this snot device.
Mm-hmm.
And this snot device you can use as a firewall also, no problem. The source
Right.
fire you can use as a firewall also, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Firewall features.
Right, right.
But this device is dedicated for only source fire, firepower, IPS feature you can see.
Okay, okay.
IPS feature. So I'm not
Th-
see. Yes. That's it.
Yeah, this part is clear. I just want to know like the link which I shared,
Mhm.
what type it is. It is next generation firewall or no?
Yes, it's not a next generation firewall. It's
Okay,
a NG IPS.
okay,
It's a NG IPS, next
okay. So
generation intrusion prevention system.
okay, so I cannot block websites using this firewall, right?
See, you can block,
Mm-hmm.
but
Right.
see, I told you, here we have this device is acting
Mm-hmm.
as a NG IPS because in IPS we have signature database.
Mm-hmm. Right, right.
We have a signature database, you can block, no problem. But
Okay.
now here we have a
Mm-hmm.
limited
Right.
signatures. But now Cisco add this Cisco Firepower plus ASA feature,
Mm-hmm.
and they
Right.
combined this device is called FTD.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, what for firewall feature you have to deploy Cisco ASA, and for NDIPS feature you have to deploy your Cisco firewall. So no need to deploy two devices.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Just go with a single box. The single box can provide you both features: ASA
Right.
firewall features, all the firewall features, and what firepower feature.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right.
This is not a next generation firewall. You can say no.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right.
Clear now?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's go on to the slide. Wait. Okay, let me show you. So this is the example. Okay, clear? This is what Cisco ASA firewall with firepower service.
Right.
So with any firewall device, if you got X option, it means it's a firewall with firepower service.
Okay.
Now, okay, so web-based management, it's clear. I think we can manage our Cisco ASA firewall with graphical page. Kasif, clear now?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, this is clear. ASDM and CLI. Yeah.
Okay, now stateful failover. Let's talk about stateful failover. What is stateful failover? It's called high availability. In Cisco ASA, you can say high. In Cisco ASA failover concept. In FortiGate, you can say high availability. In Palo Alto, you can say high availability. In Checkpoint, you can say clustering. So we can discuss active standby and remember our previous discussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Discussion. So yes,
Yeah.
for failover, we can focus on active standby and
Yeah.
active.
Yeah. This is clear.
This lab is called active with multi context.
Right.
Okay, with multi context. What is multi context? So we can discuss in our lab. But context
Sure.
is what? Context is related with this virtual.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, now we can also use next generation firewall feature like IPv6. Not feature, you can say it's a next generation IP you can configure on your Cisco AC firewall.
Mhm.
Okay, and what is called next generation firewall? Next generation firewall also support this IPv6.
Right.
So
Right.
IPv6 is our next generation IP, and you can configure this IPv6 on your Cisco ASA firewall. Like, and we can discuss how to configure IP address on
Sure.
interface, how to configure
Sure.
routing static or default. No problem. Now, clustering is what you can combine multiple Cisco ASA device to act as a single device. This is called clustering. A feature introduced in OS 9.0, it enables us to group multiple appliances to act as a single appliance. This is called clustering. So these are the features. These are the features. I hope it's clear.
Yeah, just 1 second. I don't know. I clicked something, so I'm just seeing my name. I don't know how to. I can see the slide, but as soon as I double click, I just see my name. So can you just reshare again your
Yes,
screen?
yes, wait.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's okay.
So now we can start our basic configuration on Cisco ASA. Wait, let me start on Cisco ASA. Please 2 minutes. Ashik.
Yeah. So one quick question, like, do you have courses for VAPT or no?
Sorry, for?
VAPT, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing.
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay. It's practical, right?
Yes, if you want, so I can send a syllabus, no problem.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure. And if you want a demo, so I can arrange a demo session with trainer.
Okay, okay. So, that is by someone else, not by you.
Yes.
Okay.
We have 7 trainers in this. Okay.
Right.
7 trainers. So I'm taking all the firewall batches.
Okay.
For routing switching, we have 2 other trainers for
Okay.
hacking, for ethical hacking and cybersecurity, and for CompSIA, for pen
Okay.
testing,
Okay.
different trainer, and for software technology. So we have 7 trainers in this company.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so we have a single Cisco ASA firewall box right now, okay, for basic configuration.
Okay.
So I have a Cisco ASA device. You can start. This is a console page.
Mhm.
And we are working with 9.x operating system.
Right.
Please wait, this will take time.
Right.
Okay, Kashif, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So this is what the user EXC mode you can see. We are in
Okay.
Cisco ASA firewall device. Here you can type enable command. You press enter. It's asking for a password, but there is no any password. You can press enter.
Okay.
Now, this is your privilege mode you can see, and now I'm using a command. If you are familiar with the Cisco router, so show IP
Yeah.
interface brief. This
Yeah.
command
Yeah. Yeah.
for IP address information. If you press enter, we are facing problem.
Okay.
So here we can use show interface IP brief. There is a little difference in command.
Okay.
Show interface IP brief. So you can press enter. You can see we have 4 interfaces right now.
Okay.
First command you can go with this firewall box is called show firewall to verify your firewall mode.
Okay.
So the firewall mode right now is router. It means this device is acting as a layer 3 firewall. Layer 3.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so you can verify some license information also onto this
Right.
device.
So one question here,
Yes,
like I
yes.
know about layer 2 and layer 3. What is layer 4?
No, this device, see, this device is a layer 2. It's a mode. See,
Right.
it's a mode. You can
Yeah.
deploy your, see, there's two kind of device you can deploy in your network, right?
Right.
Either you can use your device as a L2
Correct.
or as a L3.
Correct.
L4 is not a device, it's a service.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
a
Got it.
service you can use on a device.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
So L4 is a different thing, okay? L3
Okay.
and L4 is a device mode. L2 is
Okay.
what? Like a switch.
Yeah.
This is what?
L3
Like
has
a
like
router.
routing capability. Yeah.
Okay, so now you can type show version command to verify your license information. So, or you can say for some other information. So we are working Cisco ASA appliance. Software version is 9.1
Okay.
and ASDM version we can use 7.3 here. We are using and hardware is what ASA 5520. So let me show you some hardware product series.
So this application, like you will be helping, right? How to set up
Yes,
this
yes, yes,
Av application? Yeah.
yes.
Because I know it's like Cisco packet tracer, right? But it is like more graphical kind of thing.
I will tell you, no problem.
Mm.
Okay, so let's talk about some product family in Cisco ASA. Okay, so these are the Cisco ASA product family. Like series start with the 5500. So these series 5505, 10, these series you can use for any small office or branch office. Okay,
Okay.
you can go if you want to go for the medium size of network, so you can go with a 5520. 5520. And if you verify here, we are working with 5520. 5520 series of the firewall box you can use for medium-sized network, medium-sized office, or internet is security appliance. If you get X option with any firewall device like Cisco ASA 5525X, it means we have a firewall device with firepower feature. Clear?
Okay.
Firepower feature. But it's not a full feature, okay? Because for full feature, we can go with the dedicated appliances called Cisco FTD.
Right.
Now, so now, okay, these are the medium size of the firewall device. Medium size of the firewall device. For large organization, you can go with the Cisco ASA 5550. And for data center, you can go with the 5585X. And if you have ASA with a small V, ASA firewall device with a small V. So it's a complete Cisco ASA firewall device. It's a complete ASA, but this ASA you can use in a virtualization scenario. Yeah, you can use in a virtualization scenario. This
So
is a
what
complete
we
like
mean by virtual?
AWS, Azure, AWS, okay, VMware cloud deployment. You can use this ASA. It's not
Yeah,
a physical device. It's not a physical
like
device.
as a virtual appliance, you mean?
Yes, virtual.
Okay. Okay.
Like in case if you are working with AWS or Azure cloud scenario.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for clouds, you require a virtual firewall. So you can purchase this Cisco ASA-V.
Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Others are physical.
These are the physical boxes.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, so now here you can wait. So you can verify your hardware model, RAM, CPU information, and here we can get some license information. For example, maximum VLAN 100 we can, and for failover we have a license for active. We can implement active passive and active active.
Right.
For VPN, yes, triple dash and dash is available, so we can configure VPN option here. We have a
Right.
license. For virtual firewall, yes, we have a license onto the Cisco ASA box.
Right.
We can divide our single firewall box into 20 firewall. So we have 20 security context license. Clear my point?
Okay. Yeah.
So you can get license information here. Now,
So one question, like
yes,
when we order this product, how the license part is ordered? Like it
you can talk
comes.
to your salesperson, okay? They can
Mhm.
suggest you. They can suggest you. For example, you don't want VPN implementation onto this device. So no need to purchase
Okay.
license.
Okay.
If you don't want to implement VPN, so no need to purchase. You can talk to salesperson. They can help you. They can tell you the requirement. They can
Yeah.
understand first your requirement. Then
Sometimes it's reverse. They ask, okay, what do you
yes,
need? Tell me.
yes.
Sales guys, they don't know technical things. They say, okay, this is complete list. Please tell me what you want. I will give you price.
Yes,
So,
sometimes yes.
so they generally push back things to us back again.
So that's why I'm telling you, as per your requirement, you can purchase. Okay. First, you can identify your requirement. For example, you want to divide your single firewall box into 10 firewall box, so you can
Okay.
purchase security context license. Or
Okay.
you want to implement a failover, so you can go with the
Okay.
active license. Okay.
Okay. And license, what is license? It's a file or it's a serial number
It's
or
a key. It's a key. It's a key.
it's a key.
It's a
Okay.
key. I
Okay.
will I will show you how to install license. No problem.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
it's important. Yeah.
See here we have a command. I can tell you.
Mm.
See, let's go into the configuration and activation. Activation say question mark. Activation key. I
Okay.
can tell you how to install any license. Okay. Kashif, let's continue our topic tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
10:30. So let's continue. I have another batch.
Sure.
So we can continue from here. Bye,
Yes.
Kashif. Take care, dear.
What
Bye,
about
good night.
recording you will send?
I will share. See, I have another batch. Okay. I will be free at 12 p.m. So 12 p.m. So I will share in 2 hours.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Kashif. Take care. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hello, Kashif.
Yes. Now I can hear.
Okay. Let's start our topic, Kashif. Okay. Now.
Sure.
Okay. So remember our previous discussion. I'm going to start our basics configuration on Cisco SA. Okay. Let's start the basic configuration on Cisco SA.
Yeah, recording is started or?
Yes, it's started. Yes.
Okay. What about my lab setup? Like when on
we can
which
set
day
up
we
today
will?
if you want.
Okay,
If you want
so
starting.
yeah.
Now recording start. Now you can install WinSCP. Go into a download folder and install this application. WinSCP. Yes, install for all users. This is just a FTP application, Kashif. WinSCP we are using to upload and download images.
Okay, from where?
We can upload images through this application in EVNG.
Oh, okay.
So, yes.
So through this application, I can.
You can upload the images in EVNG. You can upload firewall images in EVNG.
Upload anything from my computer.
Yes, from your computer to EVNG. Now click on finish.
Yeah, done. So we installed
Okay,
LNG
now wait.
client.
Can wait. Please allow remote control request.
WinSCP.
Please allow remote control request. Now wait.
Is recording not started yet? Recording
Started.
Okay.
WinSCP, WinRAR, window. It's a EVNG client pack and EVNG disk 1 VMware. Can you open your download folder again, Kashif? Can you open download folder? Download folder.
Yes, download.
Okay, and
Yeah, this is
click on
download folder.
wait. Let me do this. Did not pass OVF.
I think it was still downloading. Disk is done or not yet?
I'm not sure.
Just,
can you please
just
check?
one second.
Can you please check?
Yeah, because this was the biggest file. So it failed. Windows 7 is failed.
And Windows VMDK file? VMDK
also failed. Also failed. Let me try again.
It's a big file. That's why. It's
Yeah.
a 14 GB file.
So this one, right? I have to download again.
Yes.
Okay.
And this EVNG disk one. EVNG disk.
This one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Failed. Why? Maybe I have to, I don't know. Any issue with these files?
I think maybe some space issue. Can you check your space in C drive? Kashif, please check disk space in C drive. Kashif, can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Wait. It's downloading. Wait. Sir, see, 10 seconds. Wait.
Okay.
Can you please allow remote control request and wait.
Let me just refresh. Yeah.
Wait. Okay. EVNG disk 27. EVNG. Please put all these files in a folder. Kashif, please create a folder in D drive, like software something. No, paste it here.
What about other files we don't need?
No, not required.
Okay.
Okay, so EVNG is VMD. VMDK file.
The first one. So especially what happens, the people from Middle East, there are no taxes. So technically they have a lot of money to spend on the trainings. But especially in North America and those things, what happens, the taxes are very high.
Okay.
So whatever you earn, you lose on taxes. So it's like very, very difficult to take out some funds from personal pocket for any training. So maybe, I don't know, 35% taxes are there.
In US, Kashif.
In North America, especially Canada, they take like they are the highest in terms of taxes.
Okay.
Even in US, taxes are less, but in Canada, like they really kill people in terms of taxes. And again, the cost of living is much, much higher as compared to Middle East. So
Okay. I don't know too much about
yeah,
like this, so I have some student from Canada.
Right.
Now it's
So here,
importing, so it's
yeah.
working
So
that. Okay.
how did you import it? Like just right click and then?
Just click on OVF file. Double click on OVF file. It's
Okay.
automatically attached with VMware.
Oh, it will open
But you
automatically.
require three files. You require three
Right.
files: EVNG MF, EVNG OVF, and EVNG disk.
They should be there in that
Yes, it should be there.
location.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then it will know automatically like all these files are there and I should start import.
Sorry. Yes, Kasim.
Like how it knows like now I have everything and it's good to import.
It's because if you don't have, so it will not start. Okay.
It
So
okay, it will give some error.
they are related with each other.
Oh, okay.
And Kashif, I'm sharing one image.
Mm-hmm.
So please download. Wait. One Cisco ASA. I'm sharing 9.7 image. Latest
Okay.
Cisco ASA firewall image.
On Google Drive, right?
Yes, I'm
G Drive.
sharing. Wait.
Okay.
I'm sharing. Wait. Now please check on your side. Refresh your Google Drive. Yes. Yes. This one. ASA 9915. Yes, this one. This file. Download. And the second image 9 ASA 971. So these images we can upload.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, please open google.com. Google.com. Google.com and download WinRAR. Type here WinRAR, download. WinRAR, WinRAR. Yes,
Pin
download.
or I think I should have.
If you have
No. Uh-huh.
no
Okay.
64-bit, click on this. No, this 64-bit.
This one, right?
Yes,
Okay.
64. And install this application. Install this WinRAR application.
Okay.
Install. Okay. Now go on your download folder and copy these Cisco images and these files you can put into the same folder. Now right click on ASA 915, ASA 915 and select wait. No, click on show more option. Wait, that show more option. What's why it's not helping?
Want to extract or what?
Yes, I want to check.
Yeah, just
This same
yeah, open with WinRAR. It will ask. Yeah, just extract to the second from the top. Yeah.
actually this option
Then
not
yeah,
showing. Otherwise,
yeah. It went directly on D drive. Yeah, have to copy. Yeah. Just drag top. Yeah. If you can just click extract to, it will directly go there. Yeah, because the path is already there. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Nine 971 you also want to extract?
Yes.
971.
No, you can go on your VMware workstation. Wait. Okay, wait. Let me do this. So you can see, we can click on edit and let me check RAM.
It's 16 GB in my PC. Yeah.
So we can expand the RAM here with 10 GB bucks. We can add one more hard disk. And no need to change anything, Kashif.
Okay.
These are the bridge, so it means
Okay. Bridge means it will be connected with my computer, right?
Yes, computer. Yes.
Okay.
Now you can power on. Click on power on, Kashif. Click on power on. Now this will take time. Can you please open command prompt now?
On my PC or
Yes,
on VM?
yes, your PC. Command prompt. ipconfig. ipconfig. So you can see here on your Wi-Fi LAN card, you are getting 192.168 one series IP, right?
Correct.
Same series of IP address you will get here. Same series of IP.
Sorry?
Same series of IP you will
Yeah.
get here in EVNG. See?
Oh,
1.19.
automatically.
Automatically, yes.
Okay.
Now
Great.
open your browser. Open your browser.
Yes.
You have Google Chrome, something? Kashif, you have Google
Yes.
Chrome?
Yeah.
Please open Google. Now 192.168. Type here 192.168. One dot. I think 194. I think 94. I think only 94. Enter. Yes. Username is admin.
Yeah.
Admin.
This
And
recording
password.
is working, right?
Yes,
Just in case
recording
I
working.
forgot.
Yes,
Okay.
I will share. Username is admin. Password is EVE. EVE. Yes. Sign in. Click on sign in. Sign. Just click on sign. Now you can create your topology. Let me do this. Okay.
Right.
So here you can create. See, add a new lab. You can click here. Whenever you
Mhm.
want to create any new lab, you can create it.
Mhm.
You can click here and create a new lab. For example, Cisco ASA lab 1.
Mhm. Okay. Okay.
Click on save. Now you can right click onto this blank screen and select
Mhm.
your node. So you
Okay.
can see here you have a Cisco ASA.
Mhm. Right.
Cisco ASA 9. So this is the default one, okay, Kashif. You can use it,
Okay.
no problem. But in case if you want to upload any other Cisco ASA image,
Oh, okay.
so now you can open your Win
So
SCP.
ASA image means what? Like if I have this Cisco firewall at
Yes,
site,
Cisco ASA firewall
I
image.
can
Cisco,
open here that backup.
yes, see. Here we have our Cisco ASA images. These are what? 9.1, okay? 9.7.
Mhm.
These are the other Cisco ASA images.
Oh, so
So
images means like the
firewall, firewall,
real
firewall image.
real firewall
Yes, a
configurations,
real
right?
firewall. Yes, it's a firewall.
Okay, okay,
So you can upload these one if you want. So let's
okay.
upload
So same
192.
way, I can bring my site configuration and I can import, right?
Yes,
Just
you
to
can.
play with it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Configuration. We're talking about configuration.
Yeah, I don't know, like whatever comes out from the ASDM. So I use ASDM normally to do my day-to-day stuff.
Okay.
So
See,
I don't
I
know
will show
how.
you. Akash, give
Okay,
me some time. Okay, I will show you a little
sure.
bit. So it's 1.90. Let me upload this first. 94. Okay. Username is root here. Whenever you want to upload any image,
Mm.
username is root here. Kashif. Password is EVE same. Click on login.
So what we
Click
are
on.
doing in this one, like
We,
from
we
it is
are
going from
uploading. We are uploading our images, our firewall images into this
okay,
application. Into
okay,
this application. But right now we have a default Cisco AS image.
okay.
If you
So
have
when we
GB,
entered .94, technically we are accessing VM now.
yes, yes,
Ev now, right? Ev
yes,
NGLD.
And
Okay,
EV in EVNG we can create our topology.
okay,
We can create our lab topology for practice.
okay, okay. So now you will move those files into here, right?
Yes, into this
Okay,
application.
okay. Into
Now,
.94.
now OPT, unit lab, add-ons, QEMU, and now I'm trying to upload images.
Mhm.
So training software. So I can upload this ASA folder. Just drag your folder this side.
Okay.
Click on OK. 9.7 I can upload this one.
Mhm.
Done. Once you upload any image, for example, Cisco ASA, now I'm trying to upload this Windows 7 image.
Mhm.
It's a big
We
file.
need here.
It's a big file.
We need here on
Sorry?
that. We need that on
Windows 7 image.
.94.
Yes,
Mhm.
sorry. Yes, in
We need
EVNG.
this on .94.
Yes,
Okay.
we are trying to
So this.
upload all the application, all the software into this EVNG.
Okay. Okay.
And through this
So this
EV,
EV,
mhm, mhm.
this EV application, it's not Windows based, right? That
No,
it's like
it's an application, it's separate application.
it's an application. So can I say that when this is kind of I don't know, it's a virtual appliance?
It's like a packet tracer.
Right, right. But
Remember,
what my question?
in CCNA, it's a packet tracer. You can create, you have images, routers images, switches images, right?
Yeah, yeah. But what my question was, this is
Mhm.
not a normal Windows machine, right? If we open, it's coming just like a ESXi host, right?
Yes,
So yeah, so it's operating system, right?
it's
Of
EVNG.
EVNG.
Yes, yes,
Okay, okay, got it. So it's on what, Linux? I don't know, Unix or what?
it's a Linux mix.
Linux. Okay. So any reason that this? I think this application comes as a Windows also, no?
See, you are using this application in VMware. Okay,
Okay.
You are using this application in, say, it's just an application, or we can
Right.
say AVNG disk, and this
Mm-hmm.
application you can upload in VMware. You can upload in VMware,
Right.
and with this application you can create multiple topologies for firewall, not only for Cisco. If you
Mm-hmm.
go onto your browser,
Right. Right.
you can see you have multiple devices options. See, click on node,
Mm-hmm. Right.
see
Right.
Aruba, okay,
Mm-hmm.
ASA, but
Right.
these are not highlighted because there is no image right now.
Oh,
If you want to if you
okay.
want to if you want to do switches lab, Cisco switches lab, so you can click on Cisco IOL. Here
Mm-hmm.
you will get your Cisco switches images.
Mm-hmm. But the
You
gray
can
means what? How can I get them blue? Like,
see, you have to upload it. You have to upload the images. Okay,
okay,
you need to
okay,
right now. We are
maybe.
uploading Cisco ASA image, right?
Okay. And
Cisco
just for
ASA.
my information, from
Mhm.
where you got those images? Like, they are available
I
on
have, I have,
internet?
I have. I purchased these images.
Oh, we have to purchase.
Yes, we
Normally, we
purchased these
cannot.
images,
It's
and
not
I'm
free.
yes, no, and I'm sharing
Oh,
with students.
oh, right, right, right. So it's not like something I go on Google, download image free, and then just import
See, you
upload.
you can you can get, but you will not get a license.
Oh, right, right, right.
Now see, we have an ASA 9.1 properties.
Mm-hmm.
You can set 777. Click on OK. So you need to go on each images.
Mm-hmm.
So we uploaded these three images. So you can select 777 permission. Now Windows 7 properties. Now just close this application. Done.
Mm-hmm.
Now, now you can refresh your page, and you can right click node. You can select your Cisco ASA or ASAB, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can just click on save. Now you have a Cisco ASA image.
Mm-hmm.
You can add your window machine if you want, for example,
Mm-hmm.
Windows 7.
Oh, so only that I can get, like
Yes,
whatever is removed. Okay.
yes.
Okay,
Now you
okay,
can
got it.
add your
So
machine,
so
for
these
example.
devices, they come by license only, right? Like in
Yes,
general.
yes, we have a
Oh,
license. So
okay,
now
got it.
what we have Cisco ASA, and this is connected with this management PC.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a complete machine. See, you can right click and start. Right click onto this window machine,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a complete Windows 7 image. See, you can open. It's a
The screen will come here.
complete operating system. See,
Oh, it will come here. Okay, okay, good.
Windows 7. And now you can double click on Cisco ASA. You can get
Mm-hmm.
Cisco ASA image.
Mm-hmm.
Console page. This is console page.
Okay.
Clear, Kashif? Your lab setup is
Yeah, yeah.
done.
Right, right.
Okay.
So this like CLI, we are opening through CLI, right?
Yes, it's a console.
Okay.
Kashif, let's continue this topic tomorrow. Okay, I have another batch
Sure,
now. Okay.
sure, sure.
Bye, dear. Take care.
Please share the recording.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, sure.
Okay.
Bye,
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 bye.
dear. Bye, dear.
Hi, hi, good morning. Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, hello, Kashif. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How are you, dear?
Yes, I'm doing good. How about you?
Good.
Great, great.
Let's just start our discussion now. Kashif.
Yes, so I could not get second recording, so I just got one recording. So when we did the lab setup, that recording I still could not receive.
Yeah, I will upload today, okay, after this session.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so let's start our discussion and we check session meeting. Okay, so we have completed our telnet and SSH configuration on Cisco ASA firewall, right?
Right.
Okay, now. So let's talk about the next concept is called routing implementation on Cisco ASA firewall.
Mhm.
This is our topic, routing
Right.
implementation.
Right.
So for routing, if we talk about routing concept, so we have three methods to implement routing. The first one is called static routing. Second, we have default routing, and third is called dynamic routing.
Right. Right. So just one question, like in last classes we were doing like outside, inside. We tested ping as well. So
Mhm.
that was the topic, right? We done that.
Yes,
So this is
yes,
after that, right? Just to
yes,
make sure.
yes.
Okay. Okay.
So now, see, in previous session, the topic was telnet and SSH.
Right.
It means to the firewall,
Right.
to the firewall. Now,
Exactly.
now we are talking about through the firewall traffic.
Okay.
And for through the firewall traffic, we need to implement routing configuration
Okay.
because it's L3 device. It's L3 device, and we need on L3 device we need to configure routing.
Mhm.
So you can go with the static, default, and dynamic. In dynamic, we have option EIGRP and OSP of configuration. OSP.
Okay.
So for routing configuration, I'm using a small topology. This is our topology for routing configuration.
Okay.
Let me explain you. This is a Cisco ASA firewall. We have
Okay.
inside network,
Okay.
outside network, and DMZ.
Right.
So this is our topology. And for routes, I'm trying to create some loop back. Wait. So 1.1.1/32 on R1 side.
So I don't know what this loopback means.
Loopback
What is
we are
loopback?
loopback we are using for testing purpose. Okay,
Okay.
for
So
routes.
that means we don't have to add machine.
No, yes,
Oh,
exactly.
okay.
Yes, yes,
That's why we are adding this. Okay.
yes. Loopback. This loopback is acting as an inside machine. Inside machine.
Oh, okay,
Inside
okay.
machine. Now 3.3.3.3/32 on outside router.
Mm,
So on every device, inside router, outside, and DMZ, we have a loopback.
mhm.
So let's start our basic configuration. So let's configure a router one inside router. You can see as per our topology, we are using fast Ethernet 0/0.
Right.
So I'm configuring IP address. So right to subnet we are using 200 network. So fast Ethernet 0/0, 200, 200, 210 I'm using 255, 255.0, no shutdown. This is fast Ethernet 0/0 configuration. Let's create loopback. So interface
Okay.
L0 loopback and IP address 1.1.1.1/32 single IP address. Now show IP interface brief. You can see you have a one physical interface and one
Mhm.
logical interface.
Okay.
Let's go on to the DMZ router. No. It's a DMZ. Now, fast Ethernet 0/0 IP address as per our topology 10.1.23 network. 10.1.23.10 I'm using /24, no shutdown. Exit. Let's create a loopback on DMZ router. Interface loopback 0, 2.2.2.2/32. Show IP interface. So one physical interface and one loopback interface. Let's go on to the R3 outside router. Ten dot 1.32.10/34. Now let's create a loopback. So interface L0 3.323 and mask. Now we can configure our firewall device. Cisco ASA firewall. So show interface IP brief. We have three interfaces: Ethernet 0, Ethernet 1, and Ethernet 2. Let's configure. Ethernet 0 is acting as an inside link. So name it inside. IP address 200.200.1/24. No shutdown. Now interface Ethernet 1. Name it DMZ. And security level I'm using 50. IP address 10.1.23.1 255.255.255.0/24.
Okay.
Now interface Ethernet 2.
Right.
Name if outside. IP address 10.1.32.1/24. Basic configuration is done.
Right.
It's a basic configuration. You can verify your IP address information. Okay, so in Cisco ASA firewall, the good thing is what we can use show command anywhere.
Okay.
Show command.
Oh, no need to go back in
privilege mode. Yes.
Okay.
So here we are here in global configuration mode. So you can type show interface IP brief. We have three interfaces: show name if, show name if. So we have three interfaces: inside interface now, DMZ interface, and outside interface. And these are the security levels. Now you can verify your routing table information right now. So with show root command, you can verify your routing table. So right now we have only directly connected interface information.
Right.
If you check here, we have what? Only directly connected. 200 network, 32 network, and 23. See?
200.
Now, yes.
23, 32, right.
Yes. Now let's configure routing option here. So I'm trying to implement static routing first. Static and default routing.
Okay.
So how to configure, routing concept on router? This is not our task. Our task is what? How to configure on firewall.
Oh,
because we all know how to configure routing on router from CCNA classes.
Exactly.
So let's focus on firewall. But for complete connectivity, yes, I will configure routing on all devices. But our focus is on firewall. So we can configure static routing and default routing. So I'm here on firewall. So for LAN side, I'm trying to configure static routing.
So on a high level, what's the difference between static routing and default? Static
is what? Static we are using fixed. For yes, it's a fix. And if we know the destination address, we can create an entry with static routing option. But the problem with the static net, we cannot use in a big organization. If we have a small network, so we can go with the static routing. In a small default routing we are using most of the time for ISP.
Okay.
For
Okay.
example, here in cloud side, we don't know how many destinations. So we are
Okay.
we
Got it.
are we are we are telling what for any unknown destination, this is my gateway, my ISP.
Mm-hmm.
For
Mm-hmm.
any unknown destination, this is my gateway. So
Okay.
most of the time, okay, default routing we are using for ISP side.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our
Right.
task for inside network. I'm using
Mm-hmm.
static for DMZ static, and for outside, let's configure default routing. Clear the task?
No,
Task is
this
clear.
default, yeah, this default. So who is ISP in this triangle?
This our route, this outside route. This outside router is acting as a ISP router. Okay, so after ISP, what we have? This destination.
Okay.
This R2 is acting as a gateway, ISP gateway.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
will
Got it.
configure default routing towards
Mm-hmm.
this gateway. And for destination address, yes, we have this destination address on R3 router,
Okay.
3.3.3. So for
Okay.
connectivity, we can try connectivity with 3.3.3. Clear now, Kaushik?
Right. Right. Mm-hmm.
So this is our
But the
task.
but
Mhm.
that rule we will add in firewall only, right? Not,
Yes.
we will not do anything on this
No,
ISP
no,
routing.
we will see. We will configure on every devices, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But our main focus is on firewall, okay?
Okay. Okay.
So what I'm doing, see, what I'm doing on R1, R2, and R3
Mm-hmm.
for basic connectivity on R1, R2, and R3, I'm trying to configure default because I don't want to create static entry on router because we all know,
Right.
we all know, we all
Mm-hmm.
know how to create static entry or default entry,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't want to create on router because this our focus is on Cisco ASA firewall.
Right.
So from R1, R2, and R3 towards firewall, I'm configuring default route.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For example, from R1 to firewall,
Mm-hmm.
I'm configuring default routing. Any
Mm-hmm.
network, this is syntax. Any network,
Mm-hmm.
any mask, 200, 200, 200 dot one. Done.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's go to R2. Any network, any mask, 10 dot 1 dot 23 dot from DMZ route.
Right.
R3, you can see IP route, any network, any mask, 10 dot 1 dot 32 dot 1. Done. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Done. So now let's focus on static default routing configuration on Cisco ASA firewall here.
Mm-hmm.
So you can verify with show route command. You can verify that right now we have only directly connected interfaces, directly
Mm-hmm.
connected routes. So as per our topology, I'm trying to configure a static routing for inside network, for DMZ network, but for default, for outside, I will use default routing. So
Mm-hmm.
how to create and see? You can go into the global configuration mode. Command is what? Root. On router, command is what?
Route. Yeah.
IP route.
Right.
On routers, you can use a command IP route. Syntax is same.
Mm-hmm.
But here we have IP route on Cisco router. On firewall, you have root
Just
command.
the route. Okay.
Now, question mark, if you type question mark, you need to define your interface.
Okay.
So you are trying to create static and default routing. Perfect, no problem. But please tell me for
Mm-hmm.
which interface.
Okay.
So I'm telling what I'm trying to configure routing for inside network.
Okay.
On and in inside network, I have a loopback 1.1.1. This is my destination address. I want to create a static entry for this destination address. If anyone trying to go 1.1.1.1,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and this is mask, this is mask. They
Okay.
can go via 200, 200, 200 dot. This is entry. What
Yeah.
what
Can
we
you
have? I'm
explain
I'm on
explain
firewall.
this
I'm on
command?
firewall. If anyone trying to go 1.1.1,
Okay.
so they can go via this gateway. This is static entry. What? Its syntax is same. See,
Okay.
destination information. This is what destination and information. And next hop IP.
Hop.
Next
Okay.
hop IP.
Got it. Got it. Clear.
Okay. Now you can click on. You can press enter. You can press enter. This is our first entry. Now let's go up with the route. DMjet. DMjet. Now 2.2.2.2 because we have a loopback 2.2.2. 255, 255, 255, then 10.1.23.10. Again, if anyone trying to go on 2.2.2, they
Okay.
can go via this gateway. Here we are
Right.
using 10.1.23.10. Clear now? Kashif?
Clear. Clear. Yeah.
Now let's configure default route. So route outside and any network, any mask, any network, any mask 10.1.32.32.10. So what I'm saying, if anyone trying to go any unknown destination for
Okay.
1.1.1, please use this gateway. For
Right.
2.2.2, please use this gateway. But if anyone trying to go any other destination, any unknown destination, so they can go via 10.1.23.32.10.
Okay. So by here, anyone means we are talking about DMZ and inside
Any
network, right?
any no,
Technically.
any means what? Any destination. Now, if
Okay.
you, let me see. Now, if you verify this time your routing table, so we have three entry.
Okay.
We have three entry. As per this configuration, see, we have two entry with S. S is called what?
Static.
And one entry with S is asterisk value. It means asterisk
Right.
value means what? This is candidate default. It means this is static default. Default route. So if
Right.
anyone, as per my configuration, as per entry, if anyone trying to go on 1.1.1, so they can go via this gateway.
That's correct.
In your firewall, you have an entry. If any traffic firewall will receive for 1.1.1, firewall will send this traffic on 200, 200, 210. Now, if
Okay.
anyone trying to go 2.2.2 can go via
Okay.
10.1.23.10. Now,
Okay.
now, if anyone trying to access any other destination, not 1.1.1, not 2.2. If anyone trying to access any other destination,
Okay.
any unknown destination, so they can go
Correct.
via ISP set.
Okay.
Clear now?
So this line means any IP,
Any
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 destination.
destination, exactly, any destination.
Okay.
But
Okay.
right now into this small topology for
Correct.
testing, we have a loopback 3.3.3.3.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So let's go on to the firewall now. So if I have a route in my routing table, so I want to verify my connectivity.
Yeah. But
So
in this one, just for my clarity, because the packet will first come inside the firewall, right?
no, right
So
now, I'm trying to initiate my traffic from firewall.
okay.
I'm not initiating traffic to the firewall. Right now,
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
Right now, I'm here. I'm trying to ping. I'm trying to ping my 1.1.1, 2.2.2, and 3.3.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
So let's verify because I have some entry in my routing table. So let's verify connectivity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ping 1.1.1. Yes, I'm getting reply. Success rate is 100%.
Okay. That
Now,
means our rule is okay.
exactly 2.2.2. Yes, I can ping. Now ping 3.3. Outside loop back. Yes, I'm getting reply.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But now let's go on to the inside route. Let's go on to the inside route. So you can verify onto this inside router with show IP route command. With show IP route command, you have a default route, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are not using any static entry. You can configure, like if on R1 you can configure this destination information, then
Right.
next hop IP, then again
Correct.
you need
Correct.
to create one more entry for this
Mm-hmm.
destination, again gateway is same. But
Right.
we are using here what? Default route. So
Mm-hmm.
for any destination gateways 200, 200, 200, 1. Okay. For any destination, gateways 200, 200, 201. So now I'm trying to initiate my traffic. So
Okay.
on R1, ping, I'm trying to ping 3.3.3.3. It means I'm trying to travel through the firewall, right?
Right. Right.
So this traffic, say, if I will generate this traffic,
Mm-hmm.
then source is what? Source is
Source
what?
is the one
Source is
one
this
dot.
exit. No, 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 no. If you want to ping from 1.1.1.1, so you need to specify with source command 1.1.1.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right.
If you
Correct.
if you ping 3.3.3 directly, so it means you are trying to ping from this exit interface.
This. Yeah. Exit interface. Correct.
So
Zero
so
dot zero. Yeah.
so IP, no, exit interface is what? 200 200 200.1. Here we are
10.
using, no, oh yes, sorry, 10, right? 10 we
Yeah.
are using. Now this traffic is going to hit onto the firewall box. Now what firewall will do? If any traffic is going to hit onto the firewall device,
Mm-hmm.
then firewall hit. Okay. So this traffic is going to hit onto this firewall device. Now firewall will receive, okay, you are trying to go on 3.3.3. Let me
Right.
check my routing table.
Mm-hmm.
In my routing table for 1.1.1, this is gateway, 2.2.2 for this is the gateway. Okay, for 3.3.3, I don't have any static entry, I have a default entry.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, so for 3.3.3, yes, this is the part of my any unknown destination. So you can go via 32.10. So this
Mm-hmm.
firewall will forward this traffic to the outside router. Clear?
Okay.
So
Right.
it's a simple routing switching concept.
Mm-hmm.
Routing concept.
Right.
So now if I'm trying to ping, for example, I have a route, and as per my routing table, I'm waiting for reply.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
But I'm not getting reply. See, success rate is what? Success
0%.
rate is 0%. So I'm not getting reply. Why? See, if you remember, I told you we are working with Cisco ASA firewall, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And on Cisco ASA firewall works with a concept is called security level. By
Correct.
default, traffic is allowed from higher security level to
Too
lower
low.
security level by default.
Mm.
But
Right.
remember always only TCP and UDP traffic.
True.
And this is what, Kashif? This is ICMP traffic.
ICMP. Correct.
ICMP traffic.
Mm-hmm.
So
Got it.
higher to lower, it's allowed, no problem. But
Correct.
only TCP and UDP traffic.
Mm-hmm.
But this traffic is ICMP. It means from this inside machine, you cannot ping to your
Ping.
loopback.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot ping.
Right.
But wait. If you go onto the R3 onto this outside router, or you can say on R3, I'm trying to enable telnet line VTY space password Cisco log log. Now host name is ISP.
Mm.
Now, so I cannot ping, but in case if I'm trying to access telnet is a part of TCP connection, right?
Correct. Correct. It should
So,
work.
so now if I'm trying to access telnet, same IP, then 3.3.3. See, the good
Okay.
thing is what? I cannot ping, but I can access telnet.
Right, because TCP.
TCP connection. So password is CISCO123. See,
Okay,
high-speed router.
correct.
Now, if you remember, I told you if traffic is traveling through the firewall device, if traffic is right now, traffic is traveling, right?
Yes,
I'm on R1. Okay, I can access this outside route. Traffic
true.
is traveling through the firewall device.
Correct.
So on Cisco ASA firewall, if traffic is traveling through the firewall box, then firewall will maintain the state of connection in a
Mhm.
table is called state table.
Right.
And in state table, what we have? Source, IP,
Mhm.
source, port number,
Right.
destination IP, and destination port number. So this is that was a theory concept, right? Remember?
Right, right.
If
Yeah.
traffic is traveling through the firewall box, the firewall will maintain the state of connection in connection table. When the reply packet will come, firewall will verify this packet information in a state table. If there is any entry, traffic is allowed. Otherwise,
Mhm.
no.
Right, right.
So right now, this traffic this traffic was initiated from inside network,
Mhm.
and so it's allowed. So now
Okay.
let's verify
Mhm.
our state table on firewall.
But in this case, source port and destination port will be same, right?
No, no, no,
It
no, no,
won't change.
no, no, no. See,
It will
okay,
change?
okay. See, let me show you the entry. Okay,
Okay.
show connection. Let me show the show connection command. You can verify your state table entry,
Mhm.
what you have in your connection table.
Okay.
So this 200 210, this inside PC is trying to access what? 3.3.3,
Mhm.
and source port number is a random port number, but destination is cache 23. Telnet port number is what? Cache
23.
23.
Yeah.
Clear? So what we have in our connection table.
Just 1 second. Just
Mhm.
let me just read this line. Okay. 200,
I can explain you. See,
Okay.
this is what TCP connection,
Yes.
and now this is what source IP. This is what source IP, source port number,
Correct.
destination IP, and destination port number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So one
And
one question here,
mhm,
like
mhm.
how the communication works if it is 25523, but finally it's 23. So how it knows,
See,
like
this is source IP. This is source IP. See,
yeah.
when traffic is traveling,
Mhm.
if you remember basic routing concept or basic
Yeah.
basic packet flow on router,
Correct.
basic packet flow. So what we have, if traffic is traveling, so what it's required source IP.
True.
For example, if I'm trying to ping google.com
Mhm.
right now, so my source IP address is what? My source IP right now is 192.168.1.4, right?
Right.
And now automatically I need a source port number. So it's a
Correct.
random port number.
It's always random port number
Yes, it's random,
in general.
exactly. Yes, it's always random.
It's not like 23, like
No, no. See, this
uh-huh.
this is this is for destination. It's a fix because you are trying to access telnet service.
Okay.
Telnet standard port number is not. It's a fix. I'm talking
hmm
about this source port number.
Okay.
It's so this my laptop.
hmm
If I'm trying to ping google.com,
Right.
so I have my source IP 1.4, and
hmm
automatically it will take a source port number, any source port number.
Okay. Okay.
But what about
For
that?
the ping to go through. For the ping to go through.
Yes, and see, for example, if
Mhm.
I'm trying to access Telnet, for example, Telnet,
Right.
Google.com. So my source IP address is 192.168.1.4, right? This one.
Correct. Correct.
And my source port number is any random port number.
Okay.
What about destination? What about destination? Destination is Google IP.
Right.
Destination is Google IP and destination port number. I'm trying to access telnet service. So this is my destination. Destination service.
Okay.
Destination port. So this is the syntax. So
Okay.
same information, same information. This same information. The good thing is what, Shiv, we can see this information in firewall. We cannot see in router
Yeah, that's correct.
because
That's why what I
router
was thinking, like it's 23
router
source as
see
well as destination. Yeah.
yes, and see router will not maintain any state of connection, but firewall can. So we can see this state connection in firewall. Clear now?
Right.
Okay, now so here we can see the connection table. Now if I'm trying to exit, for example, exit. So connection is closed. Again, this time if I'm trying to verify my connection table, so traffic is not traveling through the firewall device, so I don't have any entry. Clear
Okay.
now? Yes, entry is gone because I
Right.
don't have any connection.
Okay.
So when traffic is traveling, firewall will maintain the state of connection. Clear now?
Yes.
Now let's generate again, for example, telnet password Cisco 123. I can access and you can verify. This time you have a different port number. Previous, see,
Okay.
source port number is a random port number, but destination is fixed because you are trying to access telnet service.
Right.
Now exit. So traffic is traveling.
So just one question here. Like generally, when I'm configuring the role, I tell few things only, like source IP, destination IP, and port number, which is normally 23. Uh,
For
Generally in
telnet.
firewall rule, we don't define this random ports. So within the
See,
firewall, how it
you
works?
cannot define this random port on any device.
Right.
It's automatic.
Okay. So can I say that in firewall, like when we are going towards 3.3.3, so it anything will go, like any random port the firewall will allow, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If you are
Okay.
not only 3.3.3, if you are trying to access any destination, so destination IP address is fixed. Destination port number is fixed.
Correct.
Source IP address will change.
Okay. And firewall
So
will
not
not
source IP,
look at
source
all.
port number.
Source port, yeah. And firewall will not look at that port
Yes.
technically, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Clear now?
Clear.
Okay. Now, so wait. What was your question? Firewall will
Yeah.
not look at the source
Yeah.
port.
So
No,
tech.
no, no,
So
no, no, no.
yeah.
See. Every connection has a port number. No, no, no. Wait. For example, Kashi, there is two machine.
Correct.
Firewall will
Right.
maintain also the source ports. It's important because
Okay.
if these two computers, if they are trying to access telnet, for example,
Right.
this is server SRV. This inside machine, what is source IP 200, 210, 200,
Correct.
211? Because
Right.
traffic is going to hit and now source port number is, for example, 10,000. For example. For this source port number is 10,000,
Right.
10,001, 10,001, for example. Then how your firewall will identify if reply packet is coming? How firewall will verify this reply packet is for this one or for this one? Behalf of your port number. Because in between this inside machine, this server source port number is 10,000. So when the reply packet will come, firewall will verify, okay, reply is coming from 8.8.8, okay, and this reply is for telnet, and this reply is for what? This particular source port number.
Right.
So now firewall can identify, okay, this source port number was generated by PC number 1.
Then like what my question was, generally when I'm configuring the rule, I just define
See,
source IP address.
configuring rule is a different thing.
Okay.
Okay, configuring ACL rule on firewall is a different thing.
But technically it works in the same way, right? Like for example, example,
See,
uh,
in rule you are using source IP, destination IP, and port number.
yes.
Destination port number. So you can only define source IP, destination port. You cannot define source port number.
Okay, okay. Now
Source
it's
port.
clear. So when
If
we define the port number, basically we are defining destination port number.
exactly always.
Okay, 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 got it.
Okay. So now let's verify again. So connection. So we have connection tip exit. So it means traffic is traveling. As per our discussion, traffic is traveling from higher security level to lower security level. No problem.
Right.
Kaushik. Now, in case, if I'm trying to initiate my traffic from outside, for example, if I want to check traffic from lower security level to higher security level, then
It should not work.
it's a block, right?
Yeah.
Let's check. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
So now this is your inside router. So host name is inside. Okay. So I'm trying to enable telnet line VTY 4 password 65E123 login. So let's initiate our traffic from R3. Now host name is okay, host name is done. So I'm trying to initiate. First, I'm trying to ping 1.1.1. So from this outside router, I'm trying to ping this inside loopback. Success rate is 0. No problem. Let's initiate the net connection. 1.1.1.1.1. See, Kashif, I'm not getting reply.
Yeah.
I'm not getting reply.
Still trying. Yeah.
So yes. So as per our discussion, traffic is not allowed from lower security level to higher security level.
Higher.
Everything is denied. By default, traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. I hope it's
Correct.
clear for you.
Yeah, yeah. So that means we are secure. Like no
Yes,
one from
traffic,
ISP or
yes,
from outside, they cannot enter into inside network.
yes. But but the point is what we need to allow. We need to allow because
Yeah,
we
yeah.
need to allow some outside machine, some outside PC to access my web server, for example, to access my FTP server, to access my
Okay,
DNS server. So
okay,
yes, we need to allow. And if you
okay.
want to allow, by default it's denied. But if you want to
Correct.
allow, you need to configure what? ACL tool,
Okay,
access control list, ACL. So we'll discuss ACL later, but right now let's complete our routing section.
okay.
So what we have, this is our static and default routing. Clear?
Yeah.
Let's go on to the router. So on router, you can verify your routing configuration. Show run route. The show run route, you can get all route all entry with route command. So yes, we have outside entry, inside entry, DMJ entry. Now
Okay.
in case now I want to delete all these entry because I want to configure RIP, EIGRP, and OSPF. I want to use default routing concept here. Sorry, dynamic routing concept here. So I need to delete. So what we have as per static configuration, I need to delete all entry one by one.
Right.
You can type no command, you can
And then
copy this
copy paste.
command,
Yeah.
you can paste. But it's a firewall. We have
Mm-hmm.
good feature in firewall. In router, yes, we need to use no command. Here
Okay.
what we can do, we can use no, or no, we can use configure,
Mm-hmm.
clear configuration. So I want to clear
Okay.
all the configuration, which is start with the root command.
Okay.
So with a single line, you can erase all the configuration which is start with the root. If you press enter, Clear configuration route. So now this time you can verify, show, run, route. There's no any entry. This time there's no any entry. You can verify your routing table. Done. Clear now,
Right.
Kashif?
Yeah.
So this is what our static and default routing. Now we can discuss dynamic routing, but not today, tomorrow.
Right.
Kashif?
Right.
And see,
Okay.
please connect. Let me talk to our trainer. Okay, you can do
Yeah.
your demo discussion on pen testing. Okay,
Sure. Sure.
give me 5 minutes. I will update you.
Sure. Sure.
Bye, Kashif. I
Okay.
will upload
Okay.
the
Bye.
previous session video and today's session video.
Yeah. 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 Okay. Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
You're
We can.
Okay. So this training is related with Fortinet firewall, right? Suresh, do you have any experience with firewall device? Suresh,
We don't have Jitendra.
okay. So are you working with routing and switching?
Yeah.
Are you working
Switching.
switching? Mustafa, do you have any experience with firewall?
Hi, sir.
Hi, Mustafa.
Actually, right now I'm working in a company.
Okay.
So there I have that project experience. So in that, in the next project, we have a Fortinet firewall.
Mhm.
So I've just worked on the consoles like admin console, but not from the scratch.
Okay. No problem. Sunita,
Sir, as you know, like
yes, I
you
already know you.
yeah, but Fortinet, sir, now the company I joined, it's everything is Fortinet, FortiSwitch, everything FortiGate.
48
So
products.
yeah,
Hmm.
so it's been very hard for me to learn things there.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
Let's start our discussion with intro.
Yes, sir.
So, see, I will start from scratch. Okay, I will start from what is firewall exactly. But before start training, let's discuss topic today. Okay, total training will take in Fortinet. This training is related with NSC4. This training is called what? NSC4 training. Okay, NSC4. Please wait. Okay, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this training is related with NSC4 program. Okay, I will tell you about the Fortinet certifications. No problem. So complete training will take minimum. This NSC4 training, complete training will take minimum 26 to 28 hours. 28 hours. What I can provide you from my side, I can provide you slides and notes. So we have a proper notes for each topic. For example, if I'm talking about firewall policy configuration in Fortinet, so you can verify here. I can show you. We have a proper notes and slide. For example, in case if we are talking about firewall policy concept. So you can follow this slide. You can follow this notes, step-by-step notes for configuration. See, it means we have a slide for each and every topic. I can share, no problem. Software and tools for lab setup. I can also help you to set up the lab, no problem. So, but the minimum requirement to set up the 48 hour lab is you need to have 8 GB RAM in your laptop. If you have 8 GB RAM, so you can set up your lab, no problem, for only 48 hour blocks. So let's start our topic discussion. So these are the modules. In our complete training, we have 14 modules, and the first topic is called Introduction and Initial Configuration. Okay, before this topic, I will tell you the basic concept about firewall terminology, okay, firewall techniques. So this is not related with Fortinet. This is common topic. Like for any next generation firewall box. So I can tell you what is firewall first, what is firewall device, and I can discuss firewall technique. firewall techniques. After that, we can start our discussion. After that, we can start our first topic. It's called introduction and initial configuration. So like other vendor, you guys are familiar with the CCNA, right? CCNA concept. So remember in CCNA, we all know the concept about router and switches. We all know how to configure it. We all know the product family information. In Cisco, it's like Cisco router, Cisco switches series. Same, like if I'm learning 48 products, so 48 firewall box, so I need to know the product family about Fortinet, like entry-level firewall device or mid-range firewall box or high-end devices. So I can tell you here in introduction and initial configuration, I can tell you about the product family first, product family information. Then why Fortinet? Because in market we have multiple vendors. For next generation firewall, you can verify here. Let me show you. For next generation firewall, we have multiple vendors in the market. These are the vendors, guys. These are the vendors for next generation firewall. Our focus is on Fortinet. So why Fortinet? Because we have Palo Alto, we have Checkpoint Firewall Box, we have Cisco. And why Fortinet? So we can discuss in introduction and initial configuration here. After that, we can go on to the CLI configuration, how to access Fortinet Firewall Box. Fortinet Firewall Box through CLI and all CLI basic command we can discuss. After that, we can go on to the graphical page. So most of the configuration we can do with the graphical page. But yes, you can use CLI command. I can show you some command for a policy configuration, for NAT configuration, for routing configuration. I can show you. But most of the configuration we can do with the graphical page. So in introduction and initial configuration, after product family, after product discussion, we can go on to the CLI option and graphical option. Here we can discuss one more concept. It's called interface configuration. Interface configuration. Interface. If you guys are familiar with the Palo Alto, remember in Palo Alto we have L3 interface, L2 interface. We all are familiar with these type of interfaces, right?
Yes, sir.
L2 and L3. Okay, in Palo Alto we have tap interface. We have virtual wire interface. We have high
HA.
availability interface. So like other vendor like Palo Alto, like Cisco, like Checkpoint Firewall Box, you can configure interfaces here. We can configure interfaces. I can show you the both option, how to configure IP address through CLI, through graphical page. So interface configuration we can focus with CLI and graphical page. And here we can discuss both options. We can focus on physical interface configuration and what logical. In logical, we can discuss VLAN interface concept. Then we can go on to the SVI interface. SVI interface, you can go with the ether channel concept. Remember ether channel? Ether channel is related with routing and switching. So you can go with the ether channel concept. Yes, you can configure redundant interface. You can create loopback option. You can create loopback interface. So these are related with the logical interface configuration on 14 firewall box. But yes, you can configure your physical interface also. So I will show you all the scenario, how to work with the interfaces, how to configure it. After that, we can discuss one more concept here in introduction and initial configuration is called RBAC. RBAC is a common topic. It's called role-based access control. We can create multiple firewall administrator. We can create multiple firewall administrator to manage our FortiGate firewall box. We can also define the level of access. For example, I have L3 administrator in my organization and L1 administrator. L3 admin can do any kind of changes, can do any kind of configuration. What about L1 administrator? L1 admin can only read the configuration. He cannot change anything. So we can discuss here how to create multiple firewall administrators and how to define the level of access, or you can say how to define the permission. Okay, clear my point, Sunita, Suresh,
Yes, sir.
Mustafa, any question?
Yes,
No, sir.
Jitendra. No.
Okay, so this is called what? RBAC. So only this concept, this chapter number 1 will take minimum 3 to 4 hours. Only this first chapter, first topic. After that, we can go on to the routing concept, and yes, it's a common topic. But you know, guys, routing concept we are using on router. We can configure routing on router, like static routing, default, RIP configuration, EIGRP, BGP, OSPF. We can configure on routers. But you know, like other vendor, Fortinet is giving you the option, to configure routing. For example, you are working with a small organization where you have a single FortiGate firewall box. You don't have any router, and you want to connect your firewall with internet. So you need to configure routing like static, default, or dynamic. So I can show you how to configure all routing concept here. We can focus on static routing, then default routing. I'm not telling you the storyline, okay? You guys are familiar with the storyline. What is static? What is default? I'm telling you how to configure it on FortiGate firewall box through CLI, through graphical page. Then you can move on to the dynamic routing concept. In dynamic routing, we can focus on RIP and OSPF configuration and BGP. So I can tell you all how to configure routing configuration on FortiGate firewall box. Once you configure your routing, after that you can go on to the translation, and yes, it's a common topic. You guys are familiar with the NAT from CCNA. Remember, in CCNA, we have 3 types of NAT in CCNA. Static NAT, right? Dynamic NAT, and PAT. Remember, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Static, dynamic, and PAT. So what is PAT, Suresh? Can you
Port
help me
address
out?
translator.
Okay, where we can use PAT option.
Single static IP address with multiple ports.
Single static IP. You can use outgoing interface IP address also, Suresh. It's not mandatory.
Yeah.
Static IP. Okay, Mustafa, what is dynamic NAT? Any idea, Mustafa?
Hi. Yeah.
Do you have any idea about static and dynamic?
Yeah. The dynamic NAT will be given dynamic IPs to the outside world.
No.
Static can be defined.
Statically.
Static
Okay,
can be
okay. What is
defined.
Mustafa? What is NAT exactly? What do you think? What is NAT?
It will translate the address.
Okay, we are using NAT for translation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are the options, Mustafa. These are the NAT translation option, translation configuration option. But these topics are related with CCNA,
Yes.
CCNA routing and switching. Sunita, what is static NAT?
Sir, static, we will assign a single like address to a single device. We can't do multiple address translation.
In static NAT, we can do one-to-one mapping.
Yes, one-on-one mapping.
One-to-one mapping. Okay.
Yeah.
And in dynamic NAT,
One to
we
many.
can create a pool of IP, range
Yes.
of IP address. And in
DHCP
PAT, we can
and
in PAT we can translate multiple
ports.
private IP address with single public
Single.
IP. Suresh,
Yes.
Yeah.
it doesn't matter it's a static IP or outgoing interface IP. It doesn't matter. Okay, you can translate multiple private IP address into single public. So this concept is called NAT. So NAT, this topic is a common topic, guys. Remember always NAT. You can configure on Palo Alto Firewall, on Checkpoint Firewall, on Cisco ASA, Cisco FTD, or you can configure on Fortinet. In Fortinet, we can focus 2 types of NAT. It's called source NAT. Source NAT concept. And second, we can discuss is called destination NAT. Destination NAT. And to configure this source and destination, we have two configuration option. First one is called what? Firewall policy NAT. And second is called central NAT. Central NAT concept. So our focus is on what? First, we will discuss what is NAT, why we are using NAT concept. I will revise, no problem. It's a CCNA concept, but I can revise, no problem. So first we can focus on what is NAT. After that, we can discuss scenario for source and destination NAT. In this scenario, we are using source NAT or for destination NAT. And after that, for source and destination NAT configuration, we have two configuration options. So to configure source and destination NAT, either you can go with the firewall policy NAT or you can go with the central NAT. So only this NAT concept will take minimum 3 to 4 hours. Okay, with the theoretical and practical implementation. I will tell you both with scenario. I will show you the practical. Okay, so NAT we are using only for Mustafa for translation, right? Suresh, Sunita. NAT concept we are using only for translation.
Yes, sir.
But if you want to allow traffic from one network to another network, for example, here we have one FortiGate firewall box. It's a one FortiGate firewall box, and this firewall is connected with LAN network and WAN site, WAN network. If you want to allow traffic from one network to another network, you need to configure firewall
Policies.
Remember always, guys. Remember always.
Yes.
Remember always your Palo Alto Firewall, Checkpoint, CCSA, Checkpoint Firewall Box, or you can say Cisco FTD, Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. These firewalls are using a technique is called JBF. They are working with this technique is called JBF, zone-based firewall. So in case if you are working with any zone-based firewall, so the concept is if you want to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, in case if you are working with these firewall devices, Palo Alto, Checkpoint, and FTD. So here we have a zone concept. If you want to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, you need to configure policy. In Palo Alto, you can create security policy. In Checkpoint, you can create access control policy. In Cisco FTD, you can create access policy. But Fortinet is not a zone-based firewall. Remember always, no. Fortinet is not a zone-based firewall. In Fortinet, concept is what? In Fortinet, if you want to allow traffic from one interface to another interface, if you want to allow traffic from one interface to another interface, so you need to configure firewall policy. So Fortinet is not a zone-based firewall. So here we have a concept, firewall policy concept. We can focus here how to allow traffic from one interface to another interface, how to create multiple firewall policy. For example, if I'm working with a big organization, if I want to create 100, 200 firewall policy rule, how to create policy with CLI option, how to configure with graphical page. We'll discuss both, no problem. We'll discuss both. And if you want to, if you have multiple firewall policies, so how to arrange, how to work with these firewall policies, how to delete, how to edit, we'll discuss in detail. We have a proper topic on firewall policy. Next we can discuss is called web filtering concept. What is web filtering?
Sir, if any website we want to block or give limited access to particular group of people, we can add this web filtering options. We can work on this and do the needful.
Yes, remember URL filtering Palo Alto training?
Yes, sir.
It's the same. It's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same, but you know, in 14 you will get some extra feature. I will show you.
Okay.
But see, but the point is what these topics, web filtering, application control, antivirus, and I can add one more topic here is called file filter.
Mhm.
So in 14.8 we can discuss security profile. These are what? These are what? These are security
Security
profiles.
profiles.
Security profiles means what? These are the next generation firewall feature.
Mhm.
Next generation firewall feature. So for example, see, here we have a firewall device, and this firewall device is connected with a LAN, and we have WAN connectivity. WAN connectivity. As per your firewall policy, for example, as per your firewall policy, traffic is traveling from LAN to WAN side. No problem.
When
This inside machine can access the server. So as per firewall policy, traffic is traveling. But let's take example, this inside machine is trying to download a file from this outside server, and maybe this file is infected with some malicious code, maybe. So your firewall policy cannot detect this malicious information within a session. Your firewall policy cannot detect. That's why what we can do, we can create security profile here. For example, I can create in this scenario, I can create antivirus profile. And this antivirus profile I can attach with firewall policy. Okay, so because of as per firewall policy, traffic is traveling. So session is established, and this inside machine is trying to download a malicious file. So your antivirus profile can detect viruses within a session. Within your live session, your firewall can detect viruses on behalf of antivirus signature database. And once it detects viruses, you can take action. You can block the session. You can block the traffic. So this inside machine cannot download malicious file, for example. So these are what? These are it. These are this web filtering, application control, antivirus profile, file filter. These are what? These are called security profiles. It's a common topic, guys. If you go with the Palo Alto or Checkpoint Firewall Box or Cisco Firepower Threat Defense, yes, you need to create security profiles. It's a common topic. So with web filtering, what we can do, if you want to block any specific URL in your organization, a specific URL, or if you want to block URL categories, for example, I want to block in my organization, I want to block all political organization website. I want to block all news and media category website. I want to block all gaming category website. Yes, we can do this. We can do this with web filtering. In Fortinet, you can say web filtering. In Palo Alto, this is called URL filtering. So see, we have a proper topic. Chapter number 5 is dedicated for, it is dedicated for web filtering. So we can discuss in detail. Right now, I'm giving you the basic idea. Clear my point? Everyone,
yes,
Yeah.
sir.
right now I'm giving you the basic idea, but we'll discuss in detail. Okay, because when you configure web filtering, you can discuss a lots of things. For example, inspection mode. Here we have two type of inspection mode is called flow-based, proxy-based. So we'll discuss in detail. But right now I'm giving idea. With web filtering, you can block, allow, monitor any specific URL or URL categories. Yes. Okay. 14.8 firewall is a next generation firewall. Okay, so this firewall can detect applications, on behalf of application signature database. For example, in my organization, I want to block Facebook application. I want to block LinkedIn application. I want to block YouTube application. Yes, I can do this. Either you can go with a specific application or you can go with the application group, application category. For example, I want to block all email category application. I can do this. I can block with application control. In Fortinet, this is called application control. In Palo Alto, this is called app ID, application identification. So don't confuse, okay? The concept is common. Application control concept is a common. So with application control, your firewall can detect application and you can take an action. Antivirus profile, your firewall can detect malicious information, virus, spyware, malware. Your Palo Alto firewall or your antivirus profile can detect behalf of antivirus signature database and can take an action. File filter is also a security profile. Let's take example. In your organization, you don't want to allow exe file, for example, exe file or PDF file. No one can upload or download exe or PDF file in your organization. These are what? These are the file extension, right? Everyone? exe, PDF, MP4, MP3, WMB. These are what? These are the file extensions. So in my organization, if I want to, block, no one can upload or download exe file or PDF file, I can do this with file filter option. So these are called security profile concept. Okay, now next topic is called FortiGate AD. What is FortiGate AD? See, as per your firewall policy, wait, I told you, as per your firewall policy, wait. Okay, so as per your firewall policy, traffic is traveling. For example, this inside machine IP address is 192.168.10.10. So this inside machine is trying to hit onto this incoming interface port number 2 and outgoing interface is port number 1. So traffic is traveling as per your firewall policy. And I have a rule. I have what? I have a firewall policy right now. So this is called a firewall policy. For example, this is called firewall policy rule 1. This is your first rule. For example, as per this firewall policy, traffic is traveling. So if someone will hit onto this rule, you can monitor the log. You can monitor your traffic. If someone will hit onto this firewall policy, you can verify the log information. So in log, you can get only incoming interface, hello, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Sunita?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can hear you.
Okay. So if you verify your log information, so you will get incoming interface, outgoing interface, going interface, source IP, destination IP, but you don't know which user account. You don't know which user account is trying to access this malicious information from outside. So for full visibility, we can discuss FortiGate AD. Sunita, remember a concept in
Yes, sir.
Palo training? Remember a concept?
Exactly.
User
Yes.
ID?
Mm-hmm.
User ID? Same concept we
Yes.
have here. Same concept we have is called FortiGate AD, or you can say firewall
Aggregated.
authentication. In Fortinet, this concept is called FortiGate AD or firewall authentication.
Authentication.
So
Okay.
for full visibility, what we can do, we can create user account. We can create user account. So you have two options, guys. You have two options. Either you can create your user account in local database in FortiGate firewall, local database, or you can go with the remote authentication server. Remote authentication servers. Like you have multiple remote authentication server like Radius,
Takas.
IUS, TechX we have. Or LDAP, or you can say Active Directory, LDAP.
Packet.
So what you can do, either you can create user account in local database and you can use this local database user account in your firewall policy configuration, or you can integrate your firewall box with any remote authentication servers like Radius, TACAX, and so in this section, in this FortiGate area, I can tell you how to work with user account, how to create user account in local database, how to create group account in local database, or in case if I'm working in a big organization and I want to integrate my firewall box with remote authentication server, yes, I can tell you how to configure, how to integrate. So this concept is called what? FortiGate area. After that, we can go on to the virtual domain, and it's a common topic. In Cisco, this concept is called virtual firewall. Virtual firewall. We can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall. Multiple virtual firewall. See, for example, here we have a FortiGate firewall device, and this firewall is connected with a switch. We have multiple computers, you can say, or multiple departments. For example, in LAN side, I have multiple departments. For example, marketing department, sales department, and HR department. So this is called marketing, sales, and HR. And these departments are connected with the firewall device. So now let's talk about a scenario. Okay, wait, Arjun, can you hear me? Arjun? Arjun, you are late. Can you hear me, Arjun? Okay, let's continue. Mustafa, Suresh, Sunita.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's
Yeah,
talk
we
about
can.
scenario. Let's talk about scenario. So for example, here in LAN side, we have multiple departments like marketing, sales, and HR. Multiple departments. So for example, for each department, my requirement is different. For each department, I want to configure separate type of routing concept, separate type of translation rule. I want to configure separate type of firewall policy, or you can say for marketing and for sales, I want dedicated L3 firewall, and for HR, I want a dedicated L2 firewall. So in this small scenario, in this small network, what we can do, we need 3 separate dedicated firewall for each department. Single firewall box cannot handle. It means this single device as per requirement, for example. So what you can do, you can purchase 3 separate boxes. That is the solution. But if you are going with the 3 separate physical boxes, then the cost is very high. That's why what we can do, we can purchase a single big box, and with the help of a license, you can divide your single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall device. Okay, you can divide your single firewall box into multiple virtual. This concept is called VDOM. In short, you can say VDOM concept or virtual domain. So now we have firewall box 1, firewall box 2, and firewall box 3. So these are what? These are interfaces. These are interfaces. So now marketing traffic. Marketing traffic is traveling via marketing firewall box. Sales traffic is traveling via sales firewall device. And HR traffic is traveling via HR firewall. So now we have 3 independent units. These are the logical, but these are the 3 separate independent devices. Firewall box 1 don't know anything about firewall box 2 and 3. So we can divide our single firewall box into multiple firewall box. This concept is called VDOM. It means this is called firewall marketing VDOM, sales VDOM, HR VDOM. So what is the concept? How to divide, how to work with VDOM concept, we'll discuss in detail. But this is the basic concept. Sunita, clear for you? What is VDOM? We can divide our
Yes, sir.
single firewall box. Mustafa, Arjun,
Yeah, understood.
Suresh.
Jitendra, I have some question. Can I ask now or
Sure,
can I?
sure. You can ask. No problem.
Yeah. This is same like virtual VLAN, right? The in switch, whatever we are
You
creating.
you can say. Like
Yeah. So in this case, do we require multiple ISP link or one link is
see,
enough?
it's depend upon scenario, Suresh. Depend upon
Okay.
scenario. We have two. When we will discuss VDOM concept in detail,
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you the two. I will tell you two scenarios. First is called independent. Let me show you. Right now, I'm giving you the basic idea. I told you, but when we'll talk in detail, so I will show you the scenario. See, so we have two scenarios. It's Suresh question, right? Suresh.
Yeah.
See, so we'll discuss two scenarios. Suresh. First scenario is called independent VDOMs. Or next scenario you can discuss is called routing through a single VDOM. So see, in this scenario, we need a separate internet ISP link for each VDOM. Clear my point?
Yeah.
Or maybe in your organization you have a single ISP connection, maybe, right? Maybe you
Yeah. We have only one
have
connection.
multiple departments in your LAN side, but on your WAN side you have a single ISP connection, right? So we'll
Yeah.
discuss this scenario, no problem. Clear my point now?
Yeah.
We'll discuss. Any other question, Suresh?
Nothing. That's all.
Sunita, any question?
No, sir.
Arjun, you are late, dear. Arjun, can you hear me? Arjun, dear, can you hear me? Mustafa, any question, dear?
Not yet. It's okay.
Okay, now the next topic we can focus on layer 2 firewall. Layer 2 firewall. Remember, always you can use your firewall device in two mode. Either you can use your firewall as a L3 firewall device, or you can say NAT mode firewall, or you can say L3 firewall, or you can say routed firewall, or you can use your firewall mode as a L2, or you can say transparent firewall. See, for example, if I have a firewall device and this firewall mode is a NAT, let's take example. If this firewall mode is NAT mode, so we can configure IP address onto these interfaces. We can configure IPs onto these interfaces. We can configure routing onto this firewall, NAT, VPN concept, and yes, it's a next generation firewall. So we can use next generation firewall feature. Okay? We can use next generation firewall feature. So how to work with a layer 3 firewall device? I can tell you here in introduction and initial configuration, routing, NAT we can implement, VPN we can implement on L3 firewall, on NAT mode firewall. But let's take example, if I'm using this firewall device, as a layer 2, for example, as a layer 2 firewall. So if this firewall is acting as a layer 2, or you can say as a transparent firewall, so you cannot configure IP address here. Onto these interfaces, you cannot configure IP address because these interfaces are acting as a layer 2. It's not a switch port. It's a layer 2 interface. It means we cannot configure IP address onto this interface. That's it. And it's a layer 2 firewall box, so we cannot configure routing. We cannot configure NAT, VPN, no. But yes, it's a next generation firewall. So we can use next generation firewall feature. So the point is with L3 firewall, or you can say with NAT mode firewall, we have a great feature. First, we can configure IP address on interface, we can configure routing, NAT, VPN. So we have a great feature with NAT mode firewall. With layer 2 firewall box, we have some limitation, right? These are the limitations. So in this scenario, we can use our firewall as a layer 2. That is the point. That is the question. In this scenario, we can use our firewall device as a layer 2. So we'll discuss in detail. But right now, I'm giving you the idea. So this is what layer 2 firewall. Layer 2 firewall concept is called transparent firewall. So we can discuss in detail about layer 2 firewall. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
After that, we can go on to the login and monitoring. This topic can help you for troubleshooting. If someone will hit on your NAT policy, if someone will hit on your firewall policy, on your security profile, or if there is any routing problem, packet loss, something, or if there is any interface down, up, something, there is some issue, or maybe VPN tunnel is down. So these type of logs we can discuss in logging and monitoring into this section. Into this section, I can discuss GUI and CLI both. I can discuss both log GUI and CLI. So in CLI, what we have, we can capture the packet. We can capture the packet with CLI option. I can show you some commands syntax. With graphical page, I can show you all the logs related with security profiles, related with firewall policy, related with NAT, routing. So for logs, there are two options. Either you can store your log in local database. Either you can store your log in local database, or you can go with the remote logging server like syslog, or you can go with the SNMP. So I can show you both how you can send your logs on syslog and on SNMP, or how to store our logs on in local database. So login and monitoring is an interesting topic. Here we can discuss some troubleshooting. After that, we can go on to the VPN section, chapter number 12 and 13. These two topics are dedicated for VPN section. So first we can focus on what is VPN, virtual private network, what is the feature to use VPN concept. And if we talk about VPN implementation, so we can discuss two concepts, IPsec, and second is called SSL VPN. IPsec we are using for site to site VPN connectivity. If you want to connect multiple branch offices, for example, wait. So for example, if we have multiple branch offices, and if you want to connect these branch offices over this public need, over this untrusted need, in a secure manner, so you can go with the site-to-site VPN implementation. For site-to-site, you can use IPsec. In Fortinet, we will discuss 3 labs only for site-to-site VPN connectivity. In Fortinet, we can focus on route based site-to-site VPN. Then you can discuss policy based site-to-site VPN. And third option is called what? Template based site-to-site VPN. So we have 3 concepts. We have 3 scenarios to discuss site-to-site VPN implementation. Okay, the next concept in VPN we can discuss is called remote access VPN. In remote access VPN, this home user, you can say, this home user or this remote user or this outside user, for example, he has a simple internet connectivity and he's trying to access company private resources. For example, here we have company private resources. Here we have web server, SMTP server, DNS server, for example, multiple servers. And this outside user, this home user, this whole remote user, you can say, is trying to access company private resources over this public need. So this outside user, he need to establish a connection. He need to establish a connection, a VPN connection. This connection is called what? Remote access VPN connection. So first, he need to establish a VPN connection. And once this connection is established, so he is allowed to access company private resources. He can access. And now the traffic in between his laptop and this VPN gateway device is fully secure. Fully secure. So for remote access VPN configuration, either you can go with the IPsec or you can go with the SSL VPN. You can go with the SSL VPN. In SSL VPN, we can discuss two concepts here. In SSL VPN, we can discuss two concepts. It's called tunnel mode. And second option is called web mode. Tunnel mode and web mode. So only this chapter number 12 and 13 are only these two topics will take 6 to 7 hours to finish it. This IPsec, because in IPsec site-to-site VPN implementation, we have three labs: route-based, policy-based, and template-based. And to configure remote access VPN, I can show you both options: how to configure with IPsec or how to configure with SSL. In SSL, we have two labs. We can go with the tunnel mode option or we can go with the web mode option. Clear my point? Arjun, can you hear me? Mustafa, Sunita?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so these two chapters, chapter number 12 and 13, these two topics are related with VPN concept. After that, we can go on to the high availability. It's a common topic. High availability is a common topic. You can say in Cisco, you can say failover concept. In Palo Alto, you can say high availability. In Checkpoint, you can say clustering. So what is high availability? See, for example, I'm working with a small scenario. I have a firewall device with LAN connectivity and WAN connectivity. Everything is working fine into this topology. Everything is working fine. It means traffic is traveling. Traffic is traveling via this firewall box. We are using routing here, NAT, VPN, security profile. Everything is working fine. And traffic is traveling. But here into this scenario, into this topology, we have a problem. We are working with single firewall device. And there is no any backup. There is no any redundancy. In case if this box goes down, then you will lose your connectivity. Your LAN user cannot go onto the internet site, cannot access internet services. In that case, what we can do, we can add one more device. In that case, we can go with the high availability. For high availability, I can add one more device. It's called firewall box 2. This is called firewall box 1. And now I need to change my topology. Right now, I'm giving you the basic idea, but we will discuss in detail. Okay. So we have WAN connectivity and LAN site. So second firewall box I'm using for high availability. If you talk about high availability concept here in Fortinet, so we can discuss active passive and we can discuss active mode. These are called what? These are high availability mode. Active passive, active. In active passive scenario, you can utilize only one firewall device into your high availability cluster, and rest of the firewalls in the cluster, they are acting as a passive device. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
Guys, wait 1 minute. Okay, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Srita, Suresh, Mustafa?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, Jitendra.
Okay, so now in active passive cluster, in active passive high availability, we can utilize only one firewall device. And rest of the firewall in the cluster, they are acting as a passive state. So see, and in between firewall box 1 and firewall box 2, we are using a link. This link is called HA link, high availability link. In case if you are working with Palo Alto firewall device, so in Palo Alto, we need two link. We need two link. It's called high availability HA, high availability link 1 and high availability link 2. This is called control link, and this is called what? Data link.
Data.
In Palo. But in Fortinet, in Cisco, we need a single failover link. Single failover link will handle all the configuration. Okay, but if you want to add one more link, so in Fortinet, so this link we are using only for backup. In case if this link is down, so this second link will take the responsibility. So I will tell you in detail, but this is what high availability concept. So now in active passive, for example, this device is active and this device is passive. Traffic is traveling. In case if this box is not working, is down, then your firewall box 2 will take the responsibility and this box will become active. And traffic is automatically traveling via this firewall device. So in active passive, you can utilize only one firewall box in the clusters. And rest of the firewall box, they are acting as a passive. But in case if you want to utilize all the firewall box, for example, all the firewall devices, so you can go with the active. In active cluster, you can utilize all the firewall devices, all the firewalls. Clear my point? This concept, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Jitendra.
Mustafa, any question? Suresh, do you have any question?
So which mode is better? Active is better or active passive is better?
Depend upon your scenario, Suresh. Okay, most of the organization they are using active passive.
Okay.
They are using active passive.
So see, as per my experience, what happened, the passive is sometime what happened if you are not using the, it might be hardware failure or something, it would be happen, right? So maybe active is better, right?
No. See, in active passive, you can set a timer. Once this, for example, if this device is down, okay, in 1 or 2 seconds, this firewall box will come up again. This second firewall box will act as active.
Okay.
It's a quick timer. You can use, for example, after 2 seconds, this firewall box will act as active. So yes, you can use, no problem.
So do we have that preempt option here?
Preempt, yes,
It's a timer.
we can use preempt options. We can use preempt, we can use priority, we can go with the cluster settings. We'll discuss in detail, okay? But this is high availability. Clear my point?
Yeah.
Yes.
So only this concept, this high availability concept will take minimum 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours to finish. So this is just an introduction session, guys, okay? Session, we can start our session because in your batch, there are 7 students. And today only 3 students are available right now. So we can start our training, our first topic, introduction and initial configuration from next weekend. And our timing is fixed. Our timing is 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Clear, everyone?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's continue our topic in next
Only
class.
Sunday.
Sir, you are in
No,
mute.
it's a weekend batch. No, it's a Saturday and Sunday batch.
Oh, okay, fine.
Saturday,
Because
Sunday.
we started from Sunday, that is why I'm going.
Yes. Okay, everyone. So let's continue our topic in next session.
Okay,
Bye,
sir.
guys. Take care, everyone. Good night.
Thank you, sir. Same to you. Bye.
Jitendra,
Yes.
one sec.
Yes.
See, actually, in FortiGate website, they are showing this one NSF and model 1 and 2 is the free certificate, right?
Yes. These are the certification. In Fortinet, we have NSC 1, 2,
One,
NSC 7.
two. Yeah, correct.
NSC
See,
7. And
1 and 2 is
1, 2, and 3. NSC 1, 2, and 3. These are the free certifications.
okay.
You can log in. You can go with the training.14.com. You can create an account. You can log in. You
Mhm.
can watch some videos. You can attempt some questions, and you can pass your examination. This
Okay.
NSC 1, 2, 3. This will take hardly 1 to 2 hours to pass this examination. NSC 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Our training is related with NSC 4.
Okay.
NSC 4. After NSC 4, you can go for NSC 5. NSC 5, this is called Forti Manager. This is called Forti Manager. Forti Manager training plus Forti Analyzer. And you can go with the NSC 6 or NSC 7. NSC 7 is called Advanced Enterprises Firewall. We'll discuss, okay? But this is our training, NSC 4. Clear?
So do we need to have to follow this sequence like to clear?
No. These are just introduction.
Mhm.
These are just introduction. It's not related with firewall.
No, for 7 we need to clear the 6th one, or we can
Yeah.
skip it.
No, see, for training you can start. You have to start first with NSC 4. After that, you can start any device.
Okay.
First start with the NSC 4. After that, and after NSC 4, you can directly move on to the NSC 7. No problem.
Okay.
Jitendra, can you help me to this? Can you guide me to how to clear this NSE 1 and 2, 3?
Yes, I will see. I will tell you. I will tell you in our next class. This is our topic. Let me show you. This is our topic. We will discuss Fortinet certifications. Let me show you.
Okay.
Today it's just a topic discussion, but yes, I will tell you. See, NSC certifications. See,
Okay.
clear?
Okay.
Okay, everyone. Bye, guys. Take care. Good night, everyone.
Okay.
Bye, sir.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Hear me, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, guys. Let's
Yes,
start
sir.
the session now. Okay. Please
Yes.
turn off your mic. In case if you have any question, you can unmute. So let's start our discussion. In previous session, we are completed our topic discussion, and today we can start our first topic. Is called Introduction and Initial Configuration. Our first topic is Introduction and Initial Configuration. Wait. So this training is related with NSC 4. These are what Fortinet certifications, and Fortinet training is called NSC program. This is called NSC program. Is called Network Security Expert Program. It has 8 level of certifications. Like in Cisco, we have CCNA, CCNP, and CCIE. In Palo Alto, you can go with PCNSA, PCNSE. In Checkpoint, we have CCSA and CCSE. Same in Fortinet, we have 8 level of certifications. So in NSC program, we have NSC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. NSC 1, 2, and 3. These 3 certifications are totally free. Totally free. What you can do, you can go on training.fortinet.com. You can log in with training.fortinet.com. You can create an account. If you don't have account, so you can click on sign up. You can create your account, and you can log in. You can log in with your ID and password. Once you log in, so you can watch some videos for NSC 1, 2, and 3, and you can watch some video and you can attempt some questions. NSC 1, 2, and 3, it will hardly take maximum 1 to 2 hours to get the certifications. NSC 1, 2, and 3. You can watch some video, you can attempt some questions. Hardly it will take 2 hours. 2 hours. But our training is related with NSC 4. This is called NSC 4, Fortinet Firewall Deployment. And this is our program. This is our training. In case if you want to go for advanced training, so you can go for NSC 5. NSC 5 is related with Forti Analyzer and Forti Manager. This is advanced training. After that, you can go for NSE 6, NSE 7, NSE 7, NSE 8. So I'm certified from NSE 1 to NSE 7. Okay. So let's focus on NSE 4 concept. This is our training part. Clear my point, everyone? Our focus is on what? How to work with Fortinet firewall box, how to deploy, how to configure, how to troubleshoot. Clear? Jayaprakash, Sunita, Arjun, Kusamran, Mustafa.
Yeah, clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now,
Yeah, got it.
okay, so as an administrator, if you want to purchase a firewall, you want to buy a firewall for your organization. So before buy a firewall or before purchase a firewall for your organization, you need to review some feature before go with a vendor, because in market we have multiple vendors. Let me show you. These are the vendors for next generation firewall. These are the vendors. We have multiple vendors for next generation firewall features. We are learning Fortinet. Fortinet is what? It's a next generation firewall. So this is Gartner report, okay? This report you can download from Google, and Gartner divided all the vendors in the categories. So as per Gartner, we have 4 categories: leader in the market, challenger, nice player, and visionaries. So Palo Alto, Fortinet, and Checkpoint. These 3 vendors are the leader in the market right now. They are the leaders. If you talk about Cisco, Cisco is a challenger. He's not a leader because of Cisco FTD. Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. This is Cisco next generation firewall. So Cisco is not a leader in the market for next generation firewall feature. He's a challenger. But leaders, Palo Alto, Fortinet, and Checkpoint. Our focus is on Fortinet. So this Fortinet is a leader. So before purchase a firewall for your organization, you need to review some feature. First feature is what? Architecture. So you need to know the architecture of the each vendor. Right now, I'm not talking about Fortinet, okay? I'm talking about a simple firewall. So you need to know the architecture of the each vendor. For example, if you talk about Checkpoint firewall box, for example, Checkpoint. So in Checkpoint is what? It's a software-based firewall. You can download Gaia operating system in Checkpoint. You can go onto the Checkpoint website. You can download this Gaia operating system. You can install on your laptop, desktop, your machine, and you can use your laptop as a complete firewall. This is Checkpoint architecture. In Palo Alto, you can go with the dedicated device. You can go with the physical device. You can go with the VM firewall box. So every vendor has its own architecture. So before purchase a firewall or before go with any vendor, you need to know the architecture about Palo Alto, about Fortinet, about Checkpoint. So prefer a software firewall that you can install on a new or existing PC, or you can go with the dedicated appliance like physical device, physical firewall box, or VM firewall box. So you need to know first the architecture of each vendor. You need to verify the number of station. For example, if I am working in a small organization, so there is no requirement for mid-range firewall box. Or in case if I'm working in a big organization, so I can't go with the entry-level firewall box, because each firewall box has their own capabilities, right? Let me show you. For example, in Fortinet, these are the entry-level firewall box. Fortinet 30 to 90 series. This series is called entry-level firewall. Mid-range, Fortinet 100 to 900. High-end appliance 1000, 3000, 6000, and HSPs. So in case if I'm working in a big organization, so I cannot go with the entry-level firewall box because we have limited resources, limited CPU, RAM, storage. So number of stations is important, okay? In case if you are working with a big organization, so you need to go with the high-end or mid-range model. So number of station, what we have, how many concurrent firewall station does firewall need to support? So number of station. For this, you can check, data sheet. For example, You can go with the series. You can search, for example, if you have Fortinet 30E model. So you need to take a help from Google. Okay, you can download the data sheet about Fortinet 30E. You can verify uh, about number of sessions, okay, traffic information, RAM, CPU, storage. Okay, the next option is what? Next option is called VPN. So, in my organization, for example, they are dealing with site to site, for example, or they are dealing with remote access VPN. Okay, they are using site to site, they are using remote access VPN, or they are using IPsec. So can I configure these type of VPN onto this vendor, onto this firewall? So we need to review. Okay, integration. In case if I want to integrate my firewall box with any server, like remote authentication server like Radius, TechX, or in case if I want to integrate my firewall box with Exchange mail server or SharePoint collaboration server, so can I integrate? In case if I want to manage this firewall device through CLI, through graphical, can I manage? In case if I want to manage through Telnet, SSH and SNMP, and in case if I have multiple firewall, in case if I have multiple firewall, for example, right now we are talking about Fortinet. So if I have multiple Fortinet firewall 1, firewall 2, firewall 3, firewall 4, if I have, for example, 20 firewall box, and in case if I want to manage all the firewall box from a centralized location, so like other vendor, for example, in Palo Alto, if you want to manage multiple Palo Alto firewall device, you need, in case in Palo Alto firewall. In case if you want to manage multiple Palo Alto firewall box, you need a centralized device. It's called Panorama. In case if you want to manage multiple checkpoint gateway, so you required a centralized device. It's called checkpoint management, or you can say SMS server. In case if you have Cisco FTD, Cisco Next Generation Firewall, if you have multiple Cisco FTD and you want to manage all FTD device from centralized location, so you need to go with the Cisco FMC. In Fortinet, in case if you want to manage multiple Fortinet firewall box, so yes, we have like other vendor, we can go with the Forti Manager device. So for centralized management, yes, in Fortinet we have feature. We can go with the Forti Manager. Like other vendor, we have option. Okay, in case if I want to go for the high availability in my organization, they are working with high availability, or they want failover concept. They want to implement failover or high availability. So can I configure high availability or failover? So these are some basic features you need to review before purchase of firewall in your organization. Clear my point, everyone? Clear now? Anita,
Yes, sir.
Arjun, Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's talk about some, okay, these are what you cannot say which firewall is good, because each firewall has its own feature. If you compare, if you want to compare, so after Fortinet, you can go with the Palo Alto. After Fortinet, you can go with the Checkpoint firewall box. After that, you can compare, okay? But you cannot say which firewall is good, okay? Each vendor, they have its own feature. But these are the top firewall box, like Fortinet. See, this is what Sonic Wall, Checkpoint firewall box, Palo Alto, Cisco, and Fortinet. Now let's talk about some history about Fortinet. So Fortinet was founded in 2000 by two brothers, Ken and Michael. The company first product was FortiGate firewall box, but now they are dealing with a multiple product. Now let me show you. If you talk about Fortinet products, so these are the Fortinet devices. Fortinet device, not Fortinet firewall. Fortinet devices. See, FortiGate firewall, Forti analyzer, Forti manager, Forti camera, Forti switch. So like Cisco, Fortinet is also dealing with other products. But our focus is on what right now? Into this training, we can focus on how to work with FortiGate firewall, FortiGate firewalls. So let's talk about first factory default setting. Factory default setting. For example, if I have a high-end model, if I have high-end model, for example, let me show you high-end model. So these are the high-end model, Fortinet 1000, 3000, 6000 series. So these are the high-end model. So in case if you have high-end model, so on high-end model you will get a dedicated management port. Yes, you have data interfaces, no problem. These are what data interfaces. You can connect your LAN network, WAN side, DMZ portion, no problem. But in high-end firewall box, you will get a dedicated management port, MGMT port. What you can do, you can connect your laptop, your desktop machine with this management port. By default, we have this IP address 192.168.1.99. If you don't have, no problem, you can configure. I can show you how to configure IP address on port. No problem, I can show you. Okay, so here we have what management port. Management port. You can connect with management PC, and in case if I have this IP address, so same series of IP I can configure onto this management PC. Same series of IP I can configure. From this machine, I can check connectivity because by default, these services are enabled by default. These services are enabled on management port. Ping, HTTP, HTTPS, SSH protocol, only on management port. I can show you only on management port. So on high-end model or mid-range model, you will get a dedicated management port for configuration. Okay, in case if you have entry-level firewall, entry-level means what? We have a series in between 4830 to 90 series. This is what entry-level firewall. So in case if you have entry-level firewall box, so on entry-level firewall box, we have only data interfaces. Like for example, port number 1, port number 2, port number 3, 4, 5, 6. So on entry-level firewall box, we can use our port number 1 as a management port. Why? You can use any port as a management port, no problem. But port number 1 you can use as a management port. Why? Because by default, onto this interface, these services are enabled only on port number 1. Only on port number 1. So you can connect your management PC, you can configure IP address here onto this machine. You can take a console, you can configure IP address on port number 1. Same series of IP address we can configure onto this management PC. We can verify our connectivity. Now for graphical, we can use HTTPS. For CLI, we can go with the SSH. Default at username is admin on firewall and password is nothing. Let me show you. Hello, Bharti, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sunita, any question? Arjun, Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa?
No, sir.
No, I'm good.
Okay, so I have a simple topology. I have one FortiGate firewall box, one FortiGate firewall box, and one management PC. Wait. This cloud is acting as a management PC. So let's discuss a basic topology. One FortiGate firewall box and one management PC. This cloud is my laptop. So you can start, you can take a console. After this session, please share your email ID again, everyone in our WhatsApp group, so that I can share the software for lab setup. Okay, everyone?
Okay.
Please share your email ID in group.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so this is login page. This is console, everyone. This is console. So username is admin and password is nothing. You can press enter. Now you can set your password 123 123. I'm using. Now you are in FortiGate firewall box. You can type question mark here like Cisco. See, you can configure these commands: config, get, show, diagnose, execute, alias, exit. Let's start with show command, for example. Show command, show system interface. With this command, I'm trying to verify interface information. You can press enter. You can see here we have port number 1, port number 2, port number 3, port number 4. So we have 4 data interfaces onto this firewall box. By default, I told you on port number 1, these services are enabled by default. See, these services, ping, HTTPS, and SSH, these services are enabled only on port number 1. Okay, what about port number 2? Nothing is enabled. See, no services, no services, no services. Okay, one more thing. On port number 1, by default, DSCP service is enabled. So if you connect your port number 1 with any DSCP server, so this port can get IP address automatically from this DSCP server, because by default, DSCP is enabled. DSCP client service is enabled onto this particular onto this port number 1. So now I want to configure IP address on port number 1. Let me show you how to configure IP address on port number 1 manually. So for configuration, you can use a config command. Config system interface. So now you are in interface mode. And here I'm trying to edit port number 1. So edit port number 1. You can press enter. And I'm trying to configure IP address statically. So you can use a command set mode static for static IP address configuration. Now you can configure your IP address, set IP 192.168.1.190/24. You can press enter. Set allows. By default, these services are enabled, but in case if you want to allow some other services, you can type question mark. You can see we have multiple options. So in case if you want to allow HTTP, HTTPS, ping, SSH, telnet, done. Here, if you want to save your configuration in Fortinet, so you can use in the command. In Cisco, we have WR. In Palo Alto, what we have to save our configuration? Commit. In Fortinet, you can go with the end command to save your configuration. Done. Now show system interface. This time you can verify you have IP address on port number 1, 192.168.1.190, mask and services. So we have a small topology, one FortiGate and this cloud. This cloud is what? It's my laptop. So let's verify basic connectivity. So I'm trying to verify connectivity from this laptop 192.168.1.190. Yes, I'm getting reply. Let's go on to the FortiGate firewall box. If you want to verify your connectivity, so command is execute what you want to execute, because you have multiple options. So right now I'm trying to execute ping command, and IP addresses. So let's verify IP address on my laptop. ipconfig 192.168.1.3. So 192.168.1.3. I'm getting reply. So now we have a connectivity in between FortiGate and to this laptop. So you can open any browser. You can open any browser, and you can use here IP address 192.168.1.190. Username is admin, and password we are using 123. So this is your graphical page. सुनीता, ये थोड़ा फास्ट ना Palo Alto से?
Yes, sir. बहुत.
Yes, more fast. Okay. So now what we have, this is our console page, console CLI, and here we have a graphical page. This is what our graphical page. We are working with VM firewall box, so you can see here it's called FortiGate VM64K VM. So we have a VM firewall box. If you have FortiGate 90D or 60E, so you will get the information here, FortiGate 90E. Now you can see we have multiple options here: dashboard, security fabric, network, system, policy and object, security profile, VPN, user and authentication, log and report. We will work on each option, no problem. So let's start our discussion with dashboard first.
Sir?
Yes, Sunita.
Like in Palo Alto, we can change the logo. We can add our company's logo or something like that.
Yes.
In the FortiGate also we can do that.
Yes, you can do. I will show you. I will tell you. No problem.
Okay, sir.
Now, so let's start our discussion with dashboard. So dashboard is selected. This is your dashboard. Dashboard we are using for monitoring. On dashboard, you can see we have some default option, some information I can verify, like CPU utilization, memory utilization, license information, system information. So let's start our discussion with the dashboard. So in dashboard, we have system information. So either you can go with the graphical page or you can go with the CLI. In CLI, you can type a command, get system status. So either you can go with the CLI command or you can go with the graphical page. Let's go with the graphical page first. So we have host name onto this firewall box is called FortiGate-VM64-K. If you want to change, so no problem, you can change. See, you can go onto the CLI option. Command is config system global set host name, and this is, for example, firewall box 1. Now to save your configuration in Fortinet, command is end command. Done. You can refresh your page this time. And now you can see your firewall host name. Firewall host name is what? Firewall 1. Serial number of this firewall box. Firmware version, we are working with 6.4.4. And right now we have latest version 7.2.2, 7.4, I think. So this is what FortiOS version 6.4.4. Build version. Right now we have a mode. So remember, always we can use our firewall box as a L3 firewall, or we can go with the L2 firewall. L3 firewall is known as NAT mode firewall, and L2 firewall is called transparent firewall. So by default, this firewall mode is NAT mode. What is the difference between NAT and transparent? We can discuss here in layer 2 firewall topic. I will tell you, no problem. Okay. But right now the mode of this firewall box is layer 3. It's a NAT mode firewall box. System time, uptime, WAN IP is unknown because we didn't configure anything. License information you can verify. Right now, we are working with VM firewall box, virtual VM firewall box, and this VM firewall box, you can perform all the labs, but this VM image is only valid for 15 days. After 15 days, what you can do, you can delete this Fortinet and you can add a new one, no problem. So here you can get license information like antivirus license information, web filtering license information, firmware and general update information, license, IPS license information. What is license information means? You can get what? Date issued, date expired about license. Okay, so we have VM firewall box. We have a single CPU. We are utilizing 100% CPU. We have 2 GB RAM. We are utilizing 50% RAM. OT cloud not supported, security fabric information you can get. You can get multiple administrators information, all administrator information. So right now, this admin account is managing this FortiGate firewall box. See, admin account for graphical, yes, HTTP, and admin account for CLI console. One console and one HTTP. And with this administrator, we have a admin profile is called super_admin. What is super_admin? In Fortinet, we have two predefined profile. Two predefined profile is called super_admin, and we have professional_admin. These are the two predefined profiles. We'll discuss in detail what is this super_admin and what is professional_admin. But right now you can see with our default administrator, with our admin account, we have super_admin profile. Now you can verify your CPU utilization, memory utilization, sessions information. So these are the default option. If you want to add more information on your dashboard, you can click on add, and you can add. See, we have multiple options. For example, I want to verify interface bandwidth. I want to verify bandwidth utilization on interfaces. So you can click on interface bandwidth. I want to verify bandwidth utilization on port number 3. You can click on add. In case if you want to verify high availability status, right now this firewall is not participating in any failover, but in case you can add HS status, add, close. See, so bandwidth for HS status. In case if you want to delete anything from dashboards, you can click here, you can remove. Clear? Any problem? Sunita, Arjun, Bharti, Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa.
Yeah,
No, sir.
Clear everyone?
Okay.
Okay, now let's talk about.
So, I'm so sorry.
Hello?
So, what is this Forti Explorer? So, administrator login. One is we can log in from console. One is from HTTPS. That's yeah.
Forti Explorer. कहाँ पे आपने देखा? कहाँ पे?
Sir, this administrator is the way of login. One is console.
ये
One is
अब use
HTTP.
we are not using Forti Explorer now.
Okay.
It's an old option. Okay.
Okay.
To access Fortinet, there is an option Forti Explorer, but we are not using.
All right.
You can use a browser to access your FortiGate firewall box.
Yeah, I have one more question, sir.
Yes, sure.
These changes has been applied for only we are in our system, or it will apply entire FortiGate firewall.
Entire FortiGate firewall box.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one question.
Bharti, this is not like a Palo Alto, okay?
Okay.
In Palo Alto, you can configure, you can access your Palo Alto through browser, you can do changes. After that, you can commit. But in Fortinet is what? If you click on OK, it's alive.
Okay.
If you do any configuration, click on OK, it's alive. It's on FortiGate. Yes,
Okay.
Jayaprakash?
Sir, that firewall license will be when by the time of purchase it will be there in the license, or you should be pay for extra for that.
Can you please? Your voice is not clear. Can you please?
Hello, that firewall license.
Firewall license.
license, it will be included in the when the by the time of purchase by the time of purchase of the firewall, it will be included, or you should pay for the separately for
You
license?
can talk to your salesperson. Okay, you can purchase a firewall separately and license separate. Both are separate thing. Okay.
Okay.
You can purchase a firewall first. After that, as per your requirement, for example, you need license only for IPS and antivirus, so you can purchase license only for IPS and antivirus. Jayaprakash.
Okay.
For example, I don't require application control license or FortiGate support license. I don't want. So you can buy a firewall. After that, you can decide as per your requirement what license you need.
Okay.
Clear now?
Clear, sir. And
Okay.
one more question, sir. That
Mhm.
for in the live environment, can we restart the firewall, or any procedure we
No,
have to
no,
follow?
no. No need to
No.
do this. Okay. In
Okay.
live
If it
scenario,
is no, if it is
cannot
restart means
restart
what
your
will be the
firewall box. If you have high availability option failover, then you can do this. But otherwise, in live scenario, we cannot restart our firewall.
Okay.
If you have high availability, for example,
Mhm.
if you have HA cluster, okay, if you have multiple FortiGate firewall box. So if you restart this firewall box one, no problem. Other firewall box will take the responsibility immediately. They can process the traffic, Jayaprakash.
Okay. Okay,
But
sir.
in
Got
case
it.
if you have a single firewall device in your organization,
Hmm.
so you cannot restart in live scenario.
So if internet goes down, what will we do, sir? You have the only one FortiGate firewall. Internet goes down. So how can you do
Internet
for
goes
the?
down, so that is the different issue, Jayaprakash.
Mhm.
Internet goes down or there's some hardware failure, so you can't do anything.
Okay.
Okay. If there's an internet issue or hardware failure in firewall, so you can't do anything. You have to replace.
So sir, my general questions. So that if it is internet, some you are slow, you are accessing slow internet, you are getting the slowness of the internet. So if you call the ISP vendor, they'll be tell you restart your firewall. Then
No, first you have to identify the problem is on your side or is on internet side. You have to rectify first. Why your traffic is slow? Okay. You have to troubleshoot it step by step. First, you can verify why. Maybe it's your firewall problem.
Okay.
Clear?
Okay, got it, sir.
Yeah, Prakash.
Yeah, got it, sir.
Yes. Arjun, any question? Or Simran? Mustafa, any question?
No,
here?
sir.
Yes, sir. This FortiGuard servers are like what, antivirus or what? Unable to connect to FortiGuard servers.
FortiGuard is a server, okay? We can connect our firewall device, our Fortinet with FortiGuard server to download latest signature update. Mustafa.
Yeah.
We can connect our FortiGate firewall box with FortiGuard server. If you have license, so yes, you can connect.
Okay.
Any other question? Sunita, any question?
No, sir.
Okay, let's continue. Jayaprakash, clear here?
Yeah, I have one question, sir.
Okay, yes.
Can you explain that firmware updation, sir? That FortiGate
Sure, I will tell you. Give me some time. Right now I'm talking about the basic concept. I will tell you how to upgrade, no problem.
Okay.
Okay, your question is how to upgrade your firmware, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a very simple task. I will tell you, no problem. Okay. We have an option. Setting I can tell you. You can click on firmware. If you have upgraded firmware, you can just browse it, you can upload it. But right now my focus is on what? Basic configuration first. I will tell you, no problem. Give me some time. Yeah, Prakash.
Okay, sir. Got it.
I need to go with step by step.
Okay.
So we are here. We are talking about introduction and initial configuration. This is our first topic. So let's talk about other information. This side, everyone. So here we have. If you click here, you can go with the search option. You can go with the search option. For example, if I want to configure interface, what I can do, I can click on network, I can click on interface, I can select interface here, edit. In case if I want to configure firewall policy, you can click on policy and object. You can click here on firewall policy, then you can decide. You can click on create. So in every tab, we have multiple options, right? In every tab, see. So for example, if I'm looking for interface related tab, so I can type my keyword interface here. So you can get all interface keyword related information. For example, I'm looking for network interface. If you click, it will automatically redirect onto the network and interface tab. So you can go with the search option to search any tab information. Okay, now you can go with the CLI console. CLI console, it's a console. But this console you can access when you have a graphical when you have a graphical page, then you can use this console. This is called graphical console. But this console you can access for first time to configure our port number 1. After that, I can access this FortiGate firewall box from this management PC. If I have access, after that we can use this CLI console. It's a console. See, so system interface. You can use all the commands. So this is for first time, and once you have a graphical access, you can click on CLI console option. Okay, for full screen, you can click here. You can exit your full screen option. Okay, this can help you. This can help you for topics. For documents you can see. Okay, you can click on online help. You can click on online help and see. It will automatically redirect onto the Fortinet document library. So you can get topic related information here. Right now we are working with FortiOS 6.4.4. If you have 6.2.2, for example, so you can click on FortiGate. You can click on FortiGate, and for example, I have 6.2. You can click here. It will automatically give you the option to download admin guide, cookbook, new features. In case if you have 7.0, you can click. You can download administration guide. Clear? So this tab can help you for documents. This bell icon is giving you the idea about the license. So we have a trial license onto this firewall box. Now, user account, we have admin account right now, and we are working with FortiGate VM64, 40OS version is 6.4.4, build version 1803. In case if you want to restart your firewall device, so you can click on system, you can go with the reboot or shutdown. In CLI, you can use a command execute reboot to restart, execute shutdown to shut down your firewall box. I'm not using this command, I'm giving you an idea. So either you can go with the graphical page or you can go with the CLI option. Now configuration, if you click on configuration, so you can go with the backup and restore. Let's go with the backup option. If you click on backup, so you can see we have local PC. We have this option, local PC. It means I can store this backup configuration onto this local machine. Right now we don't have any configuration. So let's take a backup. Let's take a backup of this default configuration. So you can click on OK. So we have a backup file, but it's a default configuration backup. You can click on save. You can open your backup file. This is what our default configuration backup. But you can see that these configurations, see, this backup file, it is in a clear text format. Anyone can verify the configuration. In case if you want to encrypt your backup file, so you can enable this option, encryption. You can set password here. For example, 123, confirm password 123. Why? Because if someone trying to restore this backup file, so it's required password to restore. So you can set a password. You can click on OK. So again, we have a backup file, but this is what this backup is in a encrypted format. See, We have clear text backup. Yeah, we have clear text backup. Wait. Clear text backup, and we have what? Encrypted backup. Clear the difference? Arjun, Aarti, Sunita, Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah, clear.
either you can go with the clear text backup or you can go with the encrypted backup. Okay, we have one more difference. We have one more difference in between both backup files. See, if you verify, guys, this first line, if you verify this first line is not encrypted. In our encrypted backup file, this first line is not encrypted. Only this first line. And yes, in our clear text, this is our first line. So why first line is not encrypted? Because first line will give you the idea about the FortiOS version and build version. Because you can restore this backup file only on same FortiOS version, same build version. See, FortiOS version is 6.4.4 and build version 1803. FortiOS version 6.4 and build version 1803. That's why your first line in your encrypted backup, your first line is not encrypted. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's take a break for 5 minutes, then we can continue. Okay, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a break for 5 to 10 minutes. We can start at 9 p.m. Okay, 10 minutes break.
Sure, sir.
Please turn off your mic, everyone, please.
ब्रेक मिला है।
Okay, everyone, can you hear me? Arjun,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Arjun, Jayaprakash, Bharti,
Yeah, we
Sunita,
can.
Mustafa, or Simran. Okay, let's start our discussion now. Let's continue. So for backup, you can, Sunita, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm so sorry.
So this is the option what we can set it to local PC. You can click on OK. So you can go with the clear text backup, guys, or you can go with the encrypted backup. If you have a backup file, so in case if you want to restore, so you can click on configuration, you can click on restore. So you can upload your backup file, you can set your password. This will restart your firewall box and you can restore your configuration. So this is the first option. Okay? This is the first option. What you can do for backup and restore, you can click on admin, you can click on backup, you can select local PC. But in case in my organization, I want to send all backup configuration file on TFTP server. Maybe in my organization we have what TFTP server, trivial file transfer protocol. So in case if you want to send your firewall backup onto this TFTP server, so first you have to create your connectivity. So let me show you this option. So as per this topology, we have two devices, one FortiGate Power Box and one laptop. So on my laptop, let me show you. On my laptop, I'm using TFTP application 3CW. You can download any TFTP application and you can install on your machine, no problem. I'm using this application. Why? Because this single application can help you for multiple practicals, like for TFTP, for FTP, for syslog. That's why I'm using this application. Otherwise, you can download any TFTP application and you can install on your machine. So now, in case if you want to send your all configuration backup on TFTP, so you can install a TFTP application on your TFTP server. You can click on configuration. This is just an example, guys. Okay, maybe in your organization you are using any other TFTP application, maybe. Okay, so now you can go with the upload and download directory. So for example, I want to send all my backup configuration file on desktop Palo Alto wildfire folder. You can click on OK, click on apply, click on yes, click on OK. So from firewall, you can verify your connectivity first. So execute ping, and my laptop IP address is 1.3. So 192.168.1.3. So my laptop is acting as a TFTP server. So yes, we have a connectivity in between firewall and TFTP. What we have? We have firewall and what? TFTP. We have a connectivity. So now you can use a command. You can use a command execute backup. Execute backup. Configuration backup, question mark. So now you can decide your location. So I want to send my backup file to TFTP server. So TFTP question mark is asking for a file name. So firewall 111 dot CFG. Now, question mark looking for IP address of TFTP. So IP address is what? 192.168.1.3. You can press enter. If everything is okay, so you can get a message here. See, send config file to TFTP server. Okay. And if you check here on your TFTP application, we are getting a notification message. Backup file, and backup file name is what? Firewall 111 CFG. You can check here in case if you want to check on Palo Alto wildfire folder. So yes, we have firewall 111. Clear? Everyone? So
Yes.
either you can go with the graphical page, you can go with the local PC, or in case if you want to send all your backup file to your TFTP server, you can do this. We have a single command. We have a simple command here. Execute backup config TFTP. You can decide your configuration file name and what IP address. Clear, everyone?
So basically we have two ways to have the storage. One is the local PC and one is the TFTP.
Remote, yes, remote server.
Okay. Mhm.
Clear now, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk about next concept here. We are here in introduction and initial configuration, and we can focus on our next topic is called RBAC concept. Wait. Now let's talk about RBAC. What is RBAC? RBAC is called role-based access control. It's a common topic. It's a common topic for any firewall device. We can create multiple firewall administrator. For example, I have a FortiGate. And to manage this FortiGate firewall box, I can create multiple administrator. Multiple administrators. For example, wait. So for example, admin 1 and admin 2. So to manage this FortiGate firewall box, I can create multiple administrator. But I want to define the level of access. I want to define the different level of access for each administrator. For example, admin 1 is my L3 administrator. For example, L3 administrator. This administrator can log in into this FortiGate firewall box and can do any kind of changes. He has full access permission. He can do any kind of changes. What about admin 2? So for example, admin 2 is my L1 administrator. L1 administrator. He can only view the configuration. He cannot change anything, for example. He cannot change anything. So we can define the level of access for each administrator. So first we can create administrator account. After that, we can create, to define the level of access, we can create admin profile. Admin profile. For example, I'm creating L3 admin. It's just a name. L3 admin, it's just a name. You can give any name here. So I can create L3 admin profile. Into this profile, I can give full access. Full access, for example. And this profile I can attach with admin 1. So whenever admin 1 will log in into this FortiGate firewall box, he has full access. He can do any kind of changes. I can create another profile. It's called L1 admin. Into this profile, I can define the level of access. Into this profile, for example, I'm trying to attach read-only permission. For everything, read-only permission. And this profile I can attach with admin 2. So this administrator can only read the configuration, cannot change anything. So this scenario, this concept is called RBAC, role-based access control. If you go onto your FortiGate firewall box, for example, if you click on system, if you see here we have two tabs, administrator and admin profile. If you click on administrator, so you can get all administrator information here. So we have a default administrator. Default administrator is called admin account. With this admin account, we have a default profile is called super_admin. Type is called local. It means this account is available in FortiGate firewall local database. So we have a single administrator right now. You can click on admin profile to create our profiles, admin profiles here. So you can click on admin profile. You can see we have two predefined profiles called professional_admin and super underscore admin. We have two predefined profiles. What is the difference between both super underscore admin and professional underscore admin? See, if you select this super underscore admin, so you can see we have view option. We have view option. You can click on view. So these are the level of access. These are the access control. Access control. What we have, see, network tab, system tab, security profile tab. So these are the access control. And for everything into this super underscore admin profile, for everything we have read write permission. Everything is allowed. And you cannot edit. See, there is no any option for edit. You can just click on return, you can go back. But if you select professional underscore admin, we have edit option. So this is the difference. This is the difference in between professional underscore admin and super underscore admin. You cannot edit super underscore admin profile. But if you want to edit, so you can edit your professional underscore admin. You can click on edit. And in case if you want to change any permission, for example, read, write, read, none, read, write, you can change. So this is the first difference in between super underscore admin profile and professional underscore admin profile. Okay, second difference we have, see. So what is the second difference in between super underscore admin profile and professional underscore admin profile? So in case if any administrator, for example, we have an admin account. If any administrator has super underscore admin profile, so he has full global access. He has full global access. It means this administrator can do any kind of changes. Now we have professional underscore admin profile. Professional underscore admin profile. What is professional underscore? See, remember I told you we have a topic in our training. We have a topic in our training is called VDOM concept. We can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall devices, right? So for example, we have firewall 1, firewall 2, firewall 3. So if any administrator has super underscore admin profile, so he has full global access. It means this administrator can go anywhere, can go in any firewall box, can do any kind of change. But what about professional underscore admin? Professional underscore admin. So I can create a separate administrator for firewall box 1. For example, admin 1 account. Admin 1 account. And with this administrator, I can attach professional underscore admin. I can attach professional underscore admin account, this profile. So now this time this administrator has full access. He has full access, but only in this VDOM, only in this firewall device, only in firewall box 1. He cannot do anything in firewall box 2, in firewall box 3. Clear my point? The second difference, if any administrator has professional underscore admin profile, so he has full access, but only in virtual domain. Clear? Everyone? Arjun, Bharti, Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Sunita, Mustafa.
Yes, clear, sir.
Okay, now let's create some profile. These are the two predefined profile. And see, here we have a tab. See, here we have a reference tab. What is reference tab means? See, if you verify this super underscore admin, So with super underscore admin, we have a reference to. It means this profile we are using somewhere in configuration. See, if you click on to, you can get a detailed information. So this profile you are using with admin account and in single sign-on. And if you go with professional underscore admin, so you are not using anywhere. That's why it's a 0. So these are two predefined profile. In case if you want to create your own custom profile, you can click on create new. You can give a name, for example, L3 admin. This is my custom profile, L3 admin. Into this L3 admin, I'm trying to set read write permission. Read write permission for everything. You can click on OK. So we have our custom profile. You can click on create new. Let's create one more profile. Is called L1 admin. And into this profile, I'm using permission read permission for everything. You can click on OK. So we have two predefined profile and two custom profile. Now you can click on administrator, click on create new, click on administrator, and I'm trying to create admin 1. Okay, now here we have a type. Type is called what? Local user. It means I'm creating this admin account in FortiGate firewall local database. In case if you have any remote authentication server like Radius, DACAX, LDAP, so yes, you can go with this option. But right now for basic lab, I'm using local user. But yes, I will show you how to integrate our firewall box with remote authentication server like LDAP, Radius into this topic, FortiGate 8. Okay, so let's create user account in local database. Password I'm using, for example, 123. Confirm password 123, and I'm trying to attach L3 admin profile with admin 1, L3 admin profile. You can click on OK, no problem. But here we have a tab, restrict logging to trusted host. You can enable this option. You can specify here a trusted host. It means only this specific IP address can access this FortiGate firewall box with this user account. For example, 192.168.1.3/32. Only this IP can access FortiGate firewall box with this user account. Or you can define your complete subnet .0/24, or you can add multiple hosts. So I'm not using, but this is the option. You can click on OK. So we have an admin account, admin 1, profile L3 admin profile, type is local. Let's create one more administrator. You can click on administrator and admin 2, for example. Password I'm using 123, profile L1 admin. You can click on OK. So we have 2 administrators. Any problem? Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa, Sunita, Arjun,
No,
Jan.
sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. So now let's try to log out, and I'm trying to log in again. I'm trying to log in with admin 1 account. Password 123. Admin 1 account. So with admin 1 account, if you remember guys, with admin 1 account, we have a profile is called L3 admin profile, right? L3 admin profile. So this administrator can do any kind of changes. See, if you click on network, if you click on interface, if you select any interface, you can click on edit and you can edit your interface. You can click on policy and object, you can click on firewall policy, you can create a rule. You can click on system, you can click on administrator, you can create an administrator, no problem. But if you log out, for example, if you log out and log in again with admin 2. So remember with admin 2, we have a profile is called L1 admin profile. So with this administrator, we have L1 admin profile. So now if you click on, if this administrator admin 2, if click on network, click on interface, select any interface. So there is only view option. This administrator can only view the configuration. Policy and object, firewall policy, view option. Clear this, everyone? Clear this lab? This is
Yes,
small
sir.
topic, RBAC concept. Everyone?
Yes, sir, clear. Sir, in the live environment, can you log in and log out server?
Sorry, Japrakash?
On the live environment, can you log in and log out server?
Yes, you can, no problem.
If nothing settings will get changed, right, sir? If it log in and log out.
No. If you have multiple administrators, they can log in same time.
And okay, sir, I have one more question, but I have asked is that live environment, you should not be restart the firewall. Why, sir, you should not be restart the firewall?
Because maybe your clients, they are using some critical application. Maybe they are using. So before restart, you need to inform to all your clients, all your LAN users. I'm trying to restart. If there is anything,
Yes.
so you can close your application or something.
Okay, got it. If you restart, any settings will get changed that moment?
No. Why it
Nothing
change?
will get changed.
You are trying to restart only.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so now, clear everyone? Sunita, clear?
Yes, sir.
Arjun, Bharti, Simran, Mustafa.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, so please tell me, guys, one thing. See, please help me for this concept. So I have an admin 1 account. If you guys remember, with admin 1, we have a profile is called L3 admin. And with L3 admin into this profile, we have full access permission, right, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you again one more time. Admin account. This question you can get in interview. Let me show you. System, see, with our default super underscore admin profile, you can see for everything it's a read write, right? And if you go with the L3 administrator, yes, we have read write for everything. So what is the difference between this predefined profile and to this custom profile? See, if you try to log in with admin account, admin 1, so he has L3 admin profile. He can do any changes. See, if you click on system, I'm telling you what is the difference. What is the difference in between custom profile and your predefined super underscore admin profile? See, if you click
Sir,
on yes.
Sir, we in the predefined, we can't change the access. It's all grayed out. So we can't change to read or any other access
Okay,
profile.
this is the first difference. Okay, this is the first
Yeah.
difference. Perfect. See, if you click on, for example, administrator, Sunita, see, you can't see your admin account. See,
Yeah.
this is the second difference. It means admin 1 has only idea about admin 2. He don't know anything about default admin account. See, clear everyone? This is the second
Yes.
difference. This admin 1 has L3 admin profile, but he cannot verify our default admin account. He don't know anything. See, this is the difference. Clear now?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is our topic is called RBAC. I hope this concept is clear. RBAC. Role-based access control. Okay, now again we are here in introduction and initial configuration. Guys, let's continue this topic tomorrow. Okay, everyone? Arjun, Vanita, Mustafa.
Okay, sir.
Let's continue this topic again. It's not finished. Introduction and initial configuration we can discuss tomorrow. We can discuss how to configure our interfaces, physical interface, logical interface, these options. So please revise our day one session, and this session video I will upload in 30 minutes or in 1 hour. Okay, Mustafa?
Okay,
Sure,
sir.
sir.
Okay, please connect tomorrow on same time, 8 p.m. Bye everyone. Take care, guys.
Good night,
Bye
sir. Have a good
everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, Jitendra.
Hi dear, please wait. Jayaprakash, please wait.
Hi, sir. Good
Hi,
evening.
hi. Hi Suresh, please wait dear for other student. 2 minutes, okay?
Okay, no
Please
problem.
turn off your mic. Please turn off. Okay, let's continue our topic. Everyone, let's continue our topic. Amir, Sunita, Bharti, Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa, Nilesh, Suresh.
Sir.
Let's start our session now. Okay.
Okay.
Guys, if you have any
Okay.
questions, so you can unmute your mic right now. Please mute your mic, everyone. If you have any question, then you can unmute.
Jitendra, can you please explain how we can set up the
Tomorrow, Suresh, I told you.
Okay,
We can
okay.
set up our lab on Sunday.
Okay, no
Okay,
problem.
let's continue the topic today.
Okay.
So please turn off your mic, everyone. So we are here, we are trying to discuss this topic. It's called Introduction and Initial Configuration. And today we can focus on interface configuration. So we can discuss here physical interface configuration on Fortinet firewall, physical interface configuration, and logical interface configuration. Physical means what? We can configure fast Ethernet 0/0 or 0/1. These are the data interfaces. We can configure physical interface or we can go with the logical interfaces. Can anyone tell me what about logical interfaces?
Virtually, we can create the logical interface.
Any example for logical interface?
VLAN interface.
VLAN, thank you. Wait. VLAN interface, perfect. Thank you. Next interface, logical interface.
Like a loopback interface.
Loopback, thank you. Loopback interface. Next one. Ether channel, right?
Ether channel, yes.
Ether
Yeah.
channel.
Link
Okay,
aggregation.
next one. Next one. In Fortinet, we can discuss redundant interface. It's called redundant interface, and we can also discuss one more concept. Is called software switch interface. So let's start our discussion. I'm using a small topology. See guys, I have one FortiGate firewall box with two interfaces. Port number 2 I'm using as a LAN port, and port number 1 I'm using as a WAN interface. So Let me access this. Please wait. I'm trying to reset this firewall box because I was using this topology in another batch. In case if you want to reset your firewall box, guys, you can use this command execute factory reset. For default factory reset. This will reset all your configuration. So first I will configure port number 1 because port number 1 we are using. If you remember guys, previous session, port number 1 we are using for management, right? So port number 1 I can configure through CLI option and rest we can do with graphical page.
GK, I have one question.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, Amir. Any question?
Management interface. What is the difference between these two?
Sorry.
Management interface and the LAN interface.
VLAN interface and
Management.
Management
interface.
Management. Okay, wait. Your question is management interface and VLAN interface.
LAN interface.
LAN interface. Okay. See, management we are using. It's a part of control plane to access this FortiGate firewall box. If you have a high-end device, high-end firewall box, so you will get a dedicated management port like Palo Alto, like Checkpoint firewall box, like Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. You will get a dedicated management port. This is called out of band. You can
use the LAN interface.
Wait, Amir, wait. So management port you can use to manage your firewall box. Okay, through SSH or through HTTPS. And LAN interfaces, these are called data interfaces, you can say. With LAN interfaces, you can connect your LAN network, WAN side, DMZ network. Clear my point, Amir? Now? Clear now, Amir? In case if you want to use any data interface or any LAN interface as a management port, you can, no problem.
Sir, what is the mean by WAN and DMZ port in the firewall?
What is WAN? Okay, WAN.
WAN and DMZ.
It's a term. It's not only related with Fortinet. It's a term. Can anyone help me? What is DMZ? What is DMZ? On firewall, yes, on any firewall device, we have 3 terms. 3 words called LAN network, WAN side, right? Yeah. And DMZ. Sunita, can you help me?
Yes, sir. So DMZ is a zone. We assign particular group of interfaces or devices to that DMZ zone so that any traffic which comes to the firewall, it doesn't go directly, it will go through the firewall so that we can just monitor the threat and
why we require DMZ?
For any threat, if any threat comes to the network, or we need some specific servers or networking devices to be on a particularly secured area, we put them on this DMZ zone.
We can put our servers on DMZ zone. Okay. Any other can try? What about DMZ? Good, Simran. Do you have any idea about DMZ network? It's a common term, guys. It's not related with only Fortinet. It's a common term. LAN, WAN, and okay, yes, good, Simran.
That's the only thing which I know. Like we put all the servers in the DMZ zone, so the traffic comes to it has to go through the firewall before inspection.
Okay. Suresh. Amir. What about DMZ?
Yes, this will be a separate zone. Like we can connect with this on the servers. Okay. So
Amir, your voice is not clear. Are you using any headphone or earphone something?
Yeah, I'm using my AirPods.
Perfect. Now it's clear. Now please continue.
Yeah, I'm using my AirPods. Is it clear?
Now it's clear. Please continue. What is DMZ?
this is the separate zone, and we can connect all the servers, like the critical server. Okay, so just for this is for the security reason, because like anybody will connect with our LAN, so they will not access the servers. Okay. So the LAN people can communicate with each other, but it will not communicate with the DMZ. I think so.
Okay. Okay, let me tell you that. See, what is exactly DMZ? See, let's talk about, for example, if we don't know anything about DMZ, for example, everyone, we don't know anything about DMZ. We have only LAN network and WAN site. So for example, these are the servers. For example, this is your web server, this is your SMTP, DNS server, FTP server, and in your LAN side, you have some company confidential servers, for example. And these are the LAN computers. Okay, these are the LAN computers. Now, for example, if you want to allow anyone, or if you want to allow a specific user or a specific IP address to access this FTP server, to access this web server, if you want to allow, so yes, you need to configure firewall policy. No problem, you can configure firewall policy to allow your traffic from outside to inside, outside WAN to LAN. You can configure firewall policy. How to configure firewall policy? It's a different task. But yes, you can configure firewall policy to allow your traffic from WAN to LAN. No problem. As per your policy, traffic is coming from untrusted network and trying to go onto the LAN side. As per your firewall policy, any specific IP address can only access this web server. As per your firewall policy, you can define here this specific source IP can come and can communicate with this destination web server only. So the point is, as per your policy, yes, this specific IP address can access this specific destination IP, no problem. But this traffic is coming from untrusted network, right? Nira, Suresh, this traffic is coming from untrusted network, public IP. They are just coming from WAN side. So it may be possible, okay, this traffic can compromise other servers because it's coming from untrusted network. Yes, this outside machine can only access web server as per your firewall policy, no problem. But it may be possible because traffic is coming from untrusted network. So it may be also possible this traffic, this outside user can compromise your other devices, other servers, your company confidential servers. It may be possible. So those servers, those servers you want to allow for your outside users, no need to put into the LAN site. What you can do, you can create a separate zone. What you can do, you can create a separate zone. It's called DMZ. It's a word only, okay? You can use any name, your name, my name, anything, no problem. But on firewall, we are using this keyword is called DMZ, demilitarized. We can create a separate zone here. This is a switch, and we can put all these servers, for example, web server, FTP server, SMTP server, DNS server. So these servers, I want to allow for my outside user, outside PC, they can access. So I can put these servers in a separate zone, is called DMZ zone. And now, if traffic is coming from outside this time, so as per my configuration, my firewall will redirect this traffic onto this DMZ side. So this outside user, outside PC, they cannot go onto your LAN side. So your LAN network is fully secured. Clear now my point, everyone? Why we are creating a separate zone is called DMZ.
Got it, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now, so let's come on to the topic. Okay. So here I'm trying to configure our port number 1. We have an entry level firewall box. That's why we are using our data interface port number 1 as a management port. Password, you can set 123.123. Config system interface, edit port number 1, set mode static, because I want to configure IP address statically, set IP 192.168.1.190/24, set allows HTTP, HTTPS, ping and SSH. To save your configuration, end command. Now you can open your browser. You can type here 192.168.1.190. Username is admin and password 123. So this is our graphical page. So now let's focus on our topic, interface configuration on Fortinet. So for interface configuration, first you can verify through CLI command, show system interface. So yes, we have IP address on port number 192.168.1.190. Okay, services, port number 1. And on other interfaces, port number 2, port number 3, port number 4. So for interface configuration on graphical page, you can click on network. You can click on interfaces. Here you can get all physical interface information. See, these are the physical interfaces. So we have 4 physical interfaces, port number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Four physical interfaces. Now, you can see here port number 192.168.1.190 and services. Now I want to configure port number 2, but with graphical page. And as
Sir, hello, sir, how to identify in that WAN port and DMZ in this screen?
You can plan, okay? It's not identify, Jayaprakash.
Yes,
You
sir.
can create a topology in your organization. Okay. You can create a topology. You can decide.
Okay.
Port you want to use as a LAN or as a WAN or as a DMZ. You can decide.
Okay.
These are the data interfaces. Now you can decide.
Okay.
Like Jayaprakash, as per my topology, port number 1 I'm using as a
WAN.
First. And port number 2 I'm using as a LAN port.
LAN. Okay, got it.
So now you can select port number 2, you can click on edit. So I'm trying to configure port number 2. So edit interface, and interface name is port number 2. Let's configure alias. What is alias? Alias is just like a description. Okay, for example, this interface I'm using for LAN network. So I'm giving a description, for example, LAN. Now you can see here on Fortinet, in Fortinet, we have a predefined role. If you click here, you can see, guys, we have LAN, WAN, and DMZ. These are the predefined roles. Like Cisco ASA. If you guys are familiar with the Cisco ASA, so we have a predefined keyword. It's called inside. If you are working with Cisco ASA firewall, so we have a predefined keyword. Like for example, this is fast Ethernet 0/0. If you go onto this interface and if you type this predefined keyword is called inside, so automatically this interface will get a security level 100. It's a default feature on Cisco ASA. Default. Same on Fortinet, we have default role like LAN, WAN, and DNB. If you go with the LAN option, LAN role, so option is change. If you go with the WAN option is change. See, if you go with the DMZ role, option is change. So you can select your role as per your requirement. Right now I'm using undefined. It means I will decide all the configuration. So I'm using right now undefined. Now you can see, guys, we have addressing mode. So to configure IP address, we have 2 options. Either you can go with the static IP address configuration method, manual, or you can go with the DSCP. One arm sniffer, it's not related with IP address configuration. One arm sniffer is a packet capturing option. Okay, in Palo Alto Firewall, you can say tap interface. Sunita, remember in your Palo Alto session?
Yes, sir.
We have an interface type is called tap interface.
Yeah.
In Fortinet, you can say one arm sniffer.
One arm.
It's the same concept. So this one arm sniffer we can discuss in logging and monitoring here, but right now our focus is on interface configuration, IP address configuration. So let's go with the manual or DSCP.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, in FortiGate, we have in few firewalls, we do have the WAN ports separately, right? In few
no, you can
FortiGate
use your data interface, Sunita. You can use any data interface as a WAN port, as a LAN port.
So
Any
it's not
data-
defined
No,
like it's
no,
on WAN
no.
1, WAN 2?
No, you have all your data interfaces. Okay.
Okay.
You have all your, for example, let me show you. See, this is what a Fortinet file, right? These are the ports. So now you can decide. You have multiple data interface like fast Ethernet, gigabit Ethernet ports. Now you can decide which interface you want to use, like fast Ethernet port or gigabit port as a WAN. Clear now?
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Now, so I want to configure IP address manually. So let's go with the manual option. IP address I'm configuring as per our topology 200.200.200.1. So 200.200.200.1/20/24. This is IP address configuration. Now here we have some services. By default, on data interface, nothing is allowed. See, these are the services. These are the services you can allow, you can enable onto this particular port. For example, for graphical access, you can enable HTTPS. For connectivity, you can enable ping service. What is FMG access? If you want to allow FortiManager manager in Fortinet, we have a separate device is called FortiManager manager to manage multiple FortiGate power box from a centralized location. We have a separate device, separate product in Fortinet. It's called FortiManager. So if you want to allow FortiManager to access this FortiGate firewall box through this interface, so you have to enable FMG access. In graphical page, this is called FMG access. So FMG access, SSH, SNMP, Forti token, radius accounting, security fabric, multiple options we have. Right now, I'm trying to enable ping service only right now. One service, ping service. Now, onto this particular port, you can enable LLDP. Can anyone help me for LLDP? What is LLDP?
Link local device
Link layer,
protocol.
link layer, link layer.
Sorry, link layer.
Link layer.
Discovery protocol.
Thank you so much. So why we are using LLDP option?
We are find out the neighbor devices. Using this protocol, we are using neighbor devices.
But we have CDP, Suresh. We have Cisco Discovery Protocol.
Cisco.
CDP we can use on Cisco only, right?
But
Yes.
this is IEEE standard, right?
Yes. See guys. So for neighbor discovery, we can go with the CDP protocol, but CDP is enabled on Cisco devices only. We can use only in Cisco scenario. But right now we are working with Fortinet. So for neighbor discovery, we can go with the open standard protocol, LLDP. It's an open standard protocol. This is what a CNet topic. This is CNet. What is LLDP? It's a CNet routing switching concept. Here I'm telling you how to enable link layer discovery protocol, LLDP. In case if you are working with multi-vendor scenario, like Fortinet, Palo Alto, Checkpoint, Cisco ASA, Juniper. So you can, in case if you want to know about your neighbor detail information, your directly connected devices information. So yes, you can go with the LLDP. By default, LLDP is disabled. If you go on to the any vendor, LLDP is disabled by default. You have to enable manually. See, either you can go with the enable option or disable. In LLDP, we have a option to decide to receive LLDP packets or transmit LLDP packets. I'm not going in LLDP concept. This is routing switching. If you want to know, so please visit our YouTube channel. On our YouTube channel, yes, we have a dedicated video for LLDP concept. But yes, in case if you want to enable, you can enable, disable, up to you. Mustafa, can you hear me? Mustafa?
Yeah, I'm here.
Mustafa? Okay.
Yes.
So now we can enable DSCP service. Now you can enable DSCP service onto this particular port. we are using IP address 200, 200, 201. So our range starts with 2 to 254. Why DSCP? For example, in your LAN side, you have multiple computers, for example, multiple computers. And you want to provide IP address onto these machines through DSCP service. No problem, you can enable DSCP onto this particular interface on port number 2. See, you can enable DSCP. You see, DSCP concept is same, everyone. Concept Nilesh is same. Okay, what is DSCP concept? Remember guys, in DSCP we can create a range of IP. We can decide mask, we can decide gateway, we can decide DNS, we can decide lead time. Concept is same. Here you can configure. I'm not configuring, I'm giving you idea. So you can enable DSCP service. Right now, what I'm doing, I'm trying to configure IP address onto this port. So 200, 200, 200.1/24. Click on OK. Click on OK. See, LAN port number 2, IP address 200, 201, mask and ping service. Any problem? Clear now, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Nilesh, can you hear me?
Yeah, Jitendra.
Yes, yes.
Clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now this is what physical interface configuration. So what you can do is you can select your port, you can click on edit and configure your interface as per your requirement. Now let's talk about logical interfaces. For logical interfaces, you can click on create new here, click on create new, you can click on interface, and you can see you have multiple options. See, multiple options like aggregate interface, loopback interface, redundant interface, software switch interface, VLAN interface, Wi-Fi SSID is not your topic. So you can configure these logical interfaces. Let's start our discussion with VLAN interface, where we can use this concept, where we can use VLAN interface. Wait. So for example, I am working in a small scenario. I have a 1 FortiGate firewall box. 1 FortiGate firewall box. And this FortiGate firewall box fast Ethernet 0/0 is connected with a switch. And with switch, we have a connectivity with multiple VLANs, for example. Multiple VLAN. This is called VLAN 10. Here we are using 192.168.10.0 network. VLAN 20. 192.168.20.0. Please turn off your mic, everyone. Please, if you have any question, you can unmute. 20.0. Then VLAN 30. 192.168.30.0/24/24. So in our LAN side, we have multiple VLANs. In each VLAN, I'm using different subnet. Because it's a different VLAN. So what I need to do, see, I required a gateway for each VLAN. I required a gateway, right? For 10.1, for 10.0, for 20.0, for 30.0. I required a gateway. Right now we have 3 VLAN. So for each subnet, I required a gateway. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
We
Yes,
need a
sir.
gateway. We need a gateway. Now,
I have some small question here.
sure.
Yes, as we have VLAN concepts, okay, because VLAN is also, we need to separate the networks, okay. So why we are using DMZ? We can
Why
use
we are using
DMZ.
DMG?
Yeah,
DMG
yes.
is it's a network, it's a zone, okay, Amir. In DMZ you can create multiple VLANs.
Yeah, but the DMZ also we use for the security, yes.
See, okay, wait, let me clear one more time. DMZ we are using, see, we can put all our servers, like these servers, FTP, SMTP, DNS, web servers. These servers I want to allow to my outside user, Amir. they can hit onto this firewall interface, and my firewall will redirect this traffic to the DMZ. This traffic, this untrusted traffic, is not going to your LAN side. It's not going on your LAN side. So you are trying to secure your LAN network.
Okay. Great.
Okay. Okay, everyone. So for each VLAN, we require a separate subnet, right? Okay, guys, please wait. 1 minute. I'm coming. Everyone, please wait.
Da sembrare muata che quando si va che taula che si na हमरे देख रहा है जैसे वो सारा शुरुआत में सही हो ये देख हमने चार दो सही हो ऐसे सामान मानता
Can you please mute the mic if someone is unmuted? Thank you.
Okay, everyone. Let's continue our topic now. Okay. Everyone can hear me? Prakash, Mustafa, Nilesh, Sunita, Suresh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Please turn off your mic. Please turn off your mic. So we have 3 different VLANs. So for each VLAN, we require separate gateway. But these VLANs are connected with a switch, and this switch is connected with this single interface. Onto the single interface, we can configure single IP address. But as per this subnet, after these subnets, we require 3 separate gateways. So what we can do, if you guys remember your CCNA concept, CCNA routing and switching. So remember sub-interfaces concept. Behalf of a single physical interface, you can create multiple sub-interfaces. Remember, everyone?
Yeah.
In
router we are creating sub-interface.
Yes, sub-interface. Okay, now. So we can create sub-interfaces here. What we can do, we can create VLAN, for example, VLAN 10, IP address 192.168.10.1. Now VLAN 20, 192.168.20.1. VLAN 30, IP is 192.168.30. So for each VLAN, for example, for VLAN 10 computers, this IP address is acting as a gateway. For VLAN 20, this IP address is acting as a gateway. For VLAN 30, this IP address is acting as a gateway. So behalf of this single physical interface, you guys can create multiple VLAN interfaces. Okay, can anyone help me for this interface? Sunita, what about this interface? This interface should be
Tagged.
Access port, right?
Tagged port.
This port should be access port, right?
No.
No, sir. Trunk port.
Thank you so much. Trunk link. So this port should be trunk link. Why trunk? Because trunk consists VLAN database, right?
Yes.
There are multiple VLAN traffic.
Okay, so what we have? Trunk link. So this is what scenario where we can create multiple VLAN interfaces. So let's create VLAN interfaces here as per our discussion. So now you can see, guys, we have we have two physical interfaces, port number 3, port number 4. So let's take example. Let's take example. This is our port number 3. Port number 3. So port number 3, this one. So let's go to the create new interface. You can give a name here. It's called VLAN 10. Now alias. So for marketing, for example, interface, I have a single interface, port number 3. So you can select VLAN ID. So you can add your VLAN tag. So VLAN 10 IP address 192.168.10.1/24 ping service. Click on OK. Now you can click on again. You can click on create new again interface. Now I'm giving a name VLAN 20 for sales interface, port number 3, VLAN ID VLAN 20 and IP address 192.168.20.1/24 ping service. Click on OK. Now create new interface VLAN 30 for HR, for example. I have a single interface, port number 3. VLAN ID, VLAN 30, IP address 192.168.30.1/24 ping service. You can click on OK. See, if you expand now this port number 3, so you can see guys all VLAN interfaces. Clear now how to create VLAN interface?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's click on create new, click on interface, and now let's talk about another logical interface. It's called aggregate interface. What is aggregate interface? Okay, guys, remember ether channel? Can anyone help me for ether channel concept? You guys are familiar with the CCNA topic, that's why I'm asking. Ether channel, remember? Everyone, what is ether channel?
Combining multiple links.
Combine multiple links. Perfect. Okay, yes.
Bonding of two or more interface together to increase the availability and the bandwidth.
Okay, availability is a different thing, Sunita. And for availability, you can create redundant interface. Here what we are doing in ether channel, what we can do, we can aggregate the bandwidth. We can combine multiple physical interface, right, everyone? And we can create a single logical instance. Logical instance. For example, this is what port number 1, port number 2, port number 3. And on each interfaces, what we have? Speed 1 Gbps, 1 Gbps, 1 Gbps, 1 Gbps. So we can combine 3 interfaces. We can combine these 3 physical interfaces and can create a single logical port with 3 GB speed. Right, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys, please help me. Remember, if you remember CCNA concept, so for ether channel configuration, we have 2 protocols. Please help me.
LACP.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. LACP and PAGP.
Yeah, Cisco proprietary, and that is IEEE.
Link aggregation, right? It's called port aggregation. Thank you so much. This is not a CCNA class, but let's revise. Okay. So in LACP, what we have more. Wait, guys, please. Suresh, Gursanan, please wait. Mustafa, Nilesh.
Yes.
Mustafa, in LACP, we have more. Can you please tell me? In LACP,
I don't remember.
Okay, no problem. Nilesh, in LACP, we have mode.
No idea.
Okay. Wait, guys, wait. Arjun, in LACP, we have mode.
No idea, sir.
Okay. Sunita, in LACP, we have what?
Active passive.
Thank you so much. And in PAGP?
Auto and active.
Auto and desirable.
Okay, sorry, desire.
Auto and desirable. I'm not going into this topic, but you can revise, okay? If you don't know, please revise your CCNA.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's come on to the topic. So what we have, So same ether channel concept.
Jitendra, I have
Yes.
doubt.
Yes, yes.
See, here we are combining the 3 links, but we could not get the 3 gigahertz, 3 Gbps, right? See, depend on the hash value, it will flow the traffic.
Depend upon
Hash value.
hash
So
value.
the protocol wise, source balance, source
Yes,
MAC
see,
address.
Suresh, I'm not going in deep. If we talk about load balance or something, I'm not going deep. Okay.
Okay.
No, please. This is not a CCNA class, please.
Okay.
No. Okay. I'm not talking about in deep. Okay. Load balancing technique. No. So what I'm doing, guys, so you can combine multiple interfaces and you can create a single logical instance. This is called ether channel concept. This is CCNA concept, and this concept you can implement on Fortinet. Like not only Fortinet, you can implement on Palo Alto, Checkpoint Firewall Box, Cisco Firewall Threat Defense. So you can create ether channel. Let me tell you the option. I think right now I have a single interface. Please wait. Let me add more interfaces. Wait. Okay, so let's create ether channel. You can click on create new, you can click on interface. And now you can select your interface type, aggregate. You can give a name, for example, ether 11, just a name, now you can attach your interface information. For example, port number 7 and 8. Okay, or 6. So you can combine multiple interfaces, and now you can give IP address to this because it's a L3 ether channel. If you guys remember CCNA, so we have 2 types of ether channel. We can go with the L2 ether channel or L3 ether channel. So this is L3 device. So we are talking about L3 ether channel. So we can configure IP address here. For example, 20.20.20.1/24. Just an example, you can select your service, you can click on OK. Now you can see, guys, we have ether channel, ether 11. This is what aggregate in Fortinet, you can say aggregate interface and members, port number 7, port number 8, IP address onto this ether channel and ping service. Now you can click on create new, you can click on interfaces. And now let's talk about next one is called loopback. So loopback is a common topic, right? We can create loopback on other devices. So like other vendor, we can create loopback here for testing. For example, loopback 1 or loopback 10, alias for testing. IP address 30.30.30.30/32. Why /32? Why /32? I can use /32 for
Single IP.
loopback because this is a logical interface. This is a single IP. This loopback interface, we are not connecting any device with loopback interface. That's why we can go with the /32. Ping service, click on OK. Now you can click on create new, you can click on interface. Now we can talk about the next logical interface is called redundant interface. See, guys, so we have a difference. We have a difference in between aggregate interface and redundant interface. In aggregate interface, what we are doing, we are trying to aggregate the bandwidth of these links. But what about this redundant interface? See, let me tell you the scenario. So this is our firewall device, for example, our firewall. And here we have interfaces. These are what data interfaces, for example. Data interfaces, port number 6 and port number 7. Port number 6 and port number 7. So port number 6 is connected with a switch, for example. It's connected with a switch. Wait. Both ports. Both interfaces are connected with a switch. This is data interface, for example. So we have a IP address, for example, onto this port number, say proper IP address configuration. You can say proper interface configuration on port number 6. IP address, alias, services, LLDP, everything is configured onto this port number 6. So traffic is traveling. Traffic is traveling via this port number 6. Perfect, no problem. Now, in case if this port down, for example, maybe some problem, some issue, some interface down, some issues. This interface is not working. Then what you can do is, in real scenario, what you can do? You can unplug this cable, right? You can unplug this cable, yes or no? You can unplug this cable and you can attach this cable with next port, port number 7, right? Everyone, yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Sunita, Suresh.
So it's
Yeah.
a
Prakash.
physical interface, right?
Yes, it's a physical interface.
Yeah.
If port number 6 is down, maybe some issue, some problem. So what we can do, we can unplug this cable and plug into the next port, this cable. And we need to configure same IP address, everything here on port number 7. It's down right now. So we can configure everything and now traffic is traveling. This is a manual task. This is a manual task. If port is down, you can unplug your cable, plug into the port number 7, then you can configure everything. This is a manual task. Here, what we can do, we can talk about interface level redundancy, you can say. What we can do, we can combine these two interfaces. Guys, this is a common topic. Redundant interface is a common topic. You can configure this option in Cisco firewall box also. So we can combine these two interfaces. We can combine these two interfaces and create a single logical instance. It's called a redundant interface 1, for example. So here we have one interface is active and another interface is passive. Traffic is traveling via active interface. If port is down, no problem. IP address configured here. Port is down, no problem. Now traffic, this passive interface is up now. This is active and now traffic is traveling via port number 7. Clear the concept, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So same option we can redundant interface we can create here. See, you can give a name, it's called red 1, for example, red 1. Now interfaces. So yes, we have, okay, let's go with interface type. Now interfaces, so we have port number 4, 5. Now IP address 30.30.30.1/24. No, I think we are using 40.40.40.1/24. Now ping service, click on OK. So here we have our redundant interface. Now you can click on create new again, click on interfaces. And now we have another concept is called software switch interface. This concept we can discuss in our layer 2 firewall. Yeah.
Sir, excuse me. In the redundant interface, how many ports we can add up for
You can add multiple ports, no problem. But 2 interfaces. Most of the time we are using 2 interfaces.
2 interface. And is there any like if the port number 1 goes down, the traffic will travel from
other
the
interface will take the responsibility.
Yeah, and like if the port 1 comes up, like
it will become active again.
Active again. Okay.
Yes. Clear now, everyone? Mustafa, Nilesh. This
Yes.
is our
Yes.
interface configuration. And see, now let's talk about one more point in interface one more point. Guys, Palo Alto is a zone-based firewall, right? Everyone, Palo Alto firewall and Checkpoint firewall and Cisco FTD. These are what? These are zone-based firewall. So here we can create zones. We can put our all interfaces into their respective zone. We can do this. In Fortinet is not a zone-based firewall. Remember always. We can create zone here, no problem, but it's not a zone-based firewall. Okay, see, if you click on create new, you can see this concept is zone. But this is not a zone-based firewall. What is zone here in Fortinet? You can combine multiple interfaces and you can put in a zone. And zone is not a zone, it's an interface. For example, our trusted interface, for example. Interface, so I can combine, for example, this VLAN 10, this port number 3, this LAN port number. We can combine multiple interfaces and can put in a zone. It's called what? It's called trusted interface. So for example, if I'm configuring my firewall policy,
can you explain any use case for that?
I'm telling you, Suresh, I'm telling you here in firewall policy. Give me 1 minute, give me 1 minute.
Okay.
So now you can create, in case if you're configuring the firewall policy, you can click on create new. So this time, if you talk about incoming interface, this time I'm not selecting any particular port. Now I have what? Single option. You can select this trusted interface, and now into this trusted interface, you have 3 interfaces: LAN port number 2, port number 3, and for no need to add each interface separately. Clear now my point?
Yeah.
Everyone?
Yes, sir.
So this is what this is called our first topic. This is our first topic today. It's called introduction. And yes, Mustafa, any question?
Yeah, just want to go back to VLAN if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
We have created VLAN in the firewall, correct? But
Yes.
this can be done on the L3 switch as well instead of firewall.
Mustafa, VLAN is a concept.
Yeah.
This concept you can configure on switches. It's a switching concept. But this interface, these are the kind of sub interfaces. On Fortinet, we are saying what? VLAN interface, but these are called sub interfaces.
Okay.
Behalf of your single feature interface, you have now multiple sub interfaces. These are the sub interfaces. In Fortinet, you can say VLAN interface.
No.
Clear now?
Sure. But the default IP can be done on the L3 switch, right? Not needed. In case of
yes, it's a switching concept. It's a switching concept.
Yeah, thanks.
If you remember, sub interface concept on router, it's the same. Jayaprakash, any question?
Yeah. No, sir.
Okay, so this is our first topic.
Yes.
Yes, Amir, any question?
Yes. So we will consider later the VLANs, because we will for the default gateway we will use logical default gateway.
Exactly. Yes.
So
if you guys remember sub interface concept in CCNA, this is the same topic as it. In CCNA we are using dot. In CCNA we are using dot option. If you guys remember, for example, if I have a Cisco router. So behalf of this single physical interface, I can create multiple sub interfaces. It's called fast Ethernet 0/0.10, fast Ethernet 0/0.20. So we can create with dot, right? Amir?
Yes.
Same concept. So this is how
we will create one. My question is this.
Yes, Amir.
We will create lab regarding this these topics.
Sorry, Amir. Can you please repeat your question?
Yes, sorry to disturb, because Today I don't have a mic, so that's why my sound is
No,
not.
no problem. No problem, Amir. You can ask your question. No problem.
Yes, yes, yes. So I think my question is there. That later we will configure the late for this one.
You can configure
Late.
in your topology. You can configure. I'm giving you the option how to create your interfaces. In your topology, you can create. No problem.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Here I'm giving you the option how to create, create physical interfaces, how to configure physical interface, how to create logic interface. Now, in your scenario, you can decide in your topology. For example, here if you have your own topology, you can create as per your requirement. Clear now? This is our first topic, guys. It's called introduction and initial configuration. Now we can focus on next topic. It's called routing. So let's take a break for 10 minutes, then we can continue. We can start. We can continue with routing concept. 10-minute break, everyone. Amir, Anita, Arjun,
Sure, sir.
T,
Okay.
Gursimran, Priya Prakash, Nilesh, Suresh,
Sure.
Mustafa. Okay. Please turn off your mic, everyone. Please turn off your mic. Okay, everyone can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Everyone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's start our topic. Next topic is called routing configuration on Fortinet Hub. So remember routing concept. See guys, we are working with firewall. We are working with firewall. So, and on firewall, we can use our firewall features. So why we are going with the routing concept? So like, like other vendor, Fortinet is giving you the option in case if you want to connect your firewall with internet, or if you want to configure routing on your firewall, so you can, no problem. You can configure routing concept. And please turn off your mic. Please turn off your mic. So remember in routing, we have multiple options. In routing, you can go with the static routing, default routing, and dynamic. In dynamic routing, you can discuss multiple protocol. It's called RIP, OSPF, and BGP, right?
Yes, sir.
So, Nilesh, what is static routing? Nilesh,
Yes, sir.
what is static routing? Static routing. Mustafa, what is static routing?
Yeah, it's static like one-to-one.
No, static routing. Static routing. Wait. Where is Arjun? Sunita, please turn off your mic. Amir, please turn off your. Yeah. Amir, you are outside.
Yeah, I'm outside. Yes, yes.
Okay, so Jayaprakash, what is static routing?
We have to assign the IP address to them manually.
Manually. Okay, we can create our destination entry manually, right? Okay, what about default routing? Can anyone help me?
So we don't know the destination, so that any packet has to go through this default gateway, default routing.
Thank you. And most of the time we are using default routing towards ISP, right?
Correct.
For any unknown
Because we don't
destination,
know exactly.
we can, for any unknown destination, we can configure default routing. Okay, what about dynamic routing? What about RIP? RIP always work with bandwidth, right, everyone? RIP
Hop count.
always, thank you so much. RIP always work with hop count. Hop count. Maximum hop count?
15, 16.
15, thank you so much.
15.
15. Okay, what about OSPF? In OSPF, we have open shortest path first. OSPF is called what? Open shortest path first. And in OSPF, we can create multiple areas. And remember, guys, area 100 is a backbone area.
0.
Wait. Sunita, wait.
I'm so
Wait. Guys, area 0, no, area 100 is a backbone area, remember? Nilesh, Mustafa, Jayaprakash, Parthi. Kursimran, yes. Area 100.
No.
Okay. So which one is a backbone area or transit area?
Area 0.
Thank you.
0.
And remember the rule, all the area must be directly connected with the area.
Connected to area 0.
If you have multiple areas. Now, what about BGP, Border Gateway Protocol? BGP is called EGP, Exterior Gateway Protocol. Exterior Gateway Protocol.
But we have IBGP. Oh yeah.
IBGP and EBGPS.
IBGP.
In BGP, we can connect multiple AS number.
Yes.
Okay. So you know, guys, these options we can configure on FortiGate. Okay. So I'm not telling you the storyline. I'm not telling you storyline, what is static routing, what is default routing, what is rep OSP. No. Here I'm telling you how to configure. I'm telling you how to configure static, default, and dynamic routing on Fortinet firewall box. So let's go on to the graphical page. So I have a small topology. I have a small topology with WAN interface and LAN interface. So yes, I have an IP address onto this port number 1. So I'm trying to configure default route. Okay, let's create a different topology. Wait, guys. Good, Simran, please turn off your Arjun, please turn off your mic. Everyone. And please wait 5 minutes. I need to create a separate topology. So we have a small topology. Port number 1 I'm using as a management port. Port number 2 I'm using as a LAN side network. So LAN 200.0/24. Port number 3 is acting as a WAN side network. So WAN 10.1.23.0 network. Now, for routes, I'm creating loopback on each router. So 1.1.1/32. And this is R2 is what? It's an ISP site. So 2.2.2.2/32. Right click, let's start. And first I will configure IP address on port number 1. This is management port. This cloud is what? This cloud is my laptop.
Topology is not showing to us.
Topology is not showing. And what about other? Everyone?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay.
Yeah,
Arjun?
it's visible.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But it is small, I think.
Are you using any phone, something? Mobile phone or laptop?
This is my laptop.
Okay.
I'm just reading, but small size.
Let me share again. What about now?
Yes, now, yes, yes.
Okay. Let's configure IP address on port number 1, config. Set mode static, IP address 192.168.255.190. In my topology, I'm using this IP address. In your topology, you can use different. Okay, everyone, please wait 2 minutes. Guys, please wait 1 minute. Okay, everyone. So I'm trying to configure IP address as per topology. I'm trying to configure IP address on port number 2 and port number 3. You can see as per our topology. So port number 2 is a LAN port. So let's configure it IP address onto this interface. Alias is LAN. IP address 200.200.200.1/24 ping service. Click on OK. Port number 3. Edit. Alias WAN. IP address 10.1.23.1/24 ping service. Basic IP address configuration on both interfaces. Basic IP address configuration. You can verify, show. You can verify here, show system interface, IP address on port number 2, IP address on port number 3. Let's configure IP address on router as per our topology. So R1, you can see guys, fast Ethernet 0/0 as per our topology. 200.200.10 I'm using. 255.255.255.0/24. Let's create a loop back for routes. So 1.1.1/32. Show IP interface brief. Let's go on to the R2. So fast Ethernet 0/0 IP address 10.1.23.10 255.255.0. No shutdown. We can create a loop back. 3.3.3 mask. Show IP interface brief. Any problem in basic configuration?
No, sir.
No.
Everyone? Okay. Please turn off your mic. Now, so now we can implement here static and default routing. Static and default routing. So our focus is on what? How to configure static and default routing on FortiGate firewalls. So I'm configuring static route for LAN side and default routing for WAN side. This is our task exactly. So let's go on to the firewall device. You can see here, you can click on network. In network tab, you can see this option. It's called static route. See, this option you can use to configure static and default routing. And these are what? These are called advanced routing option. RIP, OSPF, and BGP. These are called advanced routing option. In case if you are working with a firewall device and you are not getting these options, in case if these options are not visible, in case, what you can do, you can go into the system. You can click on feature visibility. In feature visibility, see, advanced routing option is enabled. That's why RIP, OSPF, and BGP, these options are visible. If it is disabled, for example, if disabled, then now you can check. You can click on network tab. You can click on network tab. You can see now you can only configure static route. There is no any option for advanced routing. So if not visible, so you can go into the system, click on feature visibility, and in core feature, you can enable your advanced routing concept. You can enable, click on apply. Now let's go on network tab again, network tab, and now RIP was BFN BGP. But right now our focus is on static and default routing configurations. You can click on static route, this option, static route. Now click on create new. So from here we can create entry. This is not a routing table. Okay, this is not a routing table. Here we can create an entry. You can click on create new. You can click on create new and see I'm trying to create static route entry. Static route, or you can say default route. So you can see that guys, we have a same syntax. If you guys remember static and default routing in CCNA. So here we have a same syntax. See, it's asking for destination. Then next hop IP, it's called gateway and exit interface. So for destination, we have two options, subnet, or you can go with the internet services. Let's talk about subnet first. Subnet first. So if you know about destination, if you have destination information, so you can define destination subnet here. As per our topology, I want to configure static routing for LAN side, default routing for WAN side, right? So you can go on to the firewall device. You can see here on R1 we have a loopback. So what we have 1.1.1.1/32. So to go to this particular destination, your gateway is 200, 200, 200.10 and exit interfaces LAN port number 2. Now here we have an administrative distance. What is administrative distance? Can anyone help me? What is AD value? Suresh, wait. Suresh, wait. Jayaprakash, what is AD value?
Yes.
Jayaprakash? No?
No idea.
Jayaprakash, please revise your season, okay? Gursimran?
It's kind of priority value or?
Okay, no. Priority value is a different thing. I'm talking about administrative distance. Gursimran?
Is the best path cost to reach the destination?
It's
Okay. Yes, Ulita?
it's the trustworthiness, like so that we can just how according to this value we can trust the link, the
We
protocols.
can trust the route.
Yes.
Least AD value is more preferred, right?
More prefer, yes.
Suresh?
Yeah, is
Right.
administrative routing preference.
Yes, and see if you guys are working
lowest
with
lowest number is the
more
highest
preferred.
preference.
If you guys are working with Cisco devices, so remember for static and default routing, AD value is 1. But in Fortinet, to configure static and default routing here, we have AD value 10. No problem. You can click on OK. So this is our entry, first entry. You can see, guys, to go onto this particular destination, you can go via this gateway, exit interface LAN port number 2, status is enabled, and administrative distance is 10. Now,
So
what is priority value?
By default is a 10 or but
Yes,
in,
by default
Cisco,
on Fortinet it's a 10. If you want to change, you can change, no problem. Value is varying between 0 to 255.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about priority value? We'll discuss later. What is priority concept? But this is the entry. Now let's create an entry, default route entry. I'm trying to configure default route towards ISP side. So you can go on to the firewall. You can click on create new. So what is default routing syntax for any network, any mask? Gateways 200 or not 200. As per our topology, we are using 10.1.23 network. So 10.1.10.1.23.10. Exit interface is port number 3. Now you can click on OK. So we have two entry. For a known destination, you can go via port number 3. AD value is 10. So this is just an entry. If you want to verify routing table information, so you can go on to your FortiGate firewall box, and here you can type command get router info routing table on. This is the command to verify your routing table information. Get router info, routing table. On. So yes, we have. Please turn off your mic. Please turn off your mic, everyone. Okay, so yes, we have entry. Static entry to go on to this particular destination. You can go via 200, 210. This is AD value, exit interface. This is what default route entry. To go on to any unknown destination, you can go via 10.1.23.10, port number 3. Yes, we have a route. If we have a route, so we can verify our connectivity, execute, ping. So from firewall, I'm trying to ping my loopback 1.1.1. I'm getting reply, execute, ping. I'm trying to ping my outside, other side R2 loopback, ping 2.2.2. Oh, sorry, it's a 3.3.3. Wait, it's not 2.2.2. So we are getting reply. Clear this option, how to create static and default route. Everyone?
Yes, I have one question regarding
Yeah,
this one.
sure.
Yeah, like in CCNA and CCNP, like we have 2 routers or 3 routers. So we are like configuring the routing. Okay. So it is between routers. But now in the middle, in this scenario, in this topology, in the middle there is some firewall, like FortiGate firewall.
Yes.
So yes, so we didn't configure any routing in the R1 or R2. Only we configure just only here in the FortiGate, the routing. So what is the benefit?
See, I'm not configuring routing on. See, I'm not configuring routing on R2. Our focus is on right now what? How to configure on firewall. Our focus is on what? How to configure on firewall. Yes, Amit.
Yes, in practical life, what is the benefit? What is the benefit of this type of like routing and like? So this is my question.
Okay, why we are configuring routing on firewall?
Yes.
Okay, Amir, I have a device. Okay, in my organization, I have a device. Okay, let's take example. In my organization, I have a device, firewall device. Okay. Now I want to connect this firewall device with LAN and with internet. What I can do? Can you help me?
Yeah,
I want
we can
to
use
connect
like
my firewall with LAN.
For the WAN, yeah, for the WAN we can use a default policy, default route, and for the LAN we can use
Wait. Amir. Default policy is a different thing. Default route is a different thing. So tell me this is a two different options.
Default route.
Default route. So why you are configuring routing here? What is the use of routing?
Yes. So default route we can understand that default route we can use for the internet. Okay. But the static route we have to create the lanes.
I'm giving you the idea. I'm giving you the idea how to configure static and default routing both. If you want to configure only default route, you can, no problem.
So my question is that one, that like what is the benefit in the actual real life?
Okay, why we are getting static? Okay, why we are getting static route? Do you know why we are getting static route? Why?
The static, we have to route.
These are the options. These are the options: static, default, dynamic. These are the options for connectivity. Okay, no need to use static routing. No problem. If you don't want to use no problem. You can configure BGP, RIP, OSPF. I'm giving you idea in case if you want to configure static route. So yes, you can configure on your firewall. Okay, if you want to configure default route, yes, you can configure on your firewall. Yes, I'm not using static NATs if I'm working with big network, if I'm working with big scenario. So no need to use static route, right? Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So this is not my point right now. This is not my point, okay?
Yeah,
I'm telling you what right
my
now.
Question is this one.
Yes, Amin, please.
Yeah, my question is this one, that in the actual scenario, in the real scenario, we will have the Fortinet. We will not have the routers because we have different branches. Okay. One is Abu Dhabi, Dubai, India. Okay, so we have different branches.
Okay.
And on all branches there is a FortiGate device.
Okay. Okay, yes, okay.
So,
Mhm,
yes. So my question was,
please.
one is Mumbai, one is Delhi, one is Dubai, Abu Dhabi.
So, Amit, for connectivity, you can use multiple options. You can go with the RIP option, you can go with the OSPF, you can go with the BGP, you can go with the default route, no problem. You can configure any option. It depend upon your scenario. Or you can connect all these devices through, or you can connect all your branch office over MPLS.
But my question is this one, that like in this topology, we could use two FortiGate firewall.
Okay, you want to use two FortiGate firewall box?
Yes, right. Instead of router.
Amir. Right now, I'm not connecting multiple branch office. You can discuss here. Clear my point? Right now, I have a single firewall device. I have a small network. I want to learn how to work with a single firewall. I want to work on a single branch office. I want to work onto this branch office right now. After that, in VPN configuration, yes, you can connect multiple branch office. I will tell you. Right now, you are working with single firewall device. How to work with a single firewall device. How to configure routing. How to perform NAT option onto this firewall. Everyone clear my point? What about others?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Everyone, Mustafa, Jayaprakash,
Yes.
Arjun.
Okay,
Amir, clear my point?
Yes, I got it.
If you want to connect multiple branch offices, sure, I will tell you. Okay, but this is what? This is related with IPsec VPN. Right now, I don't have multiple branches. Right now, I'm trying to manage my one branch office here, this firewall device. After that, I can connect. If I know how to work with a firewall device, then I can connect firewall device, no problem. Okay, everyone clear now? Amir, clear for you? Amir? Okay. So now, this is the option. We can configure default route, we can configure static route. Now, let's go on to the topology again. And for example, guys, if I have primary and secondary, for example, I have a primary and secondary option. In my organization, I have a backup plan. I have a backup route, for example. This is what our primary network. And I have a secondary option, backup link 10.1. For example, 32.0. This is what our secondary network. So let's go on to the firewall device. I'm trying to configure port number 4. Wait. So port number 3 is a WAN 1. This is called what? WAN-1. Port number 4. Port number 4 is my another ISP connection. So this is called what? WAN-2. IP address 10.1.32.1/24. Ping service. And I need to configure entry, static route entry. I got emergency call. Okay, no problem, Mustafa, no problem. Okay, so now I'm creating one more entry. Everyone, because this route I want to use as a primary and this one I want to use as a secondary. What we can do, we can create one more entry. So you can see, guys, we have a default for any unknown destination. You can go via 10.1.23.10 via WAN 1 port number 3. But now I'm creating one more entry because I have another route. So please help me. For unknown destination, I am creating one more route, one more entry. For any unknown destination, you can go via 32.10 and exit interface is WAN port number 4, this one. So I want to use this route as a secondary. Can anyone help me what I can do? I want to use this route as a secondary. It's a routing switching option.
We will change the increase AD value.
Yeah.
We can change. Okay, what value I can use?
So we can
8.
No,
We
like
can
should
increase.
SLE
We
WAN
should
1.
increase.
Exactly, because we want to use this route as a secondary, right? So I'm
Yes.
using
Yeah.
25. 25. Now you can click on OK. So for unknown destination, guys, you have two entry. For unknown destination, you can go via 10.1.23.10 WAN port number 3. For unknown destination, you can go via 10.1.32.10 port number 4. So we have two entry, but if you go and check your routing table, get router info routing table all. So in your routing table, we have only this route. We have only this route. Why this route? Okay, wait.
Battery ID value.
Okay, we have only this route. If you want to guys verify all possible route, for example, because we have two entry. But in my routing table, we have only one option, because routing table is what? In routing table, we have a best route only. So yes, we have a best route. But in case if you want to verify all possible route, then get router info routing table database is a command. With this command, you can verify all possible routes. So yes, guys, we have two routes, right? Everyone, via this side, see, if you want to go on any unknown destination, via this side, we have an AD value 10, and via this side, AD value is 25. So we have two entry, but as per our routing concept, least AD value is more preferred. So that's why this greater than symbol, the selected route is here. Clear now, everyone?
Yes, sir.
If this link is down, then this route will take the responsibility. Clear? It's a simple routing switching concept. Kursimran, Amir, Arjun, Bharti, Jayaprakash, Nilesh, Sunita, Suresh.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, in case if I'm using same AD value, in case if I'm using, for example, 25, then yeah, if I have same, yes, exactly. If I have same metric, so both route will install into the routing table. See, both route install into the routing table. So guys, in case if I have two routes with same metric value in static routing, our metric is what? AD value. In static routing, metric is what? AD. In RIP, metric is what? Hop count. In OSPF, metric is what? Cost, path cost. In BGP, metric is what? So what we have in static routing, metric is AD value. Least AD value is more preferred. But let's take an example where we have two routes. With same AD value. And we cannot change, for example, we cannot change this metric value. So that's why both routes are available. In routing table. But now I want to go with the primary and secondary. I cannot change metric value, for example, but I want to go with the primary and secondary option. Then I can go with the priority value. Here is a concept of priority. Let's go on to this route. You can click on edit. You can click on advanced. You can click on advanced option, and here is a priority. What is priority? See, lowest priority value is more preferred. So here I'm using what? Here I'm using 10, this side, and via this side I'm using what? Via this side I'm using 35, for example. But again, your firewall will check AD value first. If there is a tie, then tiebreaker is least priority value. Clear this concept, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Suresh, clear here?
Yeah, clear.
Nilesh, Bharti,
Yes.
Jayaprakash, Amir.
Yes.
Okay, guys, let's continue our topic tomorrow. Okay, everyone? Let's continue this topic tomorrow.
But AD value we can set it and write. See.
Yes.
The most. So AD value we can play, right? Why do priority is lost, right? So you can play it.
See, this is just an option, Suresh.
Yeah.
In case if there is a tie, then you can use this option as a tiebreaker.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, everyone, let's continue our topic, this routing concept tomorrow.
One question, like when we change the priority, so the best paths will be, best route will be installed in the routing table, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I will upload this video, okay, after 1 hour. Bye, everyone. Take care,
Sure,
guys.
sir.
Good night.
Good night,
everyone.
sir.
Okay. Good night.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good night, everyone. Good night. Can you hear me? Let's start our session now.
Yes.
Yes. Let me check our last session video. Please wait. So remember our control plane and data plane discussion. Everyone, Jagdish and Rohan, you guys are, I think you guys are available.
Yes.
Remember our control plane and data plane
Data
discussion.
plane. Yeah.
And Palo Alto is using SP3 architecture
Right.
to forward your traffic. And in data plane, we have 3 separate processor is called control, is called signature match processor. We have multi-core security processor and networking processor, right? So we are completed some basic discussion. Now we can move on to the next concept. It's called packet flow. Okay. So let's continue our topic from packet flow concept. So let's talk about packet flow. See, for packet flow discussion, let me show you. We have a separate notes for Palo Alto Firewall packet flow discussion. See, we have a deep option. We can discuss this slow path, fast path option. But right now, I'm giving you the basic idea about packet flow. If traffic is going to hit onto the Palo Alto firewall box, then how Palo Alto firewall box will process the traffic. So this is your complete Palo Alto firewall device. And if traffic is going to hit onto this ingress interface, then Palo Alto firewall box will do first. This step is called initial packet processing. So Palo Alto firewall box will do initial packet processing. In initial packet processing, Palo Alto firewall box is trying to verify this traffic. For example, if traffic coming from LAN side and trying to go onto the WAN zone side. So if traffic is going to hit onto this ingress interface, then firewall will do first initial packet processing. In initial packet processing, it will first check traffic is coming from which source zone. So traffic is coming from which source zone or source address or source user. So this will check the traffic. The Palo Alto firewall will check traffic is coming from which zone and traffic is coming from which source address with which user account. After that, it will go and check if you want to go onto the particular destination. So for a particular destination, firewall will check destination information into the routing table or into the forwarding table to reach particular destination. For example, this inside machine is trying to communicate with 8.8.8.8. So firewall will check this destination information. Is there any entry available? Firewall will verify. Is there any entry available in my routing table for this particular destination? So firewall will verify destination information into policy-based forwarding, or it will go and check into the routing loop or forwarding loop. Then it will verify traffic is going to which destination zone. So traffic is coming from which zone, trying to go into which zone. Then it will go and verify NAT policy. So NAT policy evaluated. Maybe in your scenario, you are working with source NAT, maybe, or you have DNAT concept, DNAT scenario. So your firewall will check, it will check NAT policy configuration, NAT policy evaluated as per your traffic flow. It will try to verify for this traffic flow. For this traffic flow, is there any source NAT concept configuration or destination NAT? After that, it will go and check security pre-policy. In security pre-policy, Palo Alto Firewall box will check allow ports. So which port is allowed? Yes, Rohan. Yes, Rohan.
Sir, forwarding lookup एक बार explain करेंगे फिर से?
Forwarding lookup means routing table, you can say. Okay.
Okay.
But देखो अभी आप उतना deep में मत जाओ. Okay, Rohan.
Okay, sir.
Because see, for forwarding table, we can discuss 6 tuple information. So don't go in deep right now. Okay.
Okay.
Try to go with the basic option. Your firewall will check his routing table. That is the point.
Okay, sir.
Firewall will check the routing table or forwarding table, because this inside machine is trying to go on this particular destination. And for to go on particular destination, this is the L3 device. So it's required a routing configuration. So it will check the destination information in routing table. If there any entry available. After that, it will go and check destination zone. Okay, as per your destination, yes. For example, you are trying to go 8.8.8, so destination zone is WAN. So your firewall can identify destination zone information. Then, as per your packet flow, traffic is coming from LAN trying to go into the WAN. So now firewall will try to identify for this packet flow, for this traffic, is there any source NAT or destination NAT? After that, it will go and check security pre-policy. What is security pre-policy? In security pre-policy, Palo Alto Firewall will check allow port information as per the source destination zone. Firewall will verify if there is any port or services is allowed. If port is allowed, services is allowed. Okay, so it will create a session. It will check the port and create a session, not allow. It will just check the port and create a session. Because it's a stateful firewall device. So if traffic is traveling through the firewall box, firewall will maintain the state of connection in a connection table or in a session table. So it will create a session for this traffic. I'm not talking about these options right now. Everyone, I'm not talking about these options right now, because you don't know anything about app ID concept. You don't know anything about security profile concept. You don't know anything about decryption policy. So I'm not talking about these options right now. I'm talking about the basic packet flow. Once the session will create it, and if, for example, as per your traffic flow, you are using source NAT, so your Palo Alto will apply the NAT configuration and then forward the traffic. To the egress interface. Let me revise this. My point is, what if traffic is going to hit onto this ingress interface? Your firewall will verify traffic is coming from which source zone, which source address, and now routing table information, destination zone information, NAT policy evaluated, check allow port, session created, and now NAT is applied, source NAT or destination NAT, and then packet is forwarded to the egress interface. So every time if traffic is going to hit onto the Palo Alto firewall box, Palo Alto will check zone information. If you guys are familiar with the Fortinet, so remember Fortinet, in Fortinet there is no zone concept. Okay, in Fortinet we can go with the incoming interface and outgoing interface, right?
sir.
In Fortinet we have a concept of zone. Sorry, we have a concept of interface. Okay, clear this basic option, everyone.
Sir.
Jagdish, any question?
No.
Sandeep, Ganyu.
No, sir.
Okay, now let's talk about initial configuration. So if I have a Palo Alto firewall device, Palo Alto firewall box. So port number 1, let's take example. This port is a port number 1, and I'm using not port number 1, it's a management port. On Palo Alto firewall box, you will get a dedicated management port. With this management port, you can connect your management PC. By default, we have an IP address onto this port. It's called 192.168.1.1. Same series of IP we can configure onto this management PC. And by default, I told you in previous session, by default on management port, these services are enabled. Ping, HTTPS, and SSH. These services are enabled by default. So from this management PC, you can check your connectivity. You can access this complete firewall box with graphical page, or you can go with the CLI option. Default username on Palo Alto firewall box is admin, and password is admin. So let me show you. I have a small topology. Let me show you this basic configuration. I have a small topology right now. One Palo Alto firewall. Let's wait. We don't have this topology, for example. We don't know. We have a small topology. We have a small topology. One Palo Alto firewall device and one management PC. We have only 2 devices for basic configuration. One Palo Alto firewall and one management PC. So you can go with the CLI console. Right now, I'm taking CLI console. Now, see, username, I told you, username is admin, and password is admin. You can press enter. Now you are in Palo Alto firewall box. See, this is Palo Alto firewall box console page. Palo Alto firewall console page. Now, if you go and check, for example, I'm using show interface management command. With show interface management command, you can get IP address information on your management port. So right now you can see IP address is unknown, net mask is unknown, default gateway is not available, IPv6 is unknown. So right now there is no any IP address on this management port. But by default, if you by default we have IP address 192.168.1.1. But if you don't have, so no problem, you can configure. I can show you how to configure IP address on management port manually, no problem. But if you have IP address, so same series of IP you can configure onto this management PC, and you can access. So right now we don't have it. Right now we don't have any IP address. So let's configure now manually. So for configuration, you can use configure command. Press enter. So now we are in configuration mode. Here. Here we can use set device config, system type static. Why static? Because by default, DHCP service is enabled onto this port, onto this management port. By default, DHCP service is enabled. We are trying to configure IP address statically, so that's why I'm using static option. So static, now you can press enter. So this is the mode. I want to configure IP address statically onto this management port. Now command is set device config system IP address 199.199.199.1 as per our topology. As per our topology, I'm using 199 series of IP. 199 series. So 199.199.199.1 net mask. So I'm using 255.255.255.0. Press enter. Done. Done. Your configuration. But remember always, whenever you configure anything, and if you want to live your configuration, right now this configuration is not live. Okay, if you want to live your configuration or if you want to save your configuration, so you can use commit command. If you guys are familiar with the Juniper devices, so we have commit option. In Fortinet, if you want to save your configuration, if you want to live your configuration, so you can use in the command. In Cisco, we have WR, right, to save our configuration. In Palo Alto, you can go with the commit command. You can press enter. So this commit command will save your configuration, will live your configuration. Please wait. This will take time. So this will take time. So let's go on to the management PC, and I'm trying to configure same series of IP onto this management PC. Wait. So let me check IP address here. IP config. So I'm using 199.199.199. So same series of IP address I'm using, no problem. Okay, you can go and check onto your Palo Alto Firewall box. You can see here your configuration option. See, 100% is completed. Configuration committed successfully, so there is no any error, there is no any problem. Now I can verify my IP address on management port. So show interface management. So this time you can verify here. This time you can verify we have IP address 199.199.199.1. Clear my point, everyone? Go ahead.
Yes.
Please.
Sir.
Sandeep. Okay, now I told you
Yes.
on management port. By default we have three services. By default, these three services are enabled: ping, HTTPS, and SSH. So I'm trying to ping first. From this management PC, I'm trying to ping my firewall device 199.199.199.1, and I'm getting reply. See, if I'm getting reply, so I can open any browser. And IP address I'm using HTTPS. IP address I'm using 199.199.199. So you can type this IP address information into browser. I'm using Google Chrome. You can use any browser, no problem. Now you can click on advanced, click on proceed. So this is your graphical page. You can say this is your login page. Username we have admin, and password admin. We are getting a message here. What? It's a warning page. Your device is still configured with the default admin account credential. So we are getting a warning page, okay? You are trying to log in with the default admin account and password. Try to change the password. So we can change later, no problem, but you can click on OK right now. Okay, so this graphical page will take time. So let's move on to the CLI console. So here, what we can do, if you want to restart your firewall device, Palo Alto firewall box, so you can use request shutdown. You can request shutdown system. You can press enter. I'm not trying to shut down my firewall box, but I'm giving you idea about command. Request shutdown system to shut down your Palo Alto firewall box. If you want to restart, so request restart system. You can press enter. You can restart your firewall box. If you want to go for default factory reset, so you can use request system private data reset. If you want to reset your Palo Alto firewall box, you can use this command, request system private data reset command. Okay, you can press enter. If we ask yes or no, you can type yes. This will restart your firewall box and erase all the configuration. So you can go with the system request system private data reset command. I'm not using it, I'm giving you idea. You can use this command in your practical scenario, because this will take time. If you reset, if you restart, so Palo Alto will take 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so now let's move on to the graphical page. So here we have 9.0 operating system, but I will teach you on 10.x. Okay, don't worry. Okay, I have a separate topology for on 10.0, no problem. But for basic idea, I'm using 9.0. So pan OS, I'm using 9.x operating system. And you can see onto this graphical page, we have multiple options: dashboard, ACC, monitor, policy, object, network, devices. Multiple options are there. Let's start our discussion with dashboard, for example. Dashboard. So dashboard you can use for monitoring. Okay, you can use for monitoring. For example, see, this is your dashboard. This is what your dashboard. This is your complete dashboard. So you can see on dashboard, you can verify first general information. What is general information? So you can get an idea about your Palo Alto firewall box, like host name, IP address on management port, pan OS version, okay, software version, application version, okay, license information, uptime. So you can get detailed information. You can see, for example, device name is PAVM. So PAVM firewall box management by IP address is 199.199.199.1 mask. There's no gateway right now. We can configure later, but there's no gateway for this management port. IP address, IPv6 is unknown. Model is PAVM. Serial number is unknown. CPU ID. License is none. KVM. Software version, we are working with 9.0, but I will teach you other configuration. I will teach you on 10.x operating system. Application version, URL filtering version, uptime or date, you can verify here. See, same information you can verify through CLI console. Same information. See, show system info. If you go with the source system info, see, we have the same information. Let me show you. We have same information. Device name, IP address, mask, default gateway. So either you can go with the graphical page or you can go with the CLI option. In our training, our focus is on graphical configuration, because why we are using Palo Alto, Checkpoint, or Fortinet, these firewall blocks, because we can manage these devices with graphical page. We can manage, we can monitor traffic, we can troubleshoot with graphical page, no problem. So most of the configuration you can do with the graphical page. But if you want, so I can show you some configuration option with CLI, no problem. Hear my point, Jagdish?
Yes.
Ganyu, Rohan, Sandeep.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now. Now let's talk about other information on your dashboard. So system resources you can verify on dashboard. So management, CPU utilization, data plane CPU utilization you can verify. Logged in admins. So here you can get all administrator information. So admin is an admin from this IP address, and yes, we are accessing this Palo Alto Firewall box from this 199.199.10. So you can get IP address information here through graphical page, session, and one through console. So let me show you. Same administrator is managing your Palo Alto Firewall box with console. Now you can discuss, you can verify some other information like data logs not available right now, system logs information, system related logs, config logs you can verify here, logs information, ACC risk factor. So right now it's a new Palo Alto Firewall box. That's why we have some limited information. Now, if you want to add more information here on your dashboard, some other tabs, so you can click on here. For example, I want to verify top application. I want to verify top application, top high risk application information on dashboard. Can add interface related information I want to verify on dashboard, high availability information, or I want to verify threat log information, URL filter log information. So you can add multiple information. Even you can arrange, for example, arrange here. So interface and high availability. I want here this site, set log I want to verify here. So you can arrange your tab, no problem. You can go with the layout. For example, right now we have 3 columns. You can go with the 2 column option. You can select 2 column option. By default, refresh rate for this page refresh rate is 5 minutes. But if you want to refresh your page manually, you can just click here. Okay. Now let's go with the device tab. If you click on device tab here, you click on device. So in device tab, you can click on in device tab, you can go with the setup, and here I'm here in management. In management, you can go with the general setting. So you can go with some general setting. For example, I want to change host name, I want to change time zone information, date information. So you can configure here. For example, Palo Alto Firewall. Domain name is, for example, anything xyz.com, and login banner you can set, for example, welcome to Palo Alto training. Okay, time zone you can set, for example, Asia, Kolkata I'm using. You can select your time zone, you can click on OK. Whenever you change anything, I told you, whenever you change anything, for example, if you are here on CLI console, so you can type commit command. On graphical page, you can see this tab commit. Okay, can you hear me? Can you, Satish, Rohan, Sandeep?
Yes.
On graphical page, you can get this information. See commit option. So whenever you change anything, you need to press commit button. You can click on commit. You can click on commit. So I'm trying to live my configuration. I'm trying to save my configuration. So you can see here. You can see in graphical page, operation information, status, result, progress, detail, and warning. So operation is what? Commit. This instruction is what? Commit. Status, right now it's active. Result, right now it's pending. Progress 55%. Detail information. And if there is any warning about this configuration, so you will get, wait. Now 99%, and now you can click on, if you want to close this commit status, no problem, you can click on close. If you click on close, for example, if you click on close, you can check here all the tasks, all your task information. See, commit task. So operation is commit, status is completed, result is successful, there is no any warning. If you want to verify your host name information, see, now Palo Alto Firewall. So Palo Alto Firewall. Now host name is changed. Now let's go on to the interface tab here. Here we have interface tab.
We can do the same task from the interface also, like command window command.
Interface configuration.
Yes. No, I'm saying like we can same task do in from the command window.
CLI, yes.
CLI mode, yes.
Absolutely, you can do this, no problem.
Yes.
But you know, in real scenario, 95% configuration, you will go through the 90 to 95% configuration you can do with the graphical page.
Okay, so we prefer the graphical interface.
Exactly, yes.
For the Palo Alto.
Palo Alto, for Fortinet, for checkpoint,
for
Cisco,
firewall.
yes,
Okay.
all the next generation firewalls.
Okay.
Okay, so now see here, you can click on interface option, you can click on management. So remember our IP address configuration on management port. See, IP address configuration 199.199 static configuration. If you want to set your gateway, default gateway information, so you can say, for example, I'm using 199, 199, 199, 150, for example. So you can set your default gateway. Now, by default, these services are enabled: HTTPS, SSH, and PIN. These services are enabled by default. In case if you want to enable HTTP, for example, you can just select done. You can click on OK. No problem. Here you can add your permitted IP address. It means here you can add your trusted host. For example, only specific machine can access this Palo Alto firewall box, or only this specific range can access this Palo Alto firewall box. So you can decide this information in permitted IP address. For example, you can click on add, and I'm trying to add 199.199.55/32. Only this specific IP address can access this Palo Alto firewall, for example. So now you can click on OK. See, so we have default gateway setting, one services HTTP, and permitted IP address. So now you can click on OK. And I told you, whenever you configure anything, you need to commit your configuration. You can click on commit. Now, this will take time. So let's verify IP address information here onto this management PC. So onto this management PC, we are using 199.199.199.10. And remember our configuration. Everyone. Only this 55 can access this Palo Alto firewall box. So result is successful. And now if you refresh this page, or for example, if you are trying to access again, for example, I'm trying to access again this Palo Alto firewall box 199.199.1. Please wait. as per our configuration, only 55 can access your Palo Alto firewall box, but onto this machine, onto this management PC, we have 199.199.10. So let's try to ping. I'm trying to ping Palo Alto management port. Remember IP address 199.199.199.1. So I'm trying to ping, and Rohan, I'm not getting reply this time. Can you? Sandeep,
Yes.
Jagdish, everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not getting any reply. See?
Hello.
Yes, I can.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm not getting reply, guys. Okay. So what we can do? Let's change our IP address. Let's change our IP address. So onto this management PC, I'm trying to change. Only 55 can access this Palo Alto firewall box. So I'm trying to ping from this management PC. If you verify your IP address information again. So
Yes.
50,
Now we can access.
yes.
On 55. Yes.
It's a 55. So I'm trying to ping again. This time I'm getting reply. And now if you refresh your page,
it will be.
now see, remember our login banner, everyone. Login, welcome to Palo Alto training. So this is our login banner. It's available here, and username admin.
So
Now
we need to enter the permitted IP address on the managed IP address.
Sadeep, if you want a security, for example, if you want to allow only specific machine to access this Palo Alto firewall box, so yes, you can do this.
Yes.
But by default,
so we can add the IP address. Huh?
You can add IP address. Yes, right now only 55 can access.
Yes.
So now we can ping this time, and we can access this firewall box graphically. Please wait, it's taking time. Now let's go to the device tab. Let's go into the management PC. So as per your configuration, only 55 can access this Palo Alto firewall box, and yes, we have 55 IP address. Now let's talk about other information. So as per your configuration, HTTP service is enabled. Now HTTP service is enabled. In case if I want to enable tenant service, but with CLI command, with graphical page, it's a simple task. With graphical page, you can just select, you can click on OK, done. But in case if you want to enable telnet service, if you want to enable this telnet service through CLI console, then let's go on to the CLI console option. And now I'm going to the configuration mode, and command is set device config system service. Question mark, you can get all services information. So these are the services. Now guys, you can see here the difference in between graphical page and CLI. See, in graphical page we have only these options, right? Yanni? And with CLI console, you can see we have multiple options for services. Everyone? So you can see some information. We have a difference. We have configuration different. In graphical page, we have limited services information, and in CLI option, you can see. So for example, if I want to enable telnet service, our task is I want to enable telnet service with CLI. So you can type disable telnet, and command is no. Command is no. What is the command syntax? Command syntax is set device config system service and disable telnet no. disable telnet. Now you can press enter. You can press enter, and whenever you configure anything, you need to go with the commit command. Now, once we commit, so we can verify our telnet service. Right now only these services are enabled. Okay, now let's refresh this page manually. See, now we have telnet service information. If you click here, if you verify your telnet service, so it's enabled. Clear now my task? How to enable any services through CLI console? Any is that clear for you? Sandeep,
Yes.
Jagdish,
Yes.
Rohan. Let's take a break for 10 minutes, everyone. Then we will continue. Okay, we will continue at 5:25. Okay, everyone. Please turn off your
Okay.
mic. Please turn off your mic.
Okay.
Hello, everyone, can you hear me? Can you, Jagdish, Rohan, Sandeep, everyone? Can you hear me, everyone? Let's start our discussion, guys. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Rohan, Ganu, Jagdish, Sandeep.
Yes, Jagdish. Yeah.
Everyone, let's start our discussion now. Okay, so I hope it's clear how to enable services through graphical page and CLI option. Now let's go with the slide now. Okay, Rohan, Ganu, Jagdish, Sandeep.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
let's continue our topic. So now we can talk about some configuration in Palo Alto. Some config you can say. The first one is called candidate configuration and second is called running configuration. Candidate configuration and running configuration. So Palo Alto Firewall comes with the following config type, config and running configuration. What is candidate configuration? So whenever you configure anything, whenever you change anything, for example, you are creating security policy, you are creating zone, virtual router, you are configuring any interfaces. So whenever you're configuring anything and just click on OK, let me show you. For example, if you click on this management, so for example, Palo Alto Firewall, if I'm using Palo Alto Firewall 100. So whenever you change anything and just click on OK, so this configuration is available in candidate config. Right now, this configuration is not live. This configuration is available in candidate configuration. You can verify here. You can go with the CLI console. You can see right now, host name onto this Palo Alto firewall is Palo Alto firewall. That's it. There's no any 100 something. No. So right now, this configuration is available in candidate configuration. So remember always whenever you change anything, configure anything, if you just click on OK, this configuration is not live. And this configuration is available in candidate configuration. And if you click on commit, for example, if you click on commit, if you commit your configuration, then your configuration will be live. And this commit configuration is available in your running configuration. This is called your running configuration. See, it's just like a startup config and running config. Remember in Cisco we have two type of configuration: startup configuration and running configuration in Cisco devices. Everyone, remember in Cisco devices
yes,
we have two type of configuration. It's called startup configuration and running configuration. Same kind of option we have. Candidate configuration is what? If you configure anything and just click on OK, this configuration is only available in candidate configuration. It's not live. Why we are using this concept, this candidate configuration in Palo Alto? Why? So for For example, if I am an administrator, I want to create multiple firewall policies, NAT configuration or interface configuration. I want to change something in my firewall box. So I cannot change right now because right now I'm in live scenario, I'm in live network, traffic is traveling through the firewall box. So if, for example, if I change something, if I commit configuration, maybe I can face some issues. So that's why as a administrator, I can configure multiple things. I can create policies, I can configure interfaces, and just click on OK. I will just click on OK. So you can configure multiple options, just click on OK. So this configuration is not live. I will commit my configuration in evening, for example. In evening when there is no traffic traveling through the firewall box. In evening, I will commit my configuration. Okay, so candidate configuration, what you can store your configuration. You can store your configuration. For example, see, if you go and verify on firewall box, if you click on device, if you click on config audit here, if you click on config audit, so you can get all candidate configuration information. See, here we have a two options, running config and candidate config. I'm trying to compare running configuration and candidate configuration. Here you can select context. For example, last 5 changes. I want to compare last 10 changes, last 20 or all. So I want to compare last 5 changes. So you can click on go. Now you can get some information here. See, running configuration and what? Candidate configuration. So right now in running configuration, we have host name Palo Alto. We have a host name Palo Alto Firewall. That's it. But in candidate configuration, we have Palo Alto Firewall 100. And this configuration is made by or changes by admin account onto this date and time. This date and time. So if any configuration is available in candidate configuration, you can go into the device, you can click on config audit and you can verify. Now, if you click on commit option, for example, I'm trying to commit my configuration. So once you commit your configuration, so now this candidate configuration information is going into the running configuration. Let me show you. If you go and verify on your firewall, so this time if you press enter, see, Palo Alto Firewall 100. Palo Alto Firewall 100. And if you compare again your running configuration and candidate configuration, you can click on go button. If there is no any configuration available in candidate configuration, so you will get this message. You will get this message is called these versions are identical. These versions are identical. It means there is no any configuration available in your candidate configuration. Clear my point? What is the use of candidate configuration and running configuration in Palo Alto Firewall box? Rohan, clear for you?
Yes.
Can you, Sandeep, Jagdish? Now let's talk about next concept is called role-based access control. So we can talk about RBAC concept. RBAC is a common topic. RBAC is a common topic for any firewall device. So for example, I have a Palo Alto firewall box, and to manage this Palo Alto firewall, I want to create multiple administrator. By default, we have admin account, yes. But in candidate configuration, we have multiple administrator. So if I want to create multiple administrator, so I have multiple administrator. By default, we have admin account, yes. By default, we have an admin account, and with this admin account, we have a predefined profile. It's called super user profile. If any administrator has super user profile, so he can do anything. He can do any kind of configuration in firewall device. So we have default administrator with default profile. But I want to create some other administrator. For example, I want to create admin1, and admin2. I want to create two administrators. These are what? These are administrators. So these are the administrators. So we can create multiple administrators. But to define the level of access, we can create admin profile. We can create admin profile. What is admin profile? To define the level of access. Because admin1 is my L3 administrator. For example, it's my L3 administrator. He can do any changes. Whenever he will log in into this Palo Alto Firewall box, he can do any kind of changes. What about admin2? Admin2 is my L1 administrator. L1 administrator, whenever he will log in into this Palo Alto Firewall box, he can only read the configuration. He cannot change anything, for example. So I can create two administrators, admin1 and admin2, but to define the level of access or privilege, we can create admin profile. For example, L3 profile, for example, L3 admin profile. It's just a name. It's just a name. Okay, you can use any name here, no problem. It's just a name. So you can create L3 admin profile, and this profile you can attach with admin. You can create L3 admin profile. You can. This is for what? To define the level of access. In L3 admin profile, I can add some permission. For example, I'm trying to add full access permission, and this profile I can attach with admin1. So whenever admin1 will log in into this Palo Alto Firewall box, you can do anything. I can create another administrator. It's called L1 admin. It's just a name. I told you. It's just a name. You can use any name here. So for example, L1 admin. This is profile name. This is our custom profile. L3 admin, L1 admin. These are what? These are our custom profile. And this is what? This is our default profile. So L1 admin profile we can create, and with this L1 admin profile, I can add read only permission. Read only permission. Now this profile I can attach with admin2. So whenever admin2 will log in into the firewall box, he can only read the permission. He cannot change anything. Clear my point? This concept is called RBAC, role-based access control. Clear my point, everyone?
Or back. Yes.
Okay, now. So let's go into the firewall box. I'm trying to configure here. I'm trying to create multiple firewall administrator. So you can see here we have two options. It's called administrators and admin roles. Administrators and admin roles. So I'm trying to create administrator first. So you can click on administrator. You can see here we have a default administrator is called admin. And with this admin account, we have a predefined custom role is called super user predefined role. Okay, if you want to create multiple profile, admin role profile, so you can click on admin role and you can click on add option. And now I'm trying to give a name for this profile. Is called L3 admin profile. And these are the tabs. See, if you verify here, dashboard, ACC, monitor, see, and you can, for these are the tab, and you can see these are the action: enable, read only, and disable. So if you go with the green option, it means you are trying to enable all the permissions. See, so with L3 admin profile, I'm trying to enable all the permission. All the permissions are green. I'm trying to enable all the permissions. You can click on OK. I'm not going to block anything in L3 admin profile. Let's click on add again. And I'm creating one more profile. Is called L1 admin profile. In L1 admin profile, I'm trying to add some privileges. For example, I want to deny policy. You can just click here. You can just click. If you click one more time, enable. If you click on disable. So object is disabled, network is disabled, device is disabled. So I'm trying to disable these tabs, these options into this profile. I'm trying to disable these options. Now you can disable other information. For example, commit. Now you can click on OK. So we have two profile, is called L3 admin profile and L1 admin profile. You can click on administrator. You can click on add, and I'm trying to create a new administrator. Is called admin 1. Admin. Now password, I'm using simple password 123, confirm 123. So either you can go with the predefined profile, or you can go with the role base. You can go with the custom profile. So I'm trying to add L3 admin profile with admin 1 account. You can click on OK. Let's create one more administrator. One more administrator is called admin 2. Password 123, 123, role based access control, and now L1 admin. Click on OK. So with admin 1, we are using this profile. It's called L3 administrator, and with admin 2, we have a profile L1 admin. L1 admin. Now let's commit configuration. Click on commit. Now click on close, and now I'm trying to log out. You can click here. I'm trying to log out and log in with admin 1 account. So admin 1. Remember guys, with admin 1, we have a profile is called L3 admin profile.
Yes.
In L3 admin profile, we have a full permission. So this administrator can do any kind of changes.
Yes.
Let me show you. Okay, so you can verify your administrator name. Administrator is admin 1. See, administrator is admin 1. And if you click on device, or if you click on network, you can go anywhere. This administrator can go anywhere, can edit interface, for example, can edit any interfaces. Please wait, it's working slow. You can edit any interfaces, click on policies option, for example. So this admin1 can create policies. See, click on add, can create a policy. I'm trying to log out. I'm trying to log out and log in again with admin2 account. Admin2 account. Password, oh, sorry, password, we are using 123. So with admin2, we have a profile is called L1 admin profile. In L1 admin profile, we have some limited access. So let's verify. Now you can verify, guys. I hope it's clear. See, these options are not available. Policy, object, remember? Everyone interface, network tab, these options are not available.
Yes.
I hope this small concept is called RBAC. I hope RBAC is clear. Now I'm trying to log out.
Yes.
Log out and log in again with main administrator, admin account, and password is admin. RBAC. Okay, let's go with the other option. DNS configuration. So we need to set up DNS here, because if this Palo Alto Firewall box is trying to download latest signatures, wait. If your Palo Alto Firewall box is trying to download latest signatures from updates.paloaltonetworks.com, so it's required DNS setting. Like in my laptop, I have a DNS setting. That's why I can open google.com, facebook.com, right? So same this box, if this Palo Alto Firewall box is trying to go onto the updates.paloaltonetworks.com to download latest signature update. So this box is also required DNS setting. So we have two options. Either you can go with a graphical page, or you can go with the CLI option. So let me show you CLI option here. So you can go into the configuration. See, you can go into the configuration, then set device config, system DNS update. System DNS setting, servers, primary. So primary, for example, 199.199.199.99, and secondary DNS server, for example, 8.8.8.8. Done. You can press enter and you can commit your configuration. Let's go on to the graphical page. I can show you. You can click on device. Click on setup. Click on services. Now you can click on edit option and see. Remember guys, our DNS configuration through CLI. See 199, 199.99. It's available here. And 8.8.8. Clear? How to configure DNS setting in Palo Alto Firewall box? Ganu, Sandeep,
Yes.
Mohan, Jagdish.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so if you want to change here, no problem. For example, with graphical page, if you want to change 4.2.2, you can change. Wow. You can click on OK. You can click on OK. You can commit your configuration. Done. So this is the option. This is the command for DNS setting, DNS configuration in Palo Alto Firewall box. Now we can talk about dynamic updates and software updates. Let's talk about this topic tomorrow. Okay, everyone. Tomorrow we can discuss our next topic at 4:30. Please connect at 4:30. Okay, everyone.
Okay.
Jagdish, Sandeep,
Yes,
Daniel,
sir.
Mohan. Bye, everyone. Take care, guys. Tomorrow
Bye.
at 4:30.
Sure.
Let's start our discussion now. Okay.
Mm.
So remember, guys, our previous discussion on RBAC concept, running configuration, candidate configuration, RBAC topic, role-based access control, DNS configuration on Palo Alto Firewall box. Now,
Yes.
now let's talk about the next concept is called dynamic update. Dynamic update. So actually we have two topics here, dynamic update and software update. So what is dynamic update? See guys, Palo Alto is a next generation firewall box. So if you want to utilize next generation firewall feature, in case if you want to utilize next generation firewall feature, so you need to first purchase license. You need to purchase license to download latest signature update. And this dynamic update is related with signature update. So let me show you this option. First, in real scenario, you need to purchase license. And if you have license, for example, in your organization on your Palo Alto firewall device, so you can click on device, you can click on license, and here you can get license information. License information. So first you have to install license, like for example, Global Protect Gateway license, PA VM license, threat prevention license, BandDB URL filtering, Global Protect, Wildfire. So as per your requirement, you can purchase your license. And if you have license here, for example, then you can download updates. You can download latest signature update from updates.paloaltonetworks.com. For example, see here is the option antivirus signature, application and threat, global protect data file, wildfire signatures. So what is antivirus signatures? So if you know, if you want to detect latest malicious information or latest viruses information, so you need to download latest signatures. And here is the option. You can set a schedule time. You can set a schedule time, and with two options, either you can go with the download and install, or you can go with the download only. With download only, your Palo Alto Firewall box will download the signatures. Only download the signatures. And you as an administrator, you can install this signature, this application and thread signatures later. For example, in evening, when there is no traffic is traveling through the firewall box, for example. Or you can go with this option, download and install. It means your Palo Alto Firewall box will download the signature and install immediately. So this dynamic update is related with signature update. Clear my points? You have to purchase license first, and after that you can download latest signature update. This is called dynamic update. If your Palo Alto Firewall box, has license, and if your Palo Alto Firewall box is connected with the internet, so you can just click here, connect now. After DNS configuration, because if you have DNS configuration in your Palo Alto, then Palo Alto Firewall box can go on updates.paloaltonetworks.com. So to resolve IP to name or name to IP, yes, you have a DNS entry. As per your DNS entry, your Palo Alto Firewall box can go on to updates.paloaltonetworks.com. So if you have connectivity with internet, so you can just click on check now. So it will search for latest update, latest signatures, and you can download. Once you download, you can just right click and install it. Clear my point, everyone? So dynamic update is related with signature update. Clear?
Yes.
Genu, Rohan, Jagdish.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The next option is called software update. So software update is related with operating system version. In Palo Alto, we are working with PAN-OS. So for example, if we have Palo Alto 8.0.0 and I want to upgrade this 10.0 into 10.0.0, I have 8.0.0 PAN-OS version and I want to upgrade in 10.0.0. So what I can do, I cannot directly upgrade 8.0.0 into 10.0. No, I cannot do this. I need to follow the upgrade path. Okay, I need to follow the upgrade path. So I have to upgrade 8.0.0 into 8.0.9. First, you need to upgrade with 8.0.9, then 9.0.0, then 9.0.0.9, then you can upgrade with 10.0.0. So if your Palo Alto Firewall box is connected with the internet, you can just click here, check now. It will automatically download all the software update, all the PAN-OS update. Okay. After that, you can install. You can just select and you can install which version. See, if you are trying to follow the upgrade path, because you have to, you cannot upgrade directly 8.0.0 with 10.0.0. You need to follow this upgrade path. So you can download all the operating system version and step by step you can install it. So before upgrade your firmware version or before upgrade your operating system, remember always you have to take backup of your configuration. Maybe after upgradation, some of your configuration is not working properly. Maybe. So the point is what you need to take a backup first if it is not working properly. So you need to downgrade your operating system. Clear my point? We have two options. It's called software update and dynamic update. Is that clear? This is a small concept. Any question?
No.
Okay. Now we can talk about yes.
सर ये जो पैन ओएस का अपडेट है सर वो दिखाएंगे कहाँ पर है पाथ?
This is the option. Say device and software. You can click on device, then you can go on to the software.
Okay.
But you need to have license first. Without license, you cannot download all the Panos version in your organization. That's why I'm only giving you an idea. Clear, Rohan?
Sir.
Okay, now we can talk about device operation. So for example, if you want to restart or shut down your Palo Alto firewall box. So, okay, let me access this Palo Alto first. So same topology I'm using, you can see guys 199 series of IP. So same topology I'm using 199.199.199.1. Remember our default username and password. So admin, default username is admin and password is admin. So let's talk about device operation. What is device operation? If you want to restart or shut down your Palo Alto firewall box, you can. You can go on to the CLI option. You can type here request shutdown system. Request shutdown asset shutdown system. You can press enter to stop your Palo Alto firewall box. If you want to restart, so request restart system. You can press enter. I'm not using this command, but you can use, okay, to restart your Palo Alto firewall box through CLI. Now with graphical page, it's a very simple task. Wait, this will take time. Now click on device. You can click on device, you can click on operation, and here is the option, reboot or shutdown. You can just click, you can just restart your Palo Alto firewall box, or you can shut down your Palo Alto firewall box. Now let's go on to the slide. Now let's talk about backup and restore. In Palo Alto firewall box, you can go with the backup and restore option. So in Palo Alto firewall box, we can take a snapshot. We can take configuration snapshot. For backup and restore, you can click on device, you can click on operation, and see these options: save, load, export, and import. These options are available for backup and restoring. Or you can use this option, it's called revert. What is revert? If you want to revert your firewall box, revert to last save configuration. If you want to go with the last save configuration, if you want to revert, so you can use this option. But for backup and restore, we can use save, load, export, and import. So in Palo Alto firewall box, you can take configuration snapshot. What is configuration snapshot? For example, you can check here. You can check here. Here we have a Palo Alto firewall box, and host name we are using Palo Alto Firewall 100. So we have some configuration right now. So let's take a backup. Let's take a backup snapshot. Snapshot here. Click on operation. Now you can click on save. So whenever you change anything in Palo Alto firewall box, whenever you change anything, you can take configuration snapshot. You can take it's called incremental backup, you can see. So for example, I'm giving a name, my backup 1. You can click on OK. Sorry, Valid name. What happened? My backup 1111. You can click on OK. Now I have a my backup 11 something. You can click on OK now. So I have a configuration snapshot in Palo Alto. Right now it is available in Palo Alto database. Now let's go again. And I'm trying to change something. I'm trying to change Palo Alto hostname. I'm trying to change Palo Alto hosting. For example, Palo Alto, Palo PA VM, for example, PA VM 555. You can click on OK. So you can change something in your Palo Alto. Let's commit our configuration. And now I'm trying to take another backup. Wait. So now you can verify, guys, host name is changed now, and I'm trying to take a backup, a new configuration backup. I'm trying to take a new snapshot. So new backup 1, you can click on OK. So I have 2 configuration snapshot. Radish, Ganu, Rohan, can you hear me? I
Yes.
have 2 snapshot. I have 2 configuration snapshot. So my point is, whenever you change anything in Palo Alto Firewall, you can take a snapshot. And right now, this snapshot is available in Palo Alto database. If you want to export this configuration snapshot, if you want to export this configuration snapshot and you want to store in external hard disk or on external server, so you can click on export. You can click on export configuration snapshot. So we have 2 snapshots. What we have new backup, new back 1. I'm trying to export this because I want to store on external server. You can click on again export. You can click on again export configuration snapshot. And I'm trying to export this my backup 111. You can click on. Now you can verify in download folder. In download folder, you can verify. You can click on download and see we have 2 snapshots. So whenever you change anything in Palo Alto, you can take changes. You can take configuration snapshot. Now let's change something now. In Palo Alto Firewall box, I'm trying to change something. I'm trying to change my hosting, for example. So PA VM 888 something. You can click on OK. Now you can commit your configuration. Commit your configuration. Now, in case if you want to restore your last configurations, then wait, let's commit this configuration first. Now you can see as now host name is changed. I'm using PAVM 888 something. So now in case if I want to restore my configuration, I have a 2 backup file. Remember, I have a 2 backup file. I'm trying to restore. For example, new back one. This configuration snapshot I want to restore in Palo Alto Firewall. So what I can do? First, I need to import it. You can click on operation. You can click on import configuration snapshot, and you can click on browser. You can see here in download, I have a new backup one. I can import this configuration snapshot. Now this snapshot is available now in your Palo Alto database. So it's not load right now. It's not live. It's only imported in Palo Alto database. For example, let's try to upload another backup snapshot. My backup 11. You can click on OK. So you can import your configuration snapshot, multiple configuration snapshot, And now which snapshot you want to load now. So you can click on load. You can click on load. You can click on here. For example, I want to load new back one. You can just click on configuration is being loaded. You can click on close. You can click on commit. You can click on commit. So I'm trying to load my back one, right? This backup, new back one. Wait. If it is restored, so we can get our old host name. So the task is very simple. Whenever you change anything in Palo Alto, you can take configuration snapshot. See? Clear? Genu, Jagdish, Rohan. Rohan, clear for you?
Awesome.
This configuration snapshot. Okay. Now this is your slide number one. Slide number one. So we can focus on next slide. Next slide is called Palo Alto Lab Part 2. So in Palo Alto Lab Part 2, we can discuss interface configuration. See, we can focus on these topics. We can focus on these topics. Object, how to create object in Palo Alto, how to create zone, how to create custom virtual router, how to create interface management profile. So let's start our discussion. What I'm doing, I have a small topology. Let me show you. I have a small topology with LAN connectivity and WAN connectivity. Wait. Please wait 5 minutes. This Palo Alto Firewall box will take time. So we can focus now on interface configuration. I have a small topology. See, as per this small topology, I'm trying to configure IP address on Ethernet 1/1. Ethernet 1/1 is a part of LAN side private network, and 1/2. This interface is participating in WAN side, or you can say on public network. Public network. So on public network side, I'm using 192.168.0.0 1.0/24. So I will configure IP address on Ethernet 1/1 statically, and on Ethernet 2, on Ethernet 1/2, I can configure through DSCP service. So in Palo Alto Firewall box, what we can do, we can create zone, because Palo Alto Firewall, PA Firewall box, it's a zone-based firewall, JBF Firewall box. What is JBF Firewall box means? If I'm working with any zone-based firewall box, it means I need to create zones manually, and I can put these interfaces, for example, Ethernet 1/1, 1/2, these interfaces into their respective zone. So I can create LAN zone here and WAN zone. So please wait, this Palo Alto Firewall box will take time. Then we will continue our interface configuration. Okay, everyone? Please wait. This will take time. If you are trying to log in, for example, if you are trying to log in, you cannot see. Admin. So you have to wait, because Palo Alto Firewall box will take time. This is not an error, okay? This will take time. Any problem? Any question? Everyone? Jagdish, can you go ahead?
No, no question.
Please wait, guys. 5 minutes. Okay, can you hear me? Everyone? Can you,
Yes.
Rohan, Jagdish?
Yes.
Okay.
sir.
Okay. So let's talk about interface configuration in Palo Alto. Interface configuration. So for interface configuration, let's talk about Palo Alto interface type. Let's talk about Palo Alto interface type. So here in Palo Alto, we can discuss L3 interface, L2 interface type, next tap interface, tap, virtual wire interface, and HA, it's called high availability interface. So these are the Palo Alto interface type. What is L3 interface? L3 interface is just like a router interface where you can configure your IP address. You can configure your IP address. Guys, please wait. Give me 2 minutes. Everyone. Okay, everyone, can you hear me? Daniel, Jagdish, Rohan.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about Palo Alto interface type. So what is L3 interface? L3 is just like a router interface, okay, where you can configure your IP address, like your laptop LAN card or your router interface, L3 interface. So it's same like a router interface where you can configure your IP address. And yes, in our configuration, as per our discussion, I will use interface type L3. configure this Ethernet 1/1 and 1/2, I will use Ethernet type L3 interface type. Now we have another concept is called L2 interface. L2 interface type is called switch port. It's called a switch port. It means on my Palo Alto firewall box, if I have multiple data interfaces, and if I want to use these two interfaces as a L2, as a normal switch port, if I want to use, so I need to select only interface type as a L2. So these interfaces are acting as a normal switch port. Remember switch interfaces? If you have switch interfaces, so you need to put these interfaces into VLAN. Remember in switching we have a concept of VLAN, everyone. So you can use your Palo Alto interface as a normal switch port. Clear my point? L2 interface concept. Clear my point? L2 interface.
Yes.
Now we have another option. It's called tap interface. In Palo Alto firewall box, you can say tap interface. In Fortinet, you can say one arm sniffer. So what is tap interface? So for example, in my existing, I have an existing routing and switching network. For example, this is my routing and switching topology. Routing and switching. These are the switches. These are switches. It's called switch 1, switch 2, switch 3, switch 4. And these switches are connected with a router. You can say, and this router is connected with the internet. So this is simple routing and switching scenario. Okay, simple routing and switching. So into this topology, now I want to deploy a Palo Alto firewall box. I want to deploy it. So before deploy a firewall here, in inline mode, before deploying your firewall box in inline mode, I'm trying to deploy my firewall box here, my Palo Alto box here. I'm not trying to deploy right now. I'm not trying to deploy my firewall box in inline. I'm not trying to deploy here in inline mode. No. You can say for first week or for first 10 days, I want to use my Palo Alto interface as a tap interface. I'm not trying to deploy my firewall box in inline. I'm trying to deploy my Palo Alto firewall box here, and this Palo Alto firewall box is connected with this switch number 4, for example, and switch number 4 port number 25. And on Palo Alto, I'm using 0/5, for example, 0/5. Now into this routing switching topology, what I can do, I can use a concept is called span. Any idea about span or rspan, everyone? Any idea about span or rspan? Rohan, Jagdish, Sandeep, can you? Sorry? Any idea about span concept in routing and switching? This is routing switching concept. Span is a routing and switching concept. Any idea what is span? Can you? Jagdish, Rohan, Sandeep?
सर अगर शायद से मैं श्योर नहीं हूँ बट शायद से हमारा अगर L2 इंटरफेस अगर हमारा डाउन हो जाता है तो स्पैनिंग ट्री की वजह से हमें
No, it's not a spanning tree. No, it's not STP.
Okay, sorry.
I'm not talking about STP, spanning tree. No.
Okay.
I'm talking about
Sorry, sir.
span.
पता नहीं.
It's a switching feature, switching technology.
नहीं सर फिर
It's
पता
called
नहीं.
switch port analyzer. Okay, switch port analyzer. This concept we are using for port mirroring. So what we can do, see, if you are working with single switch, so you can use a concept. Is called span. But in case if you have multiple switches, so you can go with the R span concept. rspan. So right now we have multiple switches. So into your routing switching topology, you can implement rspan. It's called remote switch port analyzer. What I can do, I can enable rspan concept here. rspan onto this interface and on this interface. I can enable rspan concept on switch number 3 this port and on switch number 4 this port. Why? Because through this port, traffic is traveling to outside, reply packet is coming. That's why I'm trying to implement rspan here on switch number 3. So now this time, any traffic, if you are using span, it's called switch port analyzer. This concept we are using for port mirroring. So now this time, if any traffic is going to TX and RX, it means now any traffic is going to transmit or receive onto this particular interface, So this will create a copy of this packet and then send it to this interface. In rspan configuration, you can decide source interface and destination interface on switch. So what I'm using, I'm trying to capture packet information, receive and transmit information onto this particular port. Traffic is traveling, and this will create a copy of this packet and then send it to the switch number 4, port 0/25. And this port 0/25 is connected with Palo Alto 0/5. And this port I'm using as a tap interface. It means tap is we are using only for monitoring. I'm trying to collect the information. What type of traffic is traveling? Okay, it's traveling into this scenario, into this network. What type of traffic is traveling? Because as an administrator, if I have an idea about the traffic pattern, so this can help me to configure my firewall policy. This can help me to filter my network because I already know the traffic pattern in my organization. So now this tap interface is trying to collect all the information. Okay, so after 1 week or after 10 days, now you can see the data information. You can see the data, what type of application they are accessing, what type of file they are accessing most of the time, what type of URL they are accessing most of the time. So you have a data information. Okay, you have a data. Now after that, now you can deploy your Palo Alto Firewall box in inline, and now as an administrator, now you have an idea what type of application or files or URL you want to allow or block. So tab interface we are only using for monitoring. With tab interface, you cannot block anything. Clear my point? Can you, Jagdish, Rohan, Sandeep?
Yes.
Tab interface is just like हमारी भाषा में क्या होता है, जो गांव में पेड़ के नीचे दादाजी टाइप के लोग बैठे रहते हैं ना, किसका बेटा कहाँ जा रहा है. Clear my point, Rohan, Sandeep? Jagdish?
Yes, yes.
This is the concept कि वो सिर्फ डेटा कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं और फिर बाद में बताते हैं आप उनके पिताजी को कि आपका बेटा इधर जा रहा था उधर जा. So that is called tap interface in Palo Alto. In Fortinet, you can say one arm snip. I hope this concept is clear for everyone. Sandeep? Everyone? Clear now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's take a break for 5 minutes. 5-minute break, and then we can continue our virtual wire concept and high availability concept. Okay, so please wait. We can start in 5 minutes. 5-minute break. Hello, can you hear me, everyone? Ganu, Jagdish, Rohan, Sandeep.
हाँ सर.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's start our discussion. So let's talk about our next interface type. Next interface type is called. Please turn off your mic, everyone. If you have any question, you can unmute. So let's talk about our next interface type is called virtual wire interface. Virtual wire. So this concept is called virtual wire pairing. Virtual wire pairing. What is virtual wire pairing interface? Virtual wire interface. So see, virtual wire interface is just like a layer 2 firewall device. It's just like a layer 2 firewall, but it's not a layer 2 firewall. Okay, I will tell you this concept in detail, but right now I'm giving you the idea. Virtual wire interface is just like a layer 2 firewall. What is layer 2 firewall? See, for example, we can use our firewall box as a L3 firewall, or we can use as a L2 firewall device. So in case if I have a L3 box, L3 firewall box, so I can configure IP address onto these interfaces. Onto these interfaces, I can configure IP address. I can configure routing, VPN concept. I can configure routing, VPN concept, NAT concept onto this firewall box. And this is next generation firewall. So I can use next generation firewall features. No problem. So with L3 firewall box, we have a great feature. We can implement routing. We can go with the VPN option or NAT option. In case, if this firewall device is acting as a layer 2, in case it's acting as a layer 2 firewall box. So layer 2 firewall box. So we cannot configure IP address onto these interfaces. No, because these interfaces are acting as a layer 2 interface. It's not a switch port. No, it's not a switch port. It's a layer 2 interface. Okay, where we cannot configure IP address. So in this scenario, we can use layer 2 firewall box because with layer 2 firewall box, we have some limitation. We cannot configure routing. We cannot configure NAT. We cannot configure VPN onto this layer 2 firewall box. So in this scenario, we can use, it's a different concept in this scenario. But right now we are talking about virtual wire. So virtual wire concept, see. So virtual wire, it's just like a layer 2 firewall, but it's not a layer 2 firewall box. It's just like a layer 2 firewall. So where we can use, for example, I have a simple routing and switching topology. This is a router with WAN connectivity, and I have a switch in my topology and computers in my LAN side. Everything is working fine into this topology. Everything is working fine. It's a simple routing and switching topology. Traffic is traveling to the switch. Switch is forwarding traffic to the router, and based on his routing table, router is forwarding this traffic information to outside. So everything is working fine into this topology. Now I want to deploy a firewall here, for example. I want to deploy a firewall here. And this firewall device, if I'm using this firewall device as a L3 firewall box, so these interfaces are acting as a layer 3. And see, before deploy this L3 firewall box, this is your single subnet, LAN side, and this is your different subnet. So I'm trying to deploy my firewall box in LAN, and if this firewall device is L3 firewall box, so each interface onto this L3 firewall box, each interface they are participating in different subnet. Because it's a L3 firewall box, so each interface are acting as a layer 3 interface. They are participating in different subnet. So I need to change IP address scheme in my existing route. In my existing scenario, I need to change IP address scheme. Now my single network is divided into 2 different subnet, right? I need to change IP address scheme. If I don't want to change, for example, if I don't want to change IP address scheme and I want to deploy a firewall box in my live scenario, in my live network, in my live routing switching network, I don't want to just change IP address scheme, but I want to deploy a firewall here, so I can deploy this firewall device as a layer 2. This firewall device is a layer 2 firewall box, so it means we cannot configure IP address onto these interfaces. So now this firewall box is a part of same subnet. No need to change IP address scheme, and it's a firewall interface. So I need to put this interface in zone. So this is LAN. This is what WAN zone. And to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, you need to configure what? Firewall policy. So it's a complete firewall device. It's a complete firewall, but what? We have a layer 2 feature. We cannot configure IP address onto these interfaces. It's a firewall. We can use next generation firewall feature, no problem. But we have some limitation. We cannot configure routing, NAT, VPN onto this firewall box. So, same kind of concept we have in virtual wire. Virtual wire means what? It's kind of layer 2 interfaces. These interfaces are acting as a layer 2. So I can go with the virtual wire pairing. So I can create here vWire, for example, vWire A. So I can create vWire A concept. And these two interfaces I will put into virtual wire A. I will put into the virtual wire A. Now you cannot configure IP address onto these interfaces. These are like a layer 2. Clear my point, everyone? You will get a clear picture when we will do a lab. I can show you the option. Is that clear? Right now the concept. These interfaces are acting as a layer 2. Rohan, Jagdish, can you, Sandeep, any question?
No.
Okay. Now let's talk about next interface type is called high availability interface. So HA is called what? HA is called high availability interface. So if you have high-end Palo Alto firewall box, so you will get a dedicated HA port. If I'm trying to configure high availability into PA1 and PA2, so what I can do, I need a high availability link. In Palo Alto, we need two separate link. It's called high availability link 1 and high availability link 2. I need two separate link in Palo Alto. So if you are working with high end appliance, so you will get a dedicated HA port. Data interface is different, okay? But you will get a dedicated HA port. It's called high availability port. But in case if you are working with entry level firewall box, for example, you have PA200 firewall box or PA220 firewall box. So onto these series of the firewall, you can use your data interface because you don't have any dedicated high availability interface on entry level firewall box. So you can use your data interface as a high availability interface. So for example, if I have multiple data interfaces, data interface 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So these 2, 6 and 7 interface, I can use as a high availability link. If I don't have any dedicated HA port, I can use my data interface as a high availability interface. Okay, so this concept I can tell you when we will discuss about high availability implementation or failover configuration. I can show you, no problem. So let's start about this configuration part. So I'm trying to focus first on layer 3 interface type. So let's go on to the topology. I have a small topology with two interfaces, Ethernet 1/1 and 1/2. So I'm trying to access this Palo Alto. Wait. Please wait, this will take time. Okay, so for interface configuration, you can click on network tab. You can click on network tab. And you can see this option is called interface. So for interface configuration, you can go into the network tab, you can click on interface, and now here we have multiple interfaces. Ethernet interface, VLAN interface, loopback interface, and tunnel interface. If you click on Ethernet, so these are the physical interfaces. These are what? Physical interfaces on your firewall box. Physical interfaces. So right now onto this Palo Alto firewall box, we have 8 data interface. 8 data interfaces. In case if you want to create VLAN interface or loopback interface or tunnel interface, or if you want to create sub interfaces, so yes, you can create sub interfaces. Let's start our discussion with the interface configuration 1/1. So as per our topology, I'm trying to configure IP address on Ethernet 1/1. This 1/1 we are using as a LAN port. So let's go on to the firewall box. You can select your interface 1/1. Now you can see this option. See, here we have interface name. So we are trying to configure Ethernet 1/1. You can go with the interface type. If you click here, you can get multiple option. Tab interface, HA interface type, virtual wire, layer 2, layer 3. So in case if you go with the tab interface, for example, if you go with the tab interface, you can see you have only 2 tab, config and advanced. You have 2 options, config and advanced. So you can see you have to put this interface into a security zone. And if you click on advanced button, you cannot configure anything. Only you can put this interface in a zone. So remember always, you cannot configure IP address on tab interface. Now, if you select, for example, if you select your HA, high availability link, so here you can only select your interface type, HA. For high availability configuration, you can go into the device tab. But here you can select, for example, I want to use Ethernet 1/1 as a high availability link. So you can select interface tab, click on OK. If you select, for example, if you select your virtual wire, so you can see you have 2 tabs, config and advanced. So in config, we have 2 options, virtual wire and security zone. So we can create virtual wire here, and this interface we can put into the virtual wire, and we can put this interface into security zone. If you click on advanced, so remember I told you virtual wire interface is just like a layer 2 firewall. We cannot configure IP address on interface. So you can see there is no any option. See, there's no any option for interface configuration. We cannot configure IP address. We can't configure IP address. Now, if you select, for example, layer 2, so it's a switch port. I told you. So you can see advanced tab. If you click on config, so it's a switch port. So you can put this interface into VLAN, and you can put this interface in a zone. You need to create zone option because Palo Alto is a zone-based firewall box. Now you can click on here. You can select L3, for example. You can select your L3 interface type, L3 interface. So now this interface is acting as a L3. So yes, I can configure IP address onto this interface. See, we have config tab, IPv4, IPv6, and advanced. So what is config? What is config tab? In config tab, we can put this interface in a virtual router. So in Palo Alto firewall box, we have a virtual router concept. Then we can put our interface in security zone. Now you can go for IPv4 configuration, or you can go with the IPv6. You can click on advanced. You can use other option. So as per our topology, I'm trying to configure IP address on Ethernet 1/1. So let's start our IP address configuration. Any problem? Can you any problem? Jagdish, Rohan, Sandeep?
No problem.
Okay. So now let's talk about layer interface type. So now you can click on virtual router. You can click here. See, so you need to put this interface in virtual router. What is virtual router concept? What is virtual router concept? So for example, okay guys, remember VRF concept in routing and switching? Rohan, any idea? VRF concept in routing and switching?
नहीं sir.
Okay, no problem. Jagdish, Sandeep, Ganu, VRF. It's a routing and switching topic. Any
No,
idea
no.
about VRF?
No.
Okay, it's called virtual. It's a VPN concept. It's like a VPN MPLS concept. VRF is called virtual routing and forwarding. So with VRF concept, you can divide your single router into multiple virtual router. It means you can divide your single global routing table into multiple separate routing table. This topic is related with MPLS technology. Okay, that's why this concept is called VRF. So, same kind of concept we have in Palo Alto. If you have multiple interfaces, for example, multiple interfaces. So I can create here, virtual router. For example, I can create virtual router A, and these three interfaces I'm trying to put into the virtual router A. Now I can create virtual router B, virtual router C. So virtual router A don't know anything about virtual router B. Now I can go into the virtual router A, and I can put this interface in LAN, this interface in WAN, this interface in DMZ. Into this virtual router B, I can put this interface in LAN, WAN, and DMZ. If I want to configure if I want to configure routing in between these three interfaces, I need to go into the virtual router A. If I want to allow traffic from LAN to WAN, I need to go in virtual router A. So we can divide our single global routing table into multiple virtual routing tables. Clear my point? Everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so what I can do is, see, you can click on interface. You can click on interface Ethernet 1/1. You can select your interface type. It's called L3 interface. And now virtual router. So we have a default virtual router. Like in our router, if you type show IP route in Cisco router, so you will get your global routing table, default global routing table. So here we have a default virtual router. If you want to create your own, so you can click on virtual router here, and you can create. So for example, I'm trying to create my virtual router. I'm giving a name VIR, for example. So VIR, and now you can see into this virtual router, we can configure static route, redistribution, RED, OSPF version 3, BGP, multicast. So right now I'm trying to create this virtual router, VIR. And this interface I'm trying to put into the VIR. Now you can create your security zone, because Palo Alto Firewall box is a zone-based firewall box. You need to put your interface in a zone. So you can click on zone, you can create your zone. As per our discussion, I'm creating LAN zone here. So you can You can give a name is called LAN zone. You can just click on OK. So now we have a LAN zone. Now you can click on IPv4 interface. So for IPv4, if you click on IPv4, you have two options. You have three options. Either you can configure IP address statically, or you can go with the PPOE, is called point-to-point protocol over Ethernet. Or in case if you want to use DSCP client option onto this interface, you can, no problem. So I'm trying to configure right now, I'm trying to configure IP address statically, so you can go with the static option. Now you can click on add, you can click on add, you can click on address. Now why click on address? See, you can click on add, and here you can create address object. So remember always Palo Alto Firewall, CCSA, Checkpoint Firewall Box, or Cisco FTD, Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. These three firewall box, not only these, okay, Cisco ASA, Fortinet. These firewall devices are object-oriented firewall box. So into these firewall box, we can create object here, like IP address object, single IP address object, or range object, or MAC address object. So we can create here IP address object, and these objects we can use in our configuration. So what I'm doing, you can click on address. I can tell you in detail about address object. I can tell you in detail, but right now I'm creating an IP address object. You can give a name here. It's called LAN 200.200.200. It's not an IP address. It's an object name. Here you can configure your IP address. So 200.200.1/24. So onto this interface, I'm configuring this IP address. So this IP address I'm using into this object LAN 200.200.201, and this object I'm trying to attach with this interface. Now you can click on IP version 6. If you want to configure IP version 6 address here, so you can just enable IPv6 on the interface. You can click on add. You can click on address option. You can give a name. If you guys are familiar with the IP version 6, I'm configuring IP version 6. Remember IP version 6? It has 128-bit. It is in a hexadecimal format. Remember, everyone?
Yes, sir.
So I'm giving a name, marketing-user1. So IP address, for example, 2001:10:23:1/64. You can click on OK. This is IP version 6 address. You can click on OK. Now you can click on OK. Done. You can click on advanced. Now you can click on advanced, and you can attach management profile. Why management profile? Because I told you in day one session, by default, on data interfaces, nothing is allowed. Everything is denied. Okay, no services is allowed on data interfaces, but on management port, ping, HTTPS, and SSH, these three services are enabled on management port. But on data interfaces, no services are enabled. So what you can do, you can create your management profile. In management profile, you can attach your services. You can click on management profile. You can give a name. It's called, for example, MGMT1. Just a name. You can give any name here. And these are the services. So you can create services bundle. You can create service bundle. See, these are the administrative management services, and these are the network services. So for example, right now I'm trying to enable ping service onto this particular port into this management profile. So I'm trying to enable ping service onto this port. So I'm creating management profile MGMT with ping service. If you want to enable SSH telnet, you can just select. You can click on OK. So this is the services, and this service bundle name is MGMT1. You can click on OK. You can click on OK. And now this is your interface. You can verify here. You can verify your Ethernet 1/1 interface type layer 3 management profile MGMT11 you are using IP address IPv4, and this is what IP version 6 virtual router VIR security zone we are using is called LAN zone. Now you can click on commit. You can click on commit and you can commit your configuration. So let's go on to the CLI option. We can verify our IP address information. Show interface. So this is what Ethernet 1/1. Wait, let's commit this configuration first. Any problem? Sunny, Rohan, can you, Jitish?
No,
Any problem, guys? Rohan, any question?
नहीं सर.
Okay, Sandeep. Okay, so now this configuration is completed. See, completed. Now you can type show interface Ethernet 1/1. You can press enter. You can verify your information. See, virtual router interface type operation mode. We are using L3. Virtual router is VIR. You can see, and IP address onto this interface 200.201. IPv6 address and management profile we are using MGMT11, and these services ping, telnet, SSH, these services are enabled into this management profile. I hope it's clear for everyone.
Yes.
Okay, let's continue this topic on next weekend, everyone. Okay.
सर
Yes,
अपना
Ron.
जो वीडियो थे वो अपलोड कर दीजिए ना सर.
Last session video.
हाँ, जो अपने 3-4 लेक्चर जो हुए हैं तो उसका कोई वीडियो अब तक अपलोड नहीं हुआ है.
अभी अपलोड कर देता हूँ. ओके, अभी मेरे पास एक और सेशन है, मैं अभी आज 9:30 पे अपलोड कर दूंगा सारी वीडियोस. ओके,
कोई दिक्कत नहीं. और सर कल आपको टाइम रहेगा क्या? मैं VM इंस्टॉल करने जा रहा हूँ तो कल कुछ दिक्कत रहेगा तो आपको कोऑर्डिनेट करने के लिए कोई आपका प्रेफर्ड टाइम रहेगा क्या?
मैं 2 से 3 के बीच में फ्री रहूंगा लंच टाइम पे.
2 से
3 2 to 3
2 to 3
2 to 3 में फ्री
ठीक है
रहूंगा.
सर. अगर कुछ इश्यू रहेगा तो मैं आपको पिंग कर लूंगा 2 to 3 के बीच में.
Okay, now guys, let's continue this topic on next weekend. Okay, Sandeep, Jitish, Rohan, Ganyu.
Okay.
Bye everyone. Take care, guys. Bye everyone.
Bye.
Let's start our discussion, guys. Okay.
Okay.
Everyone.
Okay.
Okay. So today we can focus on our new topic, or you can say our new book is called Cisco FTD implementation. This is called Cisco FTD. Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. Okay, before start discussion on FTD, remember our Cisco ASA, right?
Yeah.
Cisco ASA is what? It's work with layer 3 and layer 4, right everyone?
Mm-hmm.
In case if we are working only with Cisco ASA firewall firms, for example, in my organization, I have an ASA device and internet connectivity. In my DMZ network, I have multiple servers. You can say multiple servers. You can say, for example, web servers or FTP servers. So in case if I want to allow traffic from outside, for example, if I want to allow traffic from outside, So what we can do, we can configure ACL route on Cisco ASA, right? We can create ACL route to allow our traffic. For example, I want to allow traffic from outside DMZ network. So in ACL rule, what we can define? We can find we can define access list, then number, then format, IP. So anyone from outside, right? Brand. Anyone from outside, I can decide. Right?
Yep.
Anyone from outside, so source is A. And for example, I'm trying to allow for particular server. So host is 200, 200, 200, 100. It is a server. 200, 200, 200, 100. And equal to, I can go with port number 80, or I can go with port number 443. So with this rule, guys, what I'm trying to allow with this rule, I'm trying to allow anyone from the outside can access this 200, 200, 200.100 for port number 80 or for port number 443. It means this traffic is for web servers, right? This traffic is for web server. For example, here we have a web server, 200, 200, 200. As per this rule, in case if you have a Cisco AS, as per this rule, traffic is coming from untrusted networks. Coming from outside, you can say, coming from internet use, you can say, or coming from untrusted network. It's going to hit onto the particular server, no problem. But this traffic is coming from untrusted network or outside. So your firewall, in case if you're firewall, so your firewall can verify L3 and L4 information and then allow. That's it. Done. So Cisco ASA can verify IP address, can verify services or protocol, and allow. Done. But your firewall cannot identify whether this packet is a bad packet or good packet. If there is any malicious information is coming with this traffic, then your firewall, your Cisco ASA cannot identify. What your ASA can do? ASA is a second generation firewall box. So in case if you are working with any second generation firewall box, it means it can only verify traffic with L3 and L4 information as per your rule. It's allowed. That's it. It cannot verify the content, data payload, what malicious information is coming. Your firewall, ASA firewall box cannot identify. Clear the problem? This is Cisco ASA.
Yes.
The limitation. So what we can do in this scenario? In this scenario, you can use Cisco. Another product is called Cisco IPS. Okay, they are Cisco. They are not using this product now, but I'm giving idea. Okay, I'm giving you scenario why we are using Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. Okay, that's why we are discussing this scenario. So in Cisco, we have a product is called Cisco IPS. It's called Cisco IPS. In Cisco IPS, you have signatures. We have what? Attack signatures. So yes, I can deploy one more device in my organization. It's called Cisco IPS. It's called Intrusion Prevention System. Into this Cisco IPS, we have attack signature. For example, 7K to 8K. 7,000 to 8,000 signatures we have. It's a good device, okay? It's provided by Cisco IPS. So it has attack signatures. It has a signature approx 7K to 8K. So if traffic is coming from outside as per your rule, coming from outside to inside, so your firewall will check L3 and L4 information. Traffic is not traveling. Now it's going to hit on the IPS device. And if IPS has signatures about this attack, so it can detect and can take action. It's called IPS. It's called intrusion prevention system. So your IPS can detect attack behalf of signature database and can take action, can deny. So we can deploy one more device with Cisco ASA Firewalls. We can deploy one more device is called Cisco IPS. But you know, if you talk about IPS feature, IPS is a common feature. For Cisco or for IPS, we have multiple vendors in the market. Multiple vendors. Okay. The top vendor for IPS feature, we have a company is called SourceFire. There was a company is called SourceFire. SourceFire was a company and they developed IPS device. The good thing with the SourceFire vendor, they have approx 25K signatures. For IPS device, this vendor is great. SourceFire is a vendor, and they have 25K plus signatures. It means this device can detect more attack. So if you talk about only IPS feature, so SourceFire is a great company. But yes, in Cisco we have Cisco IPS, but the limitation we have in Cisco IPS, it has only 7K to 8K signatures. And we have a great vendor for IPS features called SourceFire. They have a product with 25K plus signatures. So what Cisco acquired this company. SourceFire. Cisco acquired this company. They bought this company, SourceFire, and they add Cisco IPS feature and SourceFire feature, and they deploy a new device in the market. It's called Cisco Firepower. So now, what they are using, they acquire the company. It's called Cisco. It's a SourceFire. They rebrand this name, change the name. Now this device has a capability of Cisco IPS and SourceFire. That's why this is called what? Cisco Firepower. Cisco Firepower device. Cisco Firepower. In Cisco Firepower, we have 35K plus signatures. So the good thing with the Cisco Firepower, it's a combination of Cisco IPS and SourceFire. So now Cisco has a product is called Cisco Firepower with 35K signatures. It means this device can detect more attacks. It has a signatures can detect more attack. Clear my point, Narendra?
Yes, sir.
Ibrahim?
Yes.
Okay, now, again we have a challenge. In case we are using Cisco Firepower, it's not a Cisco Firepower threat defense. Firepower threat defense. Cisco FTD, Cisco Firepower threat defense. It's in short. Cisco FTD is a different device. Cisco Firepower is a different device. Don't confuse. Cisco Firepower, only Firepower is a different device. Cisco Firepower threat defense is a different device. Okay, remember all this.
So it's altogether separate box, or it's a subscription different?
No, it's a device. It's like Cisco ASA, like Palo Alto, like Checkpoint Firewall box. It's a next generation firewall. Cisco FTD is a next generation firewall. Okay.
Okay.
We will come on to this point, no problem. Let's discuss first this scenario. So what we have, Cisco Firepower can detect signatures. It has 35K signature because it's a combination of Cisco IPS device and SourceFire product. But in this topology, you can see, guys, but again, in this topology, we need to deploy two devices, ASA firewall and Cisco firewall. That is the challenge. We need to deploy two separate boxes, Cisco ASA and Cisco firewall. That is the issue. That's why Cisco came up with a single product. Single product is called Cisco FTD. Cisco FTD is called Cisco Firepower Filter. What is Cisco FTD? Cisco FTD is a combination of Cisco ASA and plus Firepower. So now no need to purchase two separate devices, guys. No need to purchase two separate devices. You can purchase a single box. It's called Cisco FTD. It is a combination of Cisco ASA feature and Firepower feature. And now in Cisco FTD, now they have new signatures. They have a signature of 55K plus. 55K plus. So we have Cisco FTD device now in the market. No need to deploy two devices. What you can do, you can deploy a single box.
Among these firewalls, which one has the most signatures?
Which one has? You were talking about firewall. You cannot say
Yes.
which one has the most signature. Okay, every firewall vendor, they have its own feature. Okay, but if you talk about top vendor in the market, I will tell you. Please wait. Okay, Abraham. I will tell you which firewall is a leader in the market. I think that is your question, right? Which one is good?
Yes. Yeah.
I will tell you. Please wait. So now what you can do, no need to deploy two firewall devices. No. You can deploy single box is called Cisco FTD. Cisco FTD is a combination of ASA called Cisco FTD. It's a combination of Cisco ASA firewall feature and Cisco Firepower. So single device can. Now Cisco FTD is a next generation firewall device. Okay, it's a next generation. So what is next generation firewall means? What do you think, guys? What is next generation firewall? Narinder, what do you think there?
So it takes care till layer 7.
Okay, perfect. So it means Cisco FTD can inspect the traffic from layer 3 to layer 7, right?
Yes, sir.
Layer 3, layer 4 information and content of the packet or data payload, it's called layer 7 information, can detect. Okay, so now if you talk about next generation firewall box in the market, so we have multiple vendors right now. Guys, you can check Gartner report. Okay, it's a old report, but you can download the latest one. This is Gartner report. So if you talk about next generation firewall, we have multiple vendors, right? It's a old report, November 2021. So these are the vendors for next generation firewall feature. Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint, Cisco.
So Fortinet is above the Cisco.
No. Yes. Let me complete. See. So now here we are talking about next generation firewall only. So these are the firewalls, and Gartner divided all the vendors into the categories. So here we have leader in the market, leader, challenger, nice player, vigilance. If you talk about leader in the market for next generation firewall box, is called Palo Alto, Fortinet, and Checkpoint. These three vendors are the leader for next generation firewall feature. Why Cisco is not a leader? That is the question, right, Naren? I think.
Yes, sir.
Why Cisco is not a leader? Because Cisco will provide you all the features, all the next generation power feature, no problem. But you know the cost. I'm talking about the cost. Okay, here they are comparing with every area. So what the cost you can see and features. So Cisco in single Cisco FTD cost, I can deploy 2 Palo Alto firewalls with the same feature. Okay, so the cost of the FTD is very high. Clear my point? In Cisco FTD cost, I can deploy 2 or 3 Fortinet firewall box in my organization with all next generation firewall feature. That is the point. Clear?
Okay.
And Naren, when you learn dedicated Palo Alto or Fortinet or Checkpoint, so you can compare. Then you will get a clear picture about why they are the leader. Because there are some features which cannot provided by Cisco. There are some features which cannot provide by Fortinet. Okay, that's why Palo Alto is a leader. Okay, in last 5 years, Palo Alto is a leader in the market for next generation firewalls. Clear my point?
But actually, I think it's Fortinet now.
Sorry.
I'm saying because this card run is for 2021, but for 22, I think.
Yes, right. You can continue. Yes.
Yes, I'm saying actually it's Fortinet that is leading the next generation firewall, and Cisco is part of the leaders. I think
we can check latest data, no problem. Let's check latest data about Gartner.
Okay.
Gartner next generation firewall 2022.
It will show about Zscaler, sir, not about other.
Zscaler is also popular. I think latest information is not available. Okay, maybe they will submit. It's a November. Maybe they will submit later. But right now, these are the leaders. Is that clear? This point. Cisco is not a leader. Why? Wait, let me show you. In 2019, if you verify old data, so Cisco was a leader. But now, see, 2019, Cisco was a leader for the next generation cloud. But now in 2021, these are the leader. But you can see, guys, Palo Alto is consistently on top. Palo Alto is consistently top in the market. Okay, for next generation cloud. Clear my point?
Yes.
बेसिक तो समझा दिया फिर भी वो बात करना
वो आर्मी में है ना सर?
आर्मी भी
हाँ, रुचि मैम
बात
ठीक है मैं आया ठीक फोन करिए उनको सोनू भैया को हेलो इब्राहिम ओके
Let's continue. Is that clear? My point. My point is clear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ibrahim, Naresh.
Yeah.
Guys, please wait. 5 minutes, please.
5 minutes.
Hello, Ibrahim, Narendra, everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Ibrahim. Okay, let's continue, guys. Our talk.
Yes.
So is that clear? In market, we have multiple next-generation firewall blocks, and these are the leader in the market. And Cisco is not a leader, but he's a good challenger. Okay, he's a challenger for security devices. So okay, so we can today we can access how to work with. We can discuss how to work with Cisco FTD device. Actually, to manage Cisco FTD device, we have a topology. So to manage FTD device, Cisco FTD, either you can go with the browser. In case in your organization you have a single Cisco FTD device, then yes, you can connect your Cisco FTD device with your laptop or with your management PC. Management PC in Cisco FTD, we have a dedicated management port like Cisco ASA, MGMT port. And this is what MGMT-PC. So you can configure IP address on management port, same series of IP you can configure onto this management PC and you can manage. So in case that if you have single FTD, you can manage directly with management PC, no problem. You can access through browser. I can show you. You can access through browser. But in case if you have multiple FTD device, multiple next generation firewall box, then here we have a concept of FMC. So first we have Cisco FTD, Cisco FTD, Cisco FTD, multiple Cisco FTD devices. And to manage these FTD device, we can go with a single centralized device is called Cisco FMC. We need a box, it's called Cisco FMC. This is called Cisco FMC, Cisco Firepower Management Center. And this device is called FTD1, FTD2, FTD3, FTD3. So you can connect your management PC with a switch. This device is called what? Switch. And from this management PC, Ibrahim, you can access first FMC, and through FMC, you can manage multiple Cisco Firepower threat defense. So this is the topology. This is the scenario. If you are working with single Cisco FTD, like Fortinet, like Palo Alto, if you want to manage single Palo Alto device, single Fortinet device, so you can access through browser and you can manage, you can configure. Narendra, clear my point?
Yes.
Ibrahim, but in case if you have multiple Cisco, multiple next generation firewall box, right now we are talking about Cisco. So if you have multiple Cisco FTD, next generation firewall box, and you want to manage all your firewall box from centralized location, so you can deploy one more device is called Cisco FMC, Cisco Firepower Management Center. See, it's a common concept, guys. Same type of scenario we have in Fortinet. If you go with the, for example, Fortinet, if you have multiple Fortinet firewall box, and if you want to manage from centralized location, so you can go with the FortiManager device. FortiManager you can use to manage multiple FortiGate firewall box. In case if you are working with checkpoint firewall box, so to manage multiple checkpoint gateways, you can deploy checkpoint management. In case if you are working with Palo Alto Firewall box, so to manage multiple Palo Alto Firewall box, you can deploy Panorama device. So like yes, any question?
So this firewall management, it's a VM-based device or hardware?
It's a hardware device.
Okay,
Narendra.
okay.
See, Narendra, it's depend upon your scenario. See, like other vendor, Cisco will provide you both the devices in VM format and in physical device. Narendra.
Okay, okay.
If you want to deploy your FMC and FTD in virtualization environment like AWS, Azure environment, so yes, you can purchase VM device, Cisco FMC. FMC with a small v and Cisco FTD with a small v. Small v is called what? It's a Cisco next generation firewall box, but it's a virtual. It's this firewall box you can use in a virtualization scenario. Yeah. So both options are available. Either you can go with the physical device or you can go with the virtual device. So we need a centralized box is called Cisco FMC to manage multiple FTD. So let's talk about a topology. Let's talk about topology. Wait. So now I have a small topology, Cisco FTD firewall, and one management PC. Right now we are trying to work with single FTD device. We have a small scenario like FTD and management portion and LAN portion. 0/1 we are using as a LAN side. 0/0 we are using as a public. So you can access this FTD. See, here we have FTD device. Guys, once you start your FTD, this will take 10 to 15 minutes to start. Remember always, FTD will take minimum 10 to 15 minutes to start properly.
Okay.
So now username is admin and password is username is admin and default password is admin 123. This is default password for FTD. So I'm using here. Now you are in FTD device. So this is the license agreement something. So now I'm trying to configure. Yes, Narendra. Yes, Ibrahim. Any question?
No.
So now I'm trying to configure this FTD. So we are getting a message.
Which version of FTD is that?
Sorry?
The
It's
version.
a 6.3. It's a 6.3.
Okay.
Now, Ibrahim, give me some time. I will show you everything about version, everything. Okay. I will show you with graphical page. I will show you the firewall mode, software version. So now we are trying to configure this FTD first time. So we are getting a message. Please enter yes or press enter to agree with this agreement. So yes, you can press enter. Now he's asking for enter a new password. So I'm trying to change my password. So I'm using, for example, pass 123 pass 123. Now we are getting a message. Do you want to configure IP version 4? Yes or no? So yes is selected by default. So yes, I want to configure. So yes, press enter. Do you want to configure IP version 6? Right now, no is selected. So no, I don't want to configure IP version 6. Now configure IPv4 via DHCP or manual. So you can see manual option is selected. See, we have two options, DHCP and manual. And this manual is selected. So yes, I want to configure IPv6 manually. Press enter. By default onto this management, we have this IPv6. It's a default type. But right now, as per our topology, we are dealing with 199 network. So I'm using 199.199.199.100. Press enter. Mask 255.255.255.0. Press enter. Now enter IPv4 default gateway for the management. For example, 199, 199, 199, 25. Press enter. Enter a fully qualified host name for the system. So for example, Cisco dot firepower dot cisco.com. Enter. Okay, enter a common. Let's press enter. Okay, this will take time to change your configuration. So let's start. Manage device locally.
So
So
what
yes,
was this last option? This enter the common
domain
separated
name
list of search.
is asking for domain name. So I'm not using any domain name like cisco.com, google.com,
Okay,
or
okay.
XYZ company name information. So I right now I'm using what? Okay. If you want to define domain name here into this box, so you can define. I can show you this graphically also. Right now I'm not using any domain name, but you can if you want to change, if you want to configure domain name in your box, you can.
Okay.
Right, clear?
So I'm saying if we are deploying this FTD in enterprise, so we can put in our domain, official domain.
Yes, you can give your domain, your company name information.
Yes.
Now manage the device locally. So yes, I want to device this device. I want to manage this device locally if you want. Now he's configuring firewall mode. So we can use our firewall box in two modes. Either you can go
So
with
if we don't put yes here, so it will ask for the FMC IP.
Yes. Right now we are managing local. Okay, so that's why it's yes. It's no. So you can define your management PC IP address information. Right now locally. It means I have a management PC information. I don't have FMC right now. I don't have FMC right now, so I want to manage locally.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, clear.
Now here configuration is done. You can type here the command is called show network. With show network, wait, let me start this. This will take time. So let's go on to the Cisco FTP. So now with show network command, you can verify IP address information here. So we are using 199.199.100. So now let's go on to this management PC. You can verify here IP address information onto this machine. I'm using same series of IP 199, 199, 199, 15. So let's try to ping FTP box. We are using 100 and we are getting reply. Right, everyone? If I'm getting reply, so I can open any browser. I can open any browser, Mozilla Firefox or Google Chrome. So here you can type https 199.199.199.100, press enter. User name is, click on advanced, click on proceed. Everyone, please wait. Ibrahim, Narendra,
Okay.
username here is admin. Wait, let me log in. Okay, username is admin. Pass 123. So I'm trying to log in. This will take time. Please wait. Okay, Ibrahim, Narendra, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's take a break for 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. Okay, everyone.
Okay.
Ibrahim, Narendra, 5 minute break, guys.
Sure. Sure.
अरे वो आर्मी में है, नहीं इनके लड़के को टेलीकॉम में है। Okay, Ibrahim, Naren, let's continue, guys. Everyone.
Okay.
Arrange.
Yes, sir.
So this is what a graphical page. Okay, once you successfully log in to the FTD device, see we can access through this management PC. We can access through this browser. Okay, so we are getting here. We have a device firepower.cisco.com. Remember host name. That's our device host name. Now, first step is what configure internet connection, and second step is configure time setting. Then third option is smart license registration. So we need to configure these three steps first. Okay, so what you can see here, we have firewall. This is what firewall device, firepower thread device. We are using management port. Management port is connected with this management PC. 0/1 is for inside network. By default, onto the FTD, by default 0/0, you need to use always with ISP. By default, this port is for ISP. If you want to change, no problem, you can change. You can use 0/1 as an ISP. But as per device, they are using first port as a first port as a WAN. See, that's why in my topology, 0/0 I'm using as a for and 0/1 as a LAN portion. So now here we have some information outside interface address. Outside is what? See, 0/0. It's outside. It's a default on FTD. They are always using 0/0 first interface for outside. So on outside interface, what you are doing? You are using you want to configure IP address statically, or you want to off, or you want to access. You want to get IP address through DSCP. So yes, this cloud is my Wi-Fi model. So I'm using DSCP option. So let's go with the DSCP. Now rest of the options I'm not changing. You can click on next. Once you click
for
on
outside interface, why are you using DSCP?
Because this cloud is my Wi-Fi. Okay, so Wi-Fi modem can provide you IP address through DSCP service onto this port. Okay, I'm getting IP address, right now. I'm getting IP address through my Wi-Fi modem, right? So in my Wi-Fi modem, I have DSCP service, right? DSCP service. So I don't want to configure IP address manually here. I want to use DSCP service. So
in a standard scenario, we should always configure IP statically.
It's not compulsory. Okay, maybe you are connected with the ISP and he is providing IP address through DSCP always. So you can select DSCP, no problem. It's up to you, Narendra. You if you want to configure manually, no problem. You can configure. I can show you how to configure IP address manually on any interface, not only 0/, on any interface. But here is the option. Both options are available. Okay, either you can go with the DSCP or you can go with the manual. Yeah. If you want to configure manually, no problem. You can select manual input.
Okay.
Okay, so this will take time. He is trying to test your connection, so please wait. This will take time. Once it's complete, so then you can go for the next step, configure time setting, other setting. Please wait. Okay, in case if you want to use this FTD in your lab scenario, so it's required 16 GB in proper, okay, or 8 GB minimum only for FTD, and 8 to 12 GB for FMC. Only these two devices will take 24 GB RAM in your lab set.
So how to get that lab, that environment? Because on the PC is not possible.
Yes, I know. That's why you can go with the rack rental. Okay.
But
You can
then,
go with the rack rental. Rack rental. I will tell you about I will tell you everything about rack rental. Okay, wait.
okay,
I will let's complete our topic first.
okay,
So what
okay.
we have, DNS server, verified DNS server, so no problem. DNS server is incorrect, so no problem. But you can see we are on our next step. We are here to configure time setting. So let's go for the next option. Time setting. Here we have time zone. So UTC time zone. For example, we are using Asia. In India, we are using Asia Kolkata. So we can use Asia Kolkata.
It will be plus 5:30, sir. So
Yes, yes.
yeah, this is this no up. Yeah, this is the option. Yeah.
Now, if you want to define your NTP server, you can. I'm going with the default NTP server. But if you have NTP server in your organization, in your scenario, where you want to synchronize with time, so yes, you can select user-defined NTP. You can define NTP server like this. But right now, I'm going with the default NTP server. You can click on next. Now here we have option. We are here, smart license registration. So here we have an option. Continue with evaluation period. So this image is what? This image we are using for testing. So this image is only valid for 90 days.
Okay.
So if for 90 days, it's a full-fledged or it's limited with some features?
Not full-fledged, okay, but you can do your most of the practice here, okay? Most of the practice. So we have 90 days trial options. You can do most of the practicals here. You can do most of the practice. But in real scenario, in your organization, if you are using this device in your organization, so yes, you need to go with the license information. You can purchase license, and then you need to first you need to register your device with Cisco. Then you can purchase license. You can upload it. Right now we are in testing scenario, testing environment. So we can go with the continue with evaluation period. So now start 90 days. Click on finish. This will take time. Now got it. So okay, device is ready, up to date. Standalone device right now. Let's go with the standalone device. Got it. So this is what a graphical page. We are working with Firepower Device Manager. It's called FDM. We are accessing through FDM page. And now you can see here we have a console option. This is what console. And this is what graphical page. 90% configuration, 90 to 95% configuration you can configure through, or you will configure through graphical page. See, we have multiple options here: monitor, policies, object. So here we have some other information. We'll discuss everything over. You can see here interface information, routing, update, smart license. We have license information here. This image is only valid for 90 days. You can go with the backup and restore. For troubleshooting, you can use this option. Site to site VPN, remember, site to site, remote access, and some advanced configuration. So now see, for example, if you click on interface, you want all interface. So here you can see all interface information. So Narendra, see on 0/0, I'm getting IP address through DSCP. See, Ibrahim.
Yes.
Okay, I'm getting IP address 192.168.99.110. I'm getting IP address. Okay. Now, in case if you want to configure IP address IP address manually on 0/1, for example, then 0/1. So you can select your 0/1. See this option, this 0/1. 0/1. You can configure right now. This option is for we can view all interface. Right now we can view, but if you want to configure interface, I will show you the option. But right now this is the view. So this is called dashboard. You can say here you can only what you can only
View the configuration.
view the configuration, guys. Okay. So now let's start some system setting option first. System setting option. So you can click on management access first. In management access, see, HTTPS connection is allowed, SSH connection is allowed right now. Management interface, you can click on management interface. So on management interface, these services are allowed. HTTPS for IP version 4, SSH for IP version 4, HTTPS, SSH for IP version 6. So it's allowed. You can click on data interface. You can click on data interface. Right now, there is no data interface configured. Now, let's go with the management interface. HTTP service. Okay, let's talk about wait. Device option. Wait, guys. Management interface. Let's go with the management interface. So remember our management interface configuration. If you want to change right now if you want to change, you can change here. See, graphically, you can just type it. For example, it's a 101. It's a 10. Once you click on, you can see guys here. Okay, please wait. So once you change your 101, now it's 101, and you can click on save. Are you sure you want to proceed? So yes, I want to proceed. Click on OK. If you click on OK, it's taking time. It's taking time. Please wait. So now it's available, right, Naren? Ibrahim, it's available. Why it's unavailable?
Because the IP is changed.
IP is changed. So I'm trying to access with 101. Yes, we can access now. 101. Username is admin and password we are using pass123. Okay, let's continue this topic tomorrow, guys. Okay, I have another batch at 2 p.m. So let's continue this topic tomorrow. Okay, Ibrahim, arrange. I will upload this video. I will upload this video in Google Drive. I will create a new folder. I think we have a new folder in our CCP security folder. I think FTD. I'm uploading this.
Yeah. FTD we have.
So what about the environment that we are talking about right now regarding the?
Tomorrow we can discuss it. Right now I have a batch in 5 minutes, so we'll discuss in our batch. Okay. Everything. Bye everyone. Take care, guys.
Okay.
Okay. See you.
Bye everyone.